everybody, and welcome to Blastar 6 Major Manchester. I'm Milosh, your host. With me are Jesse and Laxing to cover today's introduction. First of all, I will have to say, those kind of the bureau of the city lied, because it is raining cats and dogs and all in between, and I wish it was real because I love cats and dogs, but, you know, it's raining.
In Manchester, you say?
In the UK.
United Kingdom, it's raining.
It rains in the UK, you say,
insane.
in it. That was pretty good.
It was good.
You know what? If Lax says it, I don't know. I'm not from here. I got two North Americans on the desk with me to cover things up. But let's take a look at what we are covering first. Our schedule for today is quite simple. We've done away with the B stream and focus up on 3 best of 3s coming up one after the next. And the main word for today is elimination. Well, right next to it is also promotion. You lose one of these games, you're out of the tournament. You win, you make it to main stage, Lax.
I mean, it's 6 regions playing for the one spot to make the main stage. That's insane. I don't know if I can't really think the last time we've had 6 regions all playing for one spot right here in the end. And maybe we have. I don't know. It just seems insane to me, to say the least, that we're at the end of the road here and about to put 3 people on main stage and 3 people on plane rides home.
Viewers from around the world have Siege to watch. NA fans, EU fans, Brazil fans, Korea fans, Australia fans, wherever you might be from, there's going to be a team representing your region playing today. So there's plenty to be excited for. And yeah, I'm excited to get it going.
Feels man. Anyways, thank you very much, gentlemen, for our introduction. But for those who missed player number 3 yesterday, let's cover it up. It takes blood, sweat, and tears to turn from a ranked hero to a pro player, and from a pro player in your region to the major, and then also to the main stage. It is a compounding bit of interest to make it there, but good God, it feels like nothing else. And our teams are all playing for that glory in the main stage. The 2,000 fans here in Manchester on Friday and throughout this weekend. Though, it's time for our pre-show segment. Welcome to Panorama. Panorama. For those who are not sure about the Arab accent, it's kind of a joke for a few Lebanese people that'll get it. You know what it's about. Anyways, we got 3 bits to cover here: the moment, the monster, and the must-see. And we kick it off with the moment. Some would say he's also a monster in his own right. Uses. Good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, Uses has been a phenomenal player for BDS throughout this phase 2. And in this moment, this clip that you guys are about to see, it was insane. Honestly, the skill that Uses has, it's unmatched, in my opinion. And the skill set that he brings, and also the split-second decision-making he does, it's unreal.
Certainly, and I mean, the Europeans coming into this event wouldn't stop talking about Uses. This clip was insane. His ability to flick between 2 different targets. They're pinching him perfectly, but it doesn't matter. He can shoot 2 angles at once. That is insane.
Imagine even outplaying Shaiko. That's insane.
I mean, in that moment, he had me saying Jesus. Literally, had me saying Jesus in that moment.
Good God, though, from on to the moment, we go to the monster, because we highlighted a European player, but Gunnar, who has been, I guess, an up-and-comer over the past 2 years, he keeps delivering event after the other lad.
He really does. Yeah, and I mean, ever since he's released from Sonics and joined Beast Coast, it feels like he's a completely new player. He has been absolutely destroying out there on the aggressive roams, getting into a lot of those entry fights, making sure he can have a massive impact for his team, and I think he's really been a scary player inside the server. all of Beast Coast are having fantastic moments, but when you come to the monster, it's got to be Gunnar.
Yeah, I think you said it best. I think now that he's on this roster where he doesn't have to think necessarily and make the strat, help his team, whatever that, well, not say help his team, but help his team with strats, and that he's able to just freely play and work with his team. And yeah, we are seeing this completely different resurgence from Gunnar, from being that IGL now to this entry flex role and finding tons of success for his team.
Well, you can be an incredibly talented player, but you really have to be in the right spot to deliver maximum performance. And it seems like Gunnar has found his place here on Beast Coast. Though, moving on to the must-see. No two ways around it. All 3 games today are elimination games. However, BDS versus Bliss. Bliss have high hopes in OCE finally to make it to the main stage. But BDS on the other side, we've been calling them one of the best teams in the world for the past few months, Jesse.
We have, and I mean, these are 2 squads who both need this win so badly. BDS, a team that everybody said would make it to main stage, would make it to the finals, should be contesting for that first place spot. They've not been performing up to the expectations we've set for them. And on the other hand as well, Bliss, a team from a region that never get that recognition, a team that have been grinding for over a year to try to make it to a main stage. Now it's do or die.
I mean, I'm genuinely impressed with how Bliss has been playing so far. Obviously, this is a do or die situation for both these teams. And for BDS, I had them winning this entire event, being in the finals, and it's looking grim here. Like, if they don't make it, they're completely going out, and I think I put maybe a little too much hype on them, but that goes without saying that they still have a chance of making this main stage.
Bliss versus BDS, OS versus EU. Now, every single region, except for MENA here in LATAM, represented in the last 3 games that we have, but a lot of pressure on BDS in many ways. However, Bliss also wants to make it to the main stage. They've got so far, they're not going to just give up, will they?
They really won't, and this is an insane game to be getting into because obviously these 2 teams, they're fantastic. They've been fighting all tournament long, and we finally get to answer the question that people keep talking about. Who is the GOAT? Lots of people are talking about Shaiko. Lots of people talk about Wettables. It's really been these 2 players in the conversation, so today we put that argument to the rest.
Thank you.
That's what everyone's been saying is who are these
everyone's been talking about.
Everyone's for the longest has been comparing Shaiko and Wettable and who is the absolute best and the GOAT of Siege.
Yeah, and today we get to answer that in our matchup. Of course, as you see, our players setting up and getting ready for this game. However, we got to catch up with Brendo and see what it is like to kind of balance work and performing.
Basically, because I have to work, we don't have as much time as other teams, so basically I have to work throughout the day, and same with my brother, Sejan. So we basically get to single scrim and dry run every night. Yeah, just working through the day, scrimming at night. It's basically what a day looks like, so not really much time off, but that's all right.
Can you describe what you do as a job?
I'm a disability support worker, so I basically just help people with disabilities get into the community and give the families a break as well. Yeah, nothing too special, but it's good to help out, give back.
There it is. Thank you very much, Brendo, for kind of filling us in on this, because there's a lot of people that don't know. Not everybody does Siege full-time if they're a pro player, especially if they are in historically underdeveloped regions. And if anything, it's a very honorable job being a disability aid support.
Absolutely.
It's something that is very necessary for the community, and here representing the entire OS community in it. But we're looking at graphs now. Jesse, please guide us through it.
What we all wanted to get to, yes. Well, for Bliss, it's not been all sunshine and roses, especially on the attack. After that first play day, remember they played 2 games on the first day of Swiss. They played E1 and M80. We touted them as the best attacking team in the tournament. They had a combined 90% win rate against E1 and M80. It fell off a cliff over the next couple of days. 18% against Team Secret, struggling on those attacks throughout a best of 3, not able to win a map. Bounced back a little bit against Dark Zero, pushing one of those maps to overtime certainly did help out. But all in all, it really was a fall off from them when you look at those attacks. And I think the the biggest thing has just been they've been getting read into a little bit. Bliss are a traditional, slow-paced, almost North American-style team where they take their time, they want to hit all the boxes, they want to make sure they drone everything out, and I think later into this tournament, teams are starting to read into that. The better opponents that they're facing against know how to counter that, and it's been a real problem for Bliss, from Bliss. So I want to see them bouncing back today, whether it's a style change or whether that's just doubling down and making sure that they can hit all of their marks. They need to get that win rate up today.
Yeah, I agree, and especially going against a team like BDS. I mean, they did just recently fall to Secret, which is another EUL team that has actually been performing extremely well and read into how they wanted to play them. I will say they looked like a different team going into that border, but it still wasn't enough, and BDS aren't going to be any slouch either, so they have to come prepared today. They have to be ready, and like you said, they have to be nailing those marks.
And since you mentioned BDS, how about we move the conversation to them? Because BDS have so much pressure on their backs right now. It is insane.
They do. I mean, we can start with a couple positives here. I mean, they did dominate the EUL League, only finding one loss to ENCE in the regular group stage, then pretty much blowing out everyone through playoffs, and then finding a loss against ITB. And then coming here, they had the most anticipated match to start out Phase 2, which was against the former world champions of, or still world champions of, Furia. And that alone, I mean, they didn't have success there. It was a close game. They did bring it back. They were down a bit, but still, there's some questions.
There certainly are, and I mean, BDS have really been a team that we know have been bringing some of the best players in the world. I think Liquifax have had an insane tournament, much better than what we've seen on a couple of recent performances from him. Shaika was always going to show up, but I also think you've got to talk about Uzis. This guy has been ridiculous, especially on the defense.
Yeah, Uzis has been phenomenal. I mean, we just saw him in the moment right there in that 1v2 clutch. Like I said, talking about this player as a whole, if you look on the left side here, this graph, this is throughout his entire EUL stage. He was the top player for all of EUL. Now we go into Phase 2. We get into Manchester. He starts to tank off pretty hard. You can maybe give him, the benefit of the doubt going against a team like Furia.
Sure.
But then you go into Space Station. Doesn't really improve a ton. Then you go into Talon again. You go back down. But then you meet Keg, and he excels higher than what he even did throughout EUL. So this is a good stat for Uzis. The fact that you can start slow, but you build your way back up to the very end and get to that grand final, that is the best end result for this team and Uzis specifically.
It is that ramp up in the game that really mattered, because that CAG match was incredibly important for BDS to win, and it went all the way, Des, and in that case, well, it was that BDS win. But let's go into our map bans for this matchup, because depth of map pool is also something, a big conversation that we have, and our first pick is in. Jesse, can you please guide us through it?
Yeah, Bank, no surprises here. It's one of Bliss's favorite maps. They've run it twice in Manchester, first beating M80, but then losing Team Secret 7-4 the very next day. That's where some of those attacks certainly were coming in and having those struggles. For BDS, they've not played it in a while. I believe Atlanta Major against Sonics was the last time we saw them play Bank, so it's been a hot minute, at least in official competition.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see what this next map is, really.
I'll pull it up for you.
Clubhouse.
All for you, lads.
So, I mean, this is a tough one, because this is one of BDS's favorites maps. And now you're going to have Bliss starting on defense, which is good. But for me, starting on Clubhouse on attack, that's typically better. It gets the comms going. It gets everything flowing. And if you can at least get 2 or 3 attacks, you're going to be solid on those defenses. So this is going to be a tough match for Bliss, specifically going into this Clubhouse.
Important to know as well, since BDS choosing attack on Bank, it will be back-to-back starts for Bliss on the defense. We'll see what map 3 holds. If they get 3 for 3 defensive starts, would be pretty nice, especially in high-pressure games. I do think for Clubhouse, it's been one that BDS have dominated on. Undefeated domestically in Manchester, though. They did lose it to Furia in an 8-6 game. So really going to be interesting to see when we get this third map, what that ends up being. Because again, I agree, it feels like we're going to 3.
So I've said this to Oregon, and I specifically went over this morning. I'm done saying Oregon is a default map. This is what I'm going to say Oregon is. Oregon is a battleground where it's pure testament of who is the better team. You are specifically going to that map to prove a point. It's not to, who this, who's that. It is specifically your fundamentals are just simply better than the other teams whenever you take a team to Oregon.
And this Oregon is going to be a real test, because for BDS, it's been extremely common. 3 plays for the first 3 days of Manchester, Space Station, Talon, and Cyclops. For Bliss, yet to play it throughout the entirety of the season. So when you're looking at an intel advantage, that's going to favor the Australians if we get to that third map.
That's actually insane for us to say.
Yeah.
At this point, there are no teams that are just safe in their running. Everybody's had a tough time to get here. Even the teams that have already qualified, yeah, of course you're going to make it through, but you're not getting it easy at all.
I mean, I'm just hoping to see with some of these maps that they're bringing something different. Because if you're going to be saving strats, whatever it is, you have to pull them out now. This is your last lifeline.
And let's talk about our casters, because they're waiting for us on the other end of the line. Dev Marta and Lynx join us for this cast. Bliss are playing in this game, James. Who do you think is going to win?
Yeah, who's going to win? Who's going to win, James?
Bit of a loaded question, guys, so thanks for throwing me under the bus. But yeah, of course, deep down and maybe a little bit outwardly, I am going to be rooting for my Aussie boys, but it's a very tough game. Everyone was touting BDS to be the best team in the world after they won Europe League in Stage 1.
Self-included.
Yeah, and while they didn't make SI, they have really bounced back, and they'll be looking for their first main stage appearance in a while. But yeah, it's possible. We've seen how rocky they've been so far.
Well,
Carter, you're going for it. You got Bliss here, underdogs. I mean, you think you'll take it today?
Well, that's the thing. I'm inclined to say BDS, but I was also inclined to say BDS against CAG, and they almost lost it. 8-7 on 2 maps. And then I was inclined to say against Furia, 8-6-2. They've only had one genuinely dominant lead so far. It has been close games all the way through. If there was ever a time to upset for Bliss and make their first main stage appearance, it might be against BDS, who I thought could win the whole tournament.
All right, tall one, loud one, all yours with our matchup.
Is that epithets from now on? The tall one and the loud one? I'll take that.
I mean, I have to be self-aware and say it's not exactly an unearned moniker on my part, and certainly not unearned on your part either. But Dev, I am extremely excited for this one because, like I just mentioned, I've really enjoyed Bliss over the past year. From Copenhagen last year, did they get knocked out early? Yes. But every single event, it has been a steady improvement. And ultimately, they're a top 8 team in the world at SI, and BDS weren't even able to make it. In some ways, if you would really twist it, maybe they're not the underdogs in this stage.
A couple of ways to spin this one, but there's no doubt that this is do or die for both teams. It's been quite a quest throughout the majors so far for Bliss and BDS, but who will be the better of the two pink teams? It's time to find out. Bliss's map pick here on Bank is where we kick off what could be quite a historic series.
Quite a historic series it could be, but I have to say I do have to already raise some concerns with Bliss going into the series. Not that Bank is a bad map for them. It's exceptionally comfortable. They love it. They got a huge upset over FaZe back at SI, but because you get that upset, it's going to put your map on a lot of teams' radars, and Bliss relying on this map again in the best of 3, I think BDS, this will be right up there in the maps they expected Bliss to pick. And similar to the desk talked about, I want to see Bliss change things up, because if they don't, I think BDS will be ready for this pick. And already starting out, we have some different bans coming through for both these teams. Bliss especially banned Ace in their previous matchup against Secret. It's the Monty and Cade taken down this time.
Now that Monty has been a real menace in this event so far, ever since the Shield rework post-SI. Everyone's been crutching on that Monty. Everyone's been using it to its fullest capacity. But let's not forget that, of course, while this is Bliss's map pick and Bank is their favorite map, as you said, it's actually BDS's least favorite map. Jesse said that they haven't played it since the Atlanta Major when they beat Sonics on that map, and since then it has been by far their most banned map. So yes, BDS expected this, but have they been preparing for it? Because it's really not been a map that they have signaled that they have been practicing on. Perhaps they're taking a little bit of a gamble by letting it through the veto, or perhaps they're just happy to weather the storm, let Bliss play their favorite map, and then focus up on maps 2 and 3. No matter which way you spin it, Bliss really have to win Bank. If BDS take this, that is the biggest red flag of Bliss losing their best map on BDS's worst map to start the series.
Yeah, absolute must-win for Bliss, and honestly, you could even say must-win for BDS to be comfortable. If all of their series so far have gone close, again, only one strong, 7-2 loss, everything else pretty much 8-6, 8-7s all the way through the Swiss stage by a wide margin. BDS might very well find this a must-win as well. If Bliss could take them the distance, they might need every single round they can muster. And to fully cap off your point, I suppose, since this is Bliss's or BDS's first game day Bank with this new roster, the big issue we've seen from them in games against CAG, in games against Furia, has been, even though close games, individual mistakes from BDS defining it. LickyFact maybe making a push he shouldn't. Shaiko hanging a bit further back when he shouldn't. And on a new map where you haven't fully practiced the strats on game day under that pressure, that's when individual mistakes can really start bubbling to the surface.
As BDS approach the map for this clear, we have quite an aggressive and ambitious hold from Bliss, contesting that first floor hallway near elevator. Wettables himself hiding behind a shield. And he also has these yokai drones to try and scout for some information. User spots it, but it does get back into a safe position. I like the way that these yokais are being used quite aggressively to draw some information for Bliss, but BDS are quite aware of it. Brendo is the one that needs to make good on this info.
Oh!
He does a little bit of damage to Leakefact, but not able to confirm a kill as of yet. Shaiko's come from the backstab, and he does find the opening pick in favor of the French.
One reason why BDS are so scary, you've got Leakefact lurking, Shaiko going for the pinch, Solotov on the entry as well. Yuzu's with the backstab. These are some of the biggest names in Europe, and even the biggest names in the world, all looking to pinch Brendo in the early round. Oda now cut short. Solotov with his first of the game. Sage feeling a bit of pressure to rotate back entirely with the hatch opened up. Shaiko will take that line against Fisho guy playing red. If he goes down at this point, it might be the round done and dusted for Blitz, but BDS don't need to take this fight. They can reset if they want to. I don't think Shaiko will take my advice though.
It doesn't need to. It's just about continuing that pressure for BDS. Bliss are the ones in desperate measures at the moment, and Sage will go for a very ambitious flank all the way to the top floor. He's playing a very slow and loud operator. And, oh, the mirror window? No, okay. Good work from Sage from above. The hatch was closed, but he was able to find a kill regardless. Now his position revealed, BDS can focus up on the site.
They can focus up on the site. Only issue is now BDS know it's a 4v2. That makes Fisho guy and Weddable's utility, the smoke canisters and the yokais, really, really important. Sage on the flank could be huge. That could win Bliss the round, but BDS know they have the man advantage to execute, and there's utility in their way that it needs to land.
Fish is so low on HP. He does have that killer utility with the smoke to drain out time. Solotov is looking for the yokais. He knows that that is Bliss's win condition at the moment. Oh! Fish low HP and the Twitch drone can take him down. The Twitch drone eventually traded back, but Wedables is distracted. He's not able to use his yokais to deny the plant as he had to go for the res. Once again, it's all on Sage. Going for the flank, but he has been spotted. He has been red. It's all now up to Wedables. Easy closeout for BDS and a very strong start to their opponent's map pick.
Such a good play right there from BDS. Who knows if the Twitch drone specifically going to target the smoke was intended. But Shaiko knew, based on that gunfight earlier, he had tagged up the smoke quite a bit. And so Solotov with the quick thinking ignores the mirror window, shocks the smoke, and that's the round right there. Because as you pointed out, he can't use the smokes, and Wedables can't use the yokais because he doesn't want to be the only guy down below. Makes the decision to go for the res and unfortunately cost him in that moment. But even then, that wasn't the exact problem for Bliss. BDS's clear was quite excellent. Brendo had the drop on Leakefact, but Shaiko coming around for the pinch. The coordination strong for BDS in the first round.
I thought it was really good roam clear. It puts the pressure on Bliss. They tried something a little bit ambitious, and they didn't get away with it. They're going to look to change up the bomb sites, which I think is a good move here. The Bliss can't wait too long to find their momentum. Yes, BDS chose the attack. They believe this is to be the favored side. And on Bank, it tends to be a little bit more so than other maps. But Bliss, personally, they do favor their defense on this map at a 64% win rate. You'd expect with that, they'd be looking for a 4-2 split. And they've already lost one of the 2 rounds they can realistically afford.
And a strong defense usually for teams on Bang comes from a very strong roam. Not necessarily a deep roam all the way up to the top floor if you're defending basement, but able to hold map control for sometimes even half the round. If you're defending basement, that involves holding open area, holding tellers. If you're defending, in this particular case, tellers, that means holding CEO for usually around half the round. And Bliss right now, even with Mira on the board, they are holding the top floor, but it's a much looser roam. Oda picking the Vigil, an operator we've seen a little bit this tournament, but if BDS's ability to pinch is as good as last round, this solo roamer might not be long for this world.
They know. I'm not sure exactly why. Leakefact does have information here. I'm not sure he's been able to spot Oda. It looks like he has. There's a slew of methods of dealing with this Vigil. Even Shaiko is able to see him, but uses on repel, punishes that early roamer. Not a minute into the round, BDS have their opening pick, and this information is so challenging for Bliss to deal with.
I think Bliss might be overcomplicating things a little bit. Sure, ooh, okay.
Nice.
Well, right as I say that, really nice. Retake of the control inside a square, cutting down Shaiko and neutralizing that advantage, but without that Mira and dedicating Oda as the main player to hold the top floor with Sage on the back line, because he's positioned so far forward, you allow BDS, who just cleared out your roam expertly last round, to Z-ping you, shut you down. Sage can still hold the top floor, thankfully, and with that kill in square, they've made it the 4v4, and they've got intel with these yokais on the main lobby player. If we see somebody up top get aggressive, they might be able to win this fight, especially now that it's a 4v3 for Bliss.
this is where Bliss can just chill out a little bit. They've got the numbers back in their favor, and there's tons of information for both teams. Apparently, they're not going to go and do that, though. They will double down. Wedables goes for an aggressive pick, and he does find Leakafax. So 2 versus 4, desperate times for BDS. They've played it slow and steady, and while it netted them an early advantage, since then they have really struggled to convert. The early pick that they found onto Oda in the first minute of the round. He's been the stellar player, but he's shut down quite swiftly. Wedables, he's been quite a pocket of conversation for us at this major so far. Brendo finding the final kill, gets the first round for the Aussies.
Obviously, Oda's position, I think, definitely not necessarily the best positioning from Bliss in that round, but everything after that was really quite nice. Of course, we have the 2 players peeking from stock and bottom square once they get intel on Shaiko's position. You obviously have Wedables winning that fight against, I believe, Brede later on in the round. Bliss able to find BDS in isolated positions or able to isolate 1v1s and get some very, very necessary picks. I also have to commend Wedables, you know, technically the newest pickup on Bliss, though he's been on the roster for quite a while now, peeking ahead of the flash when Yuzu throws it in, anticipating the hop in from Lone to make that 2v4 a true impossibility for BDS. One of those fun games you and I have, Dev, where we see a good round from one team, good round from another team. Makes you and I feel a lot more secure going into this.
Yeah, it's exciting because we want a good match. Like, that's bottom line. Whoever wins, we just want a really solid series, and BDS have delivered on those so far, which has been great. Like, if you're a BDS fan, you maybe don't feel the same way because of how heart-wrenching some of those wins and losses have been, but particularly that CAG versus BDS game yesterday was a historic match, one for the ages. BDS survived it when it realistically could have gone the other way by...
Could make an argument that CAG should have won that.
Yeah, the narrowest margin, and CAG would have got him, and now Bliss, another APAC team, has a chance to take on BDS, but BDS have, I think, weathered the storm after losing to PSG. They just managed to overcome CAG. They built that momentum up, and it's quite a contrast to what's happened with Bliss, where they started very strong and since then have lost 2 BO3s.
We're probably going to see here is the rush into the double door. Yep, the buck, the blitz into the plant.
Oda's ready for it. Oda does come for a flank. The blitz has gone in, but it seems to fall flat mostly on its face. Sage still holding onto the side. He has a C4 to use, but Brendo is making this very awkward. Sage as well. The 2 brothers locking out the bomb site. Very solid from Bliss, withstanding that rush. A nice attempt from BDS, but it was read to perfection.
It was read quite well. The site players ready. Once they hear the Lion call go out, the Dokkaebi call. And then also, I think the Skeleton Key opening up that wall. Typically, especially if Bank is as well practiced a map for Bliss as we know it is, they're going to be ready for that kind of rush. It's not common, but if you're defending open area and there's going to be a rush, it's probably going to be from that part of the map, through electrical, through the double door. I mean, to be fair, we also see the iteration with the Amaru up the hatch and then running up marble stairs, but that's a little less common. Bliss is clearly ready for that. I imagine they've scrimmed that rush multiple times.
Probably. Well, ironically, that could have gone BDS's way. I feel like the one mishap was the fact that Oda had just had enough time, maybe a space of 5 seconds, to rotate back through archives and have a line of sight to try and contest the players that were coming in from electrical. That, and on top of the fact that 2 Bliss players on site were very ready to receive, it made things much more difficult for BDS. But I digress. We go back to the basement now for Bliss. Funnily enough, usually the most favored bomb site by no small margin. Now they've had success on Tellers and Open Area, the 2 ground floor bomb sites, which are arguably the 2 least favored on this map. They go back to the basement, and this is where things look quite rough around the edges for them. BDS was so good, so efficient at that map clear, and converted a very easy numbers advantage as well.
Which is why I think you guys can see in the positioning that Bliss have pulled as far back as they can without fully seeding pressure onto the middle floor. They've gone for more the server stairs hold with Fisher Guy up top. They've got Wedables inside of server as well to protect him. And I believe, yep, you can just see it through the outlines in the wall. Oda on the Valkyrie is also, or at least was, playing around the marble stairs area, but I imagine anybody, whether it be Oda, Sage, somebody could rotate back up those stairs, pressure anybody as they go into open area. Nice little Val cam. The spot, Lickyfac, going for that classic ATM's lurk. He's always going to be in positions like this. He is the main lurker for BDS, walking through ATMs, trying to find a gap in the defense. So good that they found his position early on.
Yeah, good information for Bliss, just having some late round ideas of where BDS might be looking to go for. Yeah, all of these Valkyrie cameras seemingly just used to try and get a read on that late round. And yes, a bit of an early peak from Fish, but he really needs to prioritize staying alive here. The smoke, he's got 3 gas babes. and some utility to try and fortify this position, hold on to it for as long as possible, which is important because BDS have made such good time thus far.
And also with that Valcam still alive, remember how Wettable was able to take down Yuzus a couple rounds ago, peeking ahead of the flash? If that Valkyrie camera stays alive, they can relay to Fisher Guy, hey, they're cooking the flash, they're about to throw, and he can swing ahead of it and get that kind of extra half-second of reaction time to maybe get a highlight clip that we sometimes see on server stairs with those multiple pumps from the shotgun.
Good time from BDS, though, as they start to clear out some map control in server. The Roteros and the Twitch drones together are going to clear out a lot of this util. Vulcan canisters. Of course, there's still mirror windows to deal with, and Fisher Guy, he's been spotted by the Grimm's Bees. A flash to go in as well. He's surely dead to rights. And indeed, he doesn't find a single kill on his way out, but he has wasted 2 minutes. That might still be enough for Bliss, but BDS should be happy. They just need to focus up on looking for this plant.
Exactly, and they've got 45 seconds to do so, which gives them a lot of time to extract these C4s from Oda and Brendo. They've already popped the Vulcan pack, so really all they need to concern about is the red position with the C4s and that long angle held by Sage and Garage.
Here come the Bees. Sage contesting this long line of sight from Garage as the plant begins to go down. Liquefact from above. The Grim is making this all kinds of difficult for Bliss, and Users has punished Oda. The plant down. A 3v5 for the Aussies. A retake that looks nigh impossible. The C4s not impactful, not a single one able to be thrown. Oda was dispatched with quite easily. Brendo able to get into a position to fling his as Sage looks for a flank, but these Bees are being so challenging for Bliss to overcome. Both of the remaining Aussies head upstairs, but Liquefact is ready to receive the first one. Quite a staple kill for Liquefact. Sage now having to drop the hatch, but there's no time for this round to be done. Bliss have been obliterated 2 rounds on this basement. BDS fumbled for a few there, but they managed to recompose to perfection. A flawless round. Quite a way to do it for the French.
Well and truly a flawless round, not only numerically, but qualitatively as well. I mean, everything from the map control established, to clearing out the server stairs, to the Grim utility for the execute. Basically an S-tier round from BDS. They're able to pinch the smoke, and instead of just flooding in through the top as we see a lot of teams do, they've cleared out server, pushed Wettables back, and they insert Solotov at the bottom. And then once they actually go in for the execute, you don't see Liquefact spamming those Bees everywhere. He's strategically putting it along the red hull at regular intervals to make it so the player in server holding that angle has the intel when Oda goes for that C4. So just very clinical execute from BDS. Excellent at attacking that bottom floor side for their 2 victories.
It starts making you wonder, does Bliss maybe not go back there ever again?
I would not. I genuinely would not.
Yeah, it's just so solid from BDS, those attacks down on the basement. You can see why they wanted to pick the attacking side. However, we do need to see a little bit more from them because we didn't see a lot of success on the Teller's bomb site. That was pretty rough. They never really got to activate their game plan. And that Office bomb site was even more rough with that failed rush. So Bliss are going to go to the top floor. We've actually seen a 4th different bomb site here picked on Bank. And this could be quite telling, because if Bliss can't defend this one, then BDS have pretty much done all they need to on their attack path.
Yeah, Bliss are going to this bomb site, trying to catch BDS off guard, throw a new setup at them, but as you said, if Bliss lose this one, they're going to go back to Tellers, where obviously BDS lost last time, but they have a feel for Bliss's setup, how they like to roam and hold the middle floor and the top floor as well. They're also, BDS, if they go back to open area, are not going to go for that same rush again, so they have that knowledge of what Bliss have done previously. So very much, if Bliss want to guarantee themselves an even half, but more importantly, a shot at the 4-2, need to win this site. But with how well I will say that BDS were able to get an execute down in the previous round, that's often how these CEO sites go, whether it's from the front or from the back. Usually teams are aiming to put the diffuser down. That's one hell of a way to make it more difficult for BDS to enter.
Yeah, Solotov is a big operator. Playing that Dokkaebi. Utility is just simply not going to be used this round. Liquefact's done some good work on the Twitch so far, but losing the player is really just such a difficult obstacle to overcome for BDS. Oh, there's good information here for Wettables as well on that Valkyrie camera. Yeah, there's so much information. This is an info game, right? We've seen so many info ops on both sides. Special drone squad with BDS picking that Twitch and the Flores in previous rounds. We saw the Zero previously as well. And Bliss really loving the Echo and Valkyrie combo.
Love these Zoto canisters to make opening up the Canto wall a lot more delayed, but that wall's going to get opened up eventually, as you can see, and Yuzu's, this position is meant to play the long game. He's going to be here the entire round, so whether it opens up at 2:30 or a minute 30, Yuzu doesn't care one way or the other. They're still persisting boon for Bliss is Solotov. You know, 2 rounds in a row now, he's got that opening pick. You remove the Dokkaebi calls from play. How difficult will this Grim be? Or will it matter? As long as Bliss retain this advantage, the square player dealt with, Liquifac now has to take that position. If BDS were gunning for an execute, and all the Bs are gone, I doubt they're going to be able to get one.
The key here, the way back in for BDS is finding a pick, and Oda needs to be really careful not to secede his life. Liquifac's been on fire this game, and he continues that. Big kill onto Oda. Numbers are even once again, back into the realm of possibility for BDS.
Very much so. I think the next position they might want to deal with will be Fish a Guy playing inside a Janitor. They've got 1 set of Bs for it, some smokes to cut off the entry into the site too. Sure, it's close with the shotgun, but this is the main player I think BDS could work to get a 3v2.
The Sage has actually abandoned the site. He's not sure about what he wants to do. Liquifac.
Long angle.
Dangerous with that DMR. Wettables down. The Yokai's ineffectual. He even spots Sage there, who doesn't do enough damage to convert a kill. Fisho Guy is now trapped. Both defenders have C4s, but are they going to be able to get into position to use them? Sage finds a critical kill, but is traded by Users, and Fisho Guy does not survive. BDS firing up 3 rounds of attack, may be all that they need on Bank, but they're going to gun for more regardless.
Excellent play from Liquifac right there, realizing that very much once you're down in that 3v4, moving into the site with such low time and just trying to go forth with the plan is not going to do you any favors, especially when they're still owed it down below with that C4. But being the farthest extended player, Liquifac able to get his second, but also importantly get that 3v3, a 1-tap on Wettables as he's trying to challenge that long hallway. Overall, great rotations by BDS to support that play from Liquifac, but a good individual maneuver to win that round basically off of the kills as they moved into the site.
Users is top fragging, and Solotov is also out fragging him, but Liquifac seems to me to be like the cornerstone of highlight players in this game, despite being behind, I guess, 2 of his teammates. And it's really just because every time we spectate him, he seems to be in such an impactful position and finding a really essential kill for BDS converting the round winner. Happened on that basement as well. He was the one to get the opening kill onto Fisher Guy playing the blue stairs, and he had a huge 3K just then. He needs to be shut down by Bliss if they have any hope of tying this round up, ending into the second half at an even equation, and realistically that is the priority for Bliss. Like, they can't afford to go down 2-4 on their defensive side on this map.
When BDS have been winning, I mean, you talked about Liquifac as well, but it's been players at every end of the round doing well. As you said, Solotov on that entry, Liquifac Uzus on the lurk in the middle, the late round. Really been a good individual performance from BDS so far. The only rounds that they were dropping were genuinely when Bliss were outgunning them, winning their 1v1s on that Teller's site, holding control or stopping the rush on the Office site. But after that failed rush, we're really only looking at Tellers as a round where BDS put forth a more long-term idea over the course of the round, and Bliss were effectively able to shut it down, I suppose. Yuzu's back on this main lobby rappel where he's been every single time. So good in this cutoff. It's going to make Wettables' position a lot more difficult, especially once somebody from BDS starts pushing him up front.
Yeah. I think Wet's in a really awkward spot now. He's got all these players on various different rappels contesting him. He does try and fire some bullets back their way. There are 3 different rappelling players looking to pinch him out. He just needs to hide in this one corner and not move and force the opponents to deal with him. Solotov eventually gets the angle. So well played from BDS. They know the architecture of this map. They know how to pinch out these players, and they've done it in quite good timing as well.
And the coordination from BDS this entire half on this roam clear has been so good no matter the site. Like I said, only really Tellers being the only weakness once they actually went for a full clear. And it just continues to be in this round. Sage now in a bit of a difficult position, both him and Brendo, the brothers, trying to hold down this top floor. It's a similar position that BDS found Bliss in the previous, where you have players that could very well be pinched. Brendo and Stock. If he wants to take a fight on this window, there might be Solotov or Yuzus or Liquifac ready to take him down. Sage will make the smart call to rotate, and Oda, a very important pick, but Liquifac is hot on his heels.
And looking for a trade. Liquifac's been so deadly. That DMR packs a serious punch, and he's proven how lethal he is with them. The call and the fall off for Bliss as Users gets into the building and starts to open up more long angles towards the site. BDS looking very well poised.
Very well poised, and the big thing that Bliss need to hold on is once these flashbangs come out from Liquifac and the push in from Tellers, they need to get a kill somewhere else and anticipate this lurk. I think they do with guns already trained on it, but if BDS get the 4v3, I think they close this half 4-2.
Oh, Liquifac Ain't nobody can stop this man. Fisho Guy was one of the key players on site to slow down the push. And he's been shut down without a fight. Brendo too scared to peek. Oda needed to land that. Shaiko's taken down Brendo, leaving just Oda and Sage to repel the onslaught from the French. Down goes Users, and Oda as well has hit the deck. It's all up to Sage now in a 1 versus 4. Leakafact doesn't need to peek. This plant needs to be denied. Good first kill. A C4 over the top. Does it deny the plant? It certainly will not. BDS dominating in their attack. Farming Bliss in this first half.
Those pinches on the roam, man. BDS so good with it. Consistently getting a 5v4 that half, save for 1 round that, ironically, they didn't even convert. But we do have Jesse J. Chick, my favorite Canadian boy, for a call-in. Some information to provide us. Jesse, what have you watched in these past 6 rounds, or what do you have prepped for us?
How's it going, boys? We have a lot to talk about through this game. Obviously, we have Bliss on a 4-game losing streak through best of 3s so far. They've yet to win a single map in BO3s this tournament. Their last BO3 map win came during the OCE Grand Final, so they're 0-4 for the last couple of matches. And to change that, they're going to have to go positive attacking bank. Now, that could be a tall task. Their last bank game came 2 days ago against Team Secret, and their attacks were the problems. They really struggled to get going on the timing of it. Bliss have always kind of been a bit of a slow team. A minute 33 is their average first gunfight throughout this tournament so far. So to take this map against BDS, they're going to need to speed up their attacks, and they're going to need to be really on point with these opening picks.
Well, we're starting the action phase, so let's start the clock right now. Thank you, Jesse and Dev. Let's see how well that prediction holds.
It's a big ask, isn't it, from Jesse? Bliss have struggled on their attack previously on bank, and now they move on to their attack half, 2 rounds trailing behind BDS, and this is their map pick as well. The big weakness that we've seen from BDS in their games against Talon and CAG is that they're losing the mental game. Like, they look tilted as hell. And I think Bliss's way out of this game, their way to navigate the storm, was to have a reasonably strong start, just be chill, be confident, and then start to expose a lot of BDS's weakness. But we have, to be honest, seen almost no weaknesses from BDS so far.
Well, we have a 2-5 game from Shaiko, and we're still basically saying BDS undeniably won that half. When your star player, basically the star player in the world, doesn't even really need to show up in the game all that much for you to look like the winner of a half, you know we're in bad shape, fellas. Brendo will spot 1, but you gotta hit those shots. Leakafact not even taking a lick of damage in that engagement, and he loses as Yuzus reaggresses. Well, I guess the first gunfight happened a lot quicker than a minute 30, but Bliss have lost 2 in the span of a minute 10.
Man, that's such a tilter. I mean, that could have well been 2 kills for Bliss and nothing for BDS. Quite the opposite happens. Now, desperation as Bliss lurk in. Oda thought he had information on someone here in Archives, but he has already fallen on back. I think that BDS have identified, look, we're 2 players up, we can just fall back to site. And for the most part, there's nothing we really realistically need to achieve here. Shaiko will contest for a little bit longer, but he can fall back at a moment's notice as well.
Oh, trying to take the fight. Another opportunity for Bliss to get a pick, and it escapes them. But Fisher Guy
pushes for it
and recovers. Not the advantage, but at least maybe a bit of their momentum. But a minute left. Fisher Guy needs to open up these hatches, and they need to convert down to the bottom floor. No Twitch on the board, might I add. Those Vulcan packs, in all likelihood, still very much a factor on side of the site. We'll have to use Otis frag grenades to clear them out, get Fisher Guy in position. But again, all of that with only 50 seconds left, and BDS still holds server stairs. They can still contest that hatch. But Bliss have got a 3v3, and that might just be enough to make this competitive.
No, it was looking pretty grim after BDS found the first 2 picks, but Bliss have somehow brought it back. Now, there's still a lot that needs to be done, and not a lot of time to do it. 30 seconds to play.
The Vulcan packs, man. We got another 20 seconds lined up right here before Oda even pushes in. This is the right call from Bliss. Rotate around and try to go for the backstab.
Solotov is ready to receive. Oda's gonna have to go deep. We saw a player for just a second, but he loses the fight to Users. BDS once again in the advantage, and desperation for Bliss. They fall apart completely. BDS looking incredibly solid on bank, up 5-2 on Bliss's map pick, and not looking to slow down anytime soon.
Those Vulcan packs devastating against Bliss, and BDS showing that even though with this new roster, they haven't played Bank since its formation. They're also well aware of what they need to keep an eye on in their setup. They've got the 2 Vulcan packs up front, but most importantly, in my opinion, the 1 Vulcan pack back by Elevator. In the 5v3, obviously, they can rotate back, they can play the advantage, but once Bliss go for the execute, and in my opinion, make the correct call, which is try to flank down Elevator, BDS knows that is the right call. They know that's how Bliss can get back in, so they pop that Vulcan pack 2, and Fisher guys then gotta rotate and drop down red, where all of BDS have their guns trained.
You just look at the contrast between the way that BDS attack. They always have multiple solutions at dealing with the defensive problems. Like you got Twitch drones to clear those Vulcan canisters. You've got Flores. You've got Gon 6s, grenades. Bliss realistically did not have enough to deal with that. And it meant that it came down to the end of the round. They'd finally brought numbers back, but there's simply too much utility on site. And Bliss were forced to go deep. That only works if you can win some gunfights, and they lost every single one. BDS up 5-2, and it's just looking like such a challenge for Bliss to try and come back here. I think that BDS might have this map on lock, which is a real concern for the series. As Jesse said, Bliss have yet to win a single map so far in the BO3s of this tournament. And it might be the same case here as well. I mean, Clubhouse is a great map for BDS. They almost beat Furia on it. If we move there next with BDS getting a very convincing win here, then Bliss are going to be seriously on the ropes.
Yeah, with that, a close game against Fury on one of their best maps as BDS's main play that we think of Clubhouse in this, it's a daunting prospect for Bliss to be certain. Especially losing the momentum after losing a map that you have basically, in my opinion, treated as old reliable. For a lot of these international events, you're thinking in the back of your mind, we beat FaZe on this. We beat the team that could have won the World Championship on this map 8-7. Look at how down we are. BDS just looking better at the moment in terms of individual skill, in terms of clearing. Now Bliss have to fight back. Win 5 rounds in a row if they want to close out in regulation. Dokkaebi call going out. That's a very good start. Sure, Users might not be dead, but 1 HP, anybody can cut him off right now very effectively. And Bliss also now pushing BDS back. A minute 15 seconds in, we're starting to see some retreat. Bliss just need to fill this control quickly because a minute 40 can turn into 40 quicker than you expect.
And we saw that last round, right? Bliss bled time and they ended up losing because they had about 20 seconds to execute. And while it is great that they managed to take control of that top floor and are finally repelling in, they still have to worry about C4s. The first one does miss. This guy going for a bit of a desperate spray through the floor, doesn't find anything. There's a lot of information here for the defense. Those Valkyrie cameras working wonders.
And not only is there a lot of intel for the defense, we see Brendo, we saw him sitting outside of stock. That position's been clear for about 40 to 50 seconds now, and he's been sitting outside waiting for it to be droned for the entire mid-round, and only just now has he realized it's clear and moved on with his life. Making sure nobody retakes it, sure, but Oda gets that first pick and then is immediately traded out. Bliss are starting to bleed time exactly like they did in round 7. Yuzus, despite the low HP, getting that trade. He's still exploitable. Bliss can make this a 4v3 if they cut down that castle and elevator. The time's running out, and so my Bliss's chances at a man advantage.
These Valkyrie cameras are serving BDS so well. That's 2 kills now they've found on the back of that information in lobby. Brendo's now going deep. His brother does find one. That's Solotov, one of the big fraggers going down. Brendo's now looking to put some pressure on the side. He's opened up a line of sight as Sage hitting 11 kills. He's top fragging the server despite his team falling. It's just up to him and Wedables now. A very low HP user. He needs to go for this. Sage is rotating back for that diffuser. Wedables just waiting for his teammate to close in. But there might not be enough time for Bliss here. Wedables has to drop, and they have to find users. 1 HP, but the dream will never die. Sage in a 1v2. It's desperate, and he is given absolutely nothing by BDS. Map point for the French, and Bliss, once again, cannot convert.
That's where the nerves and the anxiety start creeping up on you and really costing rounds. Of course, the diffuser dropped on main stairs, and Bliss, once they get that 2v2, Yuzus is still 1 HP, and more importantly, they've got important utility to make that winnable. The lifelines from Sage in particular. But because he has to go pick the diffuser back up, he doesn't have time to pick it up, rotate back, lifeline, get the intel, push on in. He just got to move forward. And then I think, unfortunately, this is a bit of a late tactical timeout for Bliss. They knew this map pick was important. They're comfortable on bank. And I understand you might think to yourself in that, you know, round 7 loss, okay, we just got outgunned in the early round, but it's 5-2 against BDS, who are looking very comfortable. I'm almost curious if this should have been called earlier.
Definitely, it's 6-2, right? The BDS have had a lead for a hell of a long time. Mingoran needs to talk to the team right now. I mean, BDS don't need the tactical timeout. They have been so comfortable this whole game long. It is Bliss's moment now to try and fire up. I don't know exactly what Mingo's saying, but I'm going to be honest. I saw the Bliss guys this morning and they looked very quiet. They didn't look like they were full of energy. And to be fair, a lot of these players are quite quiet people, but particularly Wettables and Oda, you expect a lot of energy out of them. And when they're winning games, even the quietest among them, even Fisher Guy is jumping up and getting around it. And we haven't seen that for 2 days now for Bliss. They went up 2-0 in their first 2 matches and they took some pretty formidable opponents.
Beat M80 on this map.
M80 right here on Bank. M80 since have qualified for the main stage and are looking like one of the better teams in the tournament as well. Bliss took them down right here. Now they're staring down a convincing defeat on their map pick in their last chance at staying alive in the major.
Sage certainly showing up 11-5 right now. We can give him a lot of credit for that, but if we're worried about the nerves from Bliss, it's definitely hitting the other 4 players, I think. Brendo, remember, outside of stock for a whole 50 seconds before that eventually gets re-cleared.
You know what's funny is
move forward.
Bliss are actually losing in a way to a lot of the things that they did on defense. Like we've got the, once again, Valk and Echo combo, and the Valkyrie was responsible for a lot of kills last round for BDS. Bliss haven't brought the IQ like we saw from BDS. They haven't even brought, oh, I guess they are bringing the Dokkaebi now, but if they are able to find an early kill, perhaps they can hack cameras and start to find some of those Valks, but it's a very tall order for them. They need to continue pushing, going deep. There's been too many minor mishaps for them that have led to such a punishing deficit in the rounds.
Ooh, a little bit of an unfortunate miss from Shaiko right there. Very common play to Rotero that, then impact trick it, get it outside the radius, but some of those new changes, those exact lineups don't exactly work anymore, so Shaiko misses, and thankfully he's a zombie, so he can probably hold on to stock a lot longer, or the stock hallway a lot longer than most in that same position. But still, that bit of security now gone. Drones moving inside of the site. CEO, a bit hard of a bomb site to defend, but not exactly a complex one, especially if you have these yokais to deny the plant on the site, which Bliss want to go for, bringing the Osa, having Fisher Guy with the diffuser. They want to move in through square in all likelihood, then put the diffuser down behind the main desk. When you have those Valkyrie cameras to also influence the roam, intel on both parts of this defense. Half the round gone, BDS still holding on to every power position.
Yeah, but Bliss are really focusing on clearing this information gathering.
Which is fair.
It's what we talked about already and how powerful it's been. They were trying to hunt that yokai drone. I think a nade went through. I'm not certain about whether it destroyed it in the end, but they have spotted a lot of these Valk cameras as well, and we'll be able to take a lot of them out quite simply. It looks like the eventual plan here is to repel it with the Osa.
Yeah, they'll go for the repel. They'll try to fire off the janitor position and also any rotations from the right side, then smoke the same angles. Here goes Fisher Guy.
There's a C4 Plantanal ready from below as well if Likafat can get into position. Sage goes deep. Him and Oda both find kills. There should be information on the site thanks to those Valkyrie cameras, but still no plan tonight as of yet. Bliss have finally found their shining light as they jump back outside to hold in the post plant. Brede and users have a very tall task ahead of them. And all Bliss need to do is just wait on these repels.
It's completely unwinnable at this point. I mean, even with Oda on main lobby, it's wraps for BDS in this round. Really good plant by Bliss right there, especially the individual performance. He gets that kill. That's all great, but they've got the advantage. They've got the angles. They've got the round. Bliss, after the tactical timeout, go with that pre-planned Osa execute through the CEO windows and get their first round in quite a long time.
And a very convincing round at that. Much needed for Bliss. But is it going to be enough? They need 3 more in a row to push into overtime, and BDS have plenty of time to reset, including a tactical timeout of their own. It was such a good round, though, from Bliss.
It was,
that
absolutely.
was how Likafak died. Because I thought Likafak was going to be the one to play spoils there. He had a C4, he was down below, there was information on site. He had every way of just rotating underneath and using that nitro to kill the planter, but Oda on that repel caught him out before he could do so.
Yeah, it's good foresight from Bliss, knowing that not only could you have the Valkyrie rotate through square, but also through main lobby. We'll say, given the lack of control that they had, if Likafak was actually just there earlier, probably could have bled a lot more time out of Bliss, or maybe even got that C4 once the Osa went for the execute. So, not necessarily, hindsight 2020, but if Likafak had rotated earlier, might have actually been a more problematic round for Bliss, even if they ended up winning it. Either way, BDS have the advantage of being up 6-2 before that round loss. They have the time to learn from those mistakes, make them in the first place. Go back down below. Try this site where the BDS got an early 5-3 lead. Bliss, generally speaking, unable to recover and unable to convert because the existing utility on the site not there. What I am most curious about, we've got the Goya back on the board and we've got no Twitch, but also, even with the IQ, no nades.
Yeah.
Clear out those Vulcan packs.
This is very strange. You've got like 2 operators really dedicated to countering the information gathering, and the Dokkaebi and the IQ. Like, these are roam hunting operators who don't have much clear operators to get rid of things like the Azamis, the Vulcan canisters, the Fenrirs. And that's going to make things hella difficult for Bliss. They do have some form of execute util in the Grim, but it's just nowhere near enough to deal with the setup that we have from BDS. The way that Bliss win this is they need to use the utility they do have, which is for roam clearing, to win this roam game. And that means killing Shaiko, not just forcing him back to side.
They honestly, I think a 5v4 will probably not even be enough. I think they need a full-on 5v3 here. Cutting down Lickifak, cutting down Shaiko, anybody that tries to get aggressive.
Shaiko's so close to getting away safely, though, and he's the perfect operator for it as well with the Azami. Oda has not been able to cut him off. Wedables is coming around from the other side. If Oda can get into position, he might be able to cut off Shaiko before he's able to fall back down the hatch. And Shaiko's found a kill, a double! Fish and Sage drop to their deaths. It looks like Wedables will find maybe something. Bliss might be able to get an even numbers, but not if Lickifak survives. He does not. Big from Brendo, much needed from Bliss, but the 3v3 is so much less than what we thought they needed to win this round. A minute 20 left for them to shape up some kind of push to keep their hopes alive on Bank.
But they're just back in the same position they were previously. The Vulcan pack's in their way. I mean, they've got, I guess, more time to clear it out, but no good utility to do it. Also in that roam clear, of course, we have the double hatch drop that Shaiko eats alive, but Oda had one Dokkaebi call, and he doesn't use it until immediately after the roam clear ends. Nobody had information going for that hatch drop. The Marble and the Perimeter players were just baiting the hatch drop players, honestly. Not necessarily for the stats, but that's what ended up happening. Now, 45 seconds left. You've still got the Vulcan packs. Maybe these Grimbees will be the shot they need, but they'll probably need to win this one on kills. I don't think going for a plant is a realistic thing to bet on.
If there's any time to be sharp and hit your shots, it's right now for Bliss. BDS just waiting. C4 here for users, but he's been so keen here with his SMG. He dodges that flash, and the second Oda goes in for it, but users is not missing any shots today. Brede finishes that off, and indeed it looks like BDS might be able to put Bliss down right here. Brendo in a 1v3, and he is given nothing by the French. They just wait. They know full well this game is theirs. Brendo's got no hope, no clue where these players are, and no diffuser to speak of. BDS are looking for redemption, and they are just one map away from a return to the main stage.
Bliss honestly looking a lot like ITB yesterday. The calling seemingly not entirely there. More importantly, the coordination not seeming entirely there. They either look tired, burnt out, but I think the word I'm thinking of is nervous. Absolutely, with BDS looking so hot. The Bliss we know that went up 2-0, that was able to beat FaZe on Bank 8-7. That Bliss was just not here right now. Not here today.
And they need to get back as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will be on the first flight home back to Australia. BDS are looking back in form, and I'm sure the guys on the desk will be able to break that down.
Thank you very much, Lynx and Dev. And yes, we're back. BDS victorious on their first map here on a Bank. Reminder, this was Bliss's pick where they started off on defense, but let's break things down and go through it. I'm Milosh, with me are Jesse and Laxing. Please, Jesse, walk us through it, because even your in-game mid-route call-in was quite important to highlight it, but we didn't get that change you requested.
No, we didn't, Milosh, and this is a really tough map to be losing if you're Bliss. We started off with Bliss on the defense, you know, and it started good. We got a couple of rounds going for them. They did win that first quarter, but after that, it was all downhill. I loved the utility play from Lickifak. I thought his start to this game was really, really impactful. We saw those Twitch plays first, taking down the smoke to enable the plants on the very first round. I believe that was coming in from Solotov. And then we saw the Twitch continuing to be utilized well. Clear out the utility on the Kanto wall, have a big impact. I thought the Grim play from Lickifak was also really, really strong to help enable a lot of those picks. So it really felt like BDS came through with a lot of good utility play in that first round. And in the second round, I said it in the call-in, I said they've got a lot of problems with the speed. Bliss needs to get their pacing on points, but it wasn't there.
Yeah, and then you look on the other side, the winners here of BDS, and you look at use this again. Again, he is ramped up at 100% cost. That means he did everything right in this round, in this game. He was playing it perfectly, and that goes into what I was saying. He is ramping up. Obviously, the rest of the team doing really well, but use this specifically. Again, I talked about him. He started off in the EUL, #1. He started going up and down, up and down. Now he's finding his stride, and he is still going up, ending 13-3. In the first map, and now you're going to map 2. Again, this goes back to Bliss. Obviously, this kind of reminds me of the Secret game. They started out very weak, but they did push it really close to Secret, but I have to see the success going forward. And again, here are those stats. Once again, we're looking at Yeezus. He's making me say Yeezus. He is the player to keep watching on this roster. You know, typically we're talking about Shaiko. Typically we're talking about Leaky Fact. No, it is Yeezus across the board for BDS.
User specifically on those defenses, I thought late round was super clutch.
Yeah.
Whether it was finding important picks late inside the bomb site or just staying alive sometimes. 1 HP on that open area defense, hiding so that they could win the round on time. I think it's very clear BDS understood the assignment. They had to stall out Bliss, and User was able to do that while also getting all those kills. That's why he's at 100% cost.
I'm pretty impressed because that first round from BDS looked a bit, shaky. The first 3 rounds were kind of like, okay, you won 1, you lost 2, but actually the one that you won was based on a lot of things going right.
I think a lot of that in those beginning rounds is just initially feeling out the other team. What are they trying to do? And as you saw that, BDS just started to ramp up and truly understand how they wanted to approach.
All right, thank you very much. That was Bank, though. We'll see if we can recover here with BDS, or will it be a 2-0? That's on Clubhouse after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Blast R6 Major Manchester. We continue on between Bliss and BDS, and look at what we got. BDS are up 1-0, and it's all on Bliss. Should they lose this next map on Clubhouse, it is over. You get on that first plane back to Aussie land. You gotta make it count right now, Jesse.
This is the best Bliss have ever looked at a major, but they're also on a 5-game losing streak right now. 5 maps in a row. They've yet to claw back even one since the first day of Swiss. They have been spiraling. We need to see that change right now, or it's going to be a 6-game losing streak and they go home.
The nice thing about this not being Bank and not a huge map, it is Clubhouse. Sure, this is one of BDS's strongest maps, but it is a small map, so you are forced to work together with your teammates. So hopefully we can actually see them work together and not being scattered and taking 1v1s around the map.
Yeah, I will also say it's good map for them domestically, 3-0 in Australia this season, but of course internationally they've yet to play it, so we don't really know how they are against top-level teams.
Yeah, and if there is a team that is top level in Clubhouse, it is BDS and their performance over the past, few years, regardless of the roster that this team has fielded. But Uses was on fire, so was Likefak and Solotov. However, it seems like Bride and Shaiko were kind of silent on map 1.
Shaiko brought it back that last round. The 2K on the hatch drop was really impressive from him. And, you know, Bride is Bride. He doesn't have to be the guy who's popping off and finding all the kills. But it's okay. This new structure of BDS doesn't need to rely fully on Shaiko like they did in the past. This version of BDS is more flexible, and they're using that to their advantage.
Absolutely. It just goes to show. That's the whole reason of a 5-man roster is you can have 2 people not perform well if you're having 3 people perform extremely well.
Everybody's on the team here and activated. We'll see if Bliss can fight back and take it to Oregon. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll toss it to Dev, Marta, and Lynx.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it could be the end of the line for the Aussies here, but BDS have proven that it's not all sunshine and rainbows at this tournament for them so far. Certainly not compared to what we thought after the EU League, but it is a tall order for Bliss to get back onto that horse. BDS are looking arguably the best we've seen so far at the Major here in this game.
I would definitely agree with that. I mean, when you get such a dominant result like a 7-3 on your opponent's pick, and Shaiko basically doesn't even need to be a factor in how you're winning that game. I mean, to be fair, they just rely on the other 3 star players to get the job done, but it still shows how well BDS are looking going into Clubhouse.
This was always going to be a David and Goliath matchup. BDS, world favorites for the competition and former major champions themselves, up against the humble Australians. But after the runs these teams have had at this tournament, we thought it was going to be a close game. We are yet to see that. Bliss need to bliss up right now, or they will be on the next plane home tomorrow.
It'd be such a shame as well, going up 2-0, both Bleed and Bliss going up 2-0. We thought that both these teams who seem to have promised so much going into this new season, incrementally improving, for even one to go home would be a disappointment, but potentially both, if Bliss lose this next map, would be tough. As the operator ban phase starts, Dev, color me shocked. Monty, Dokkaebi taken off.
Yeah, Dokkaebi, we didn't see a huge amount of usage of from BDS last map. I just think BDS was so good at whatever tool they decided to bring. There was 1 or 2 rounds where they decided it was going to be 0, 1 or 2 rounds where it was IQ. They always made good use of it. Here on Clubhouse, though, the Dokkaebi, I think, can have a big impact on that roam clear. I think it's good to get that out. But interestingly, with Dokkaebi and Monty ban, it does leave Ying on the board, and we very rarely see Ying slip through. I actually don't think Ying has been in for a single game I have casted so far at this event. I don't remember any Ying play, and Ying can be insanely good on Clubhouse for these executes. Both teams need to maximize their leverage of that operator.
Absolutely, and another operator I think that teams should maximize their leverage of is that Grim. Unbanned, as opposed to BDS's previous outing on Clubhouse, and we saw how good their Grim usage was on Bank. To have that operator available for the executes, especially on a site like Church and Arsenal, could be problematic. Same could be said for the Ying, like you mentioned, the Capital, the Grim, any of those execute operators, BDS were excellent with.
Well, if there's anything going for Bliss here, they start on defense. It did happen on Bank, but Bank...
So how was that on Bank?
Yeah. Bank attack, BDS absolutely loved it. 4-2 split. Bliss on defense here on Clubhouse. They should have a little bit more success. The thing is, Bliss haven't been tested on Clubhouse internationally for quite some time. It was a great map for them in the OS League. They had some really convincing wins. The grand final, they won at 7-5 over Man Esports. They beat a team called 6 Targets. They beat Kelton's Knights. But the biggest loss in recent history was actually at SI to Wolves. Of course, they beat Wolves, another French team. Bliss, by the way, have a bit of of history with French teams. This is the first time playing BDS, but every event so far they've come to, except for this one, they have played Wolves. They lost that 7-2. It was the only map in the series that they lost. So Bliss really need to hope that they've worked on things in the last 3 months to get this map up to scratch to play BDS.
Ooh, Wetables. Well, not ready for that one.
That's cheeky. I quite like that from BDS. Like, they were fully aware of that play, and they had a way to not only counter it so that it wasn't going to lose their own life, but to get in and actually find a pick based off of it. That's really on the front foot stuff from BDS.
They've actually got 2 operators that you can kind of do that kind of play with. The Sledge obviously being the classic one, but even throwing the Boogie Drone through the door and doing that same thing, you're not really going to do that here. Instead, you're going to use that ram to open up the vertical holes inside, or I suppose on top of the Church Arsenal bomb sites. Got the Sledge as a backup option too, so plenty of utility to open up these vertical angles. You got the Hibana for the hard breaching as well with those EMPs. BDS with the utility, basically just to play out this mid-round, opening up whatever they want.
Yeah, BDS have been so on the ball today. This looks so organized. I have such a clear idea of what they want to achieve. Map control achieved quite... What? Shots to the toe. Breno barely exposed himself, but Shaiko, that high damage para 308, minces through him so quickly. Bliss already succeeding 2 picks halfway through the round.
This is a bad time for Shaiko to start heating up.
He got, what, 2 or 3 kills on the first map?
Yeah, not to state the obvious, but he's already pretty much matching his kill count from Bank, and he's single-handedly established a 5v3 for his team. Now you've got Solotov retaking the normal position he likes to push. He very much enjoys going from oil pit, pushing up blue, and he often will just go for a 1-for-1 in this position. With the 5v3 established, he's got some freedom to do that. Intel on one of the players playing around AKs too. He can just wait here though, because BDS still have a minute to go with the rest of their clear.
Yeah, this is BDS's map to lose for sure. Oh, I was going to say round to lose, but I guess it probably is their map to lose, to be honest. Yeah, from this point forward, like we said that Bliss needed to win Bank, they didn't. The Fish Guys found Leakafak, who fired up on the first map. Something serious. Oda, he needs to find this kill here in Dirt. He does light up Solotov quite significantly. Bride's taken a lot of damage to the gas, but can look to force down that plant. Oda's found his good smoke from Fisho, but actually no! It somehow is short or too deep. Regardless, Shaiko finds the 3-piece. BDS looking very strong in the opening round of Clubhouse, on the attack no less.
Bliss looking shaky again too. Wetables caught immediately on that quick play up oil pit. Shaiko then finding another. Brendo unaware of somebody on that hatch. Shaiko catching him off guard very, very nicely. Then with all that considered, with Solotov going down in blue, Lickifak going down earlier, if those smokes land and you force Bride off, that's a 3vx from Bliss. They can come back from that. And not only does one go long, but both do. When you need every round you can get as Bliss, that's a bad time to make mistakes.
I love that first pick, though. Like, that's so smart. They knew exactly what Wetables was doing. It goes to speak volumes about how much good prep work that BDS have done here. They know exactly how Bliss wants to play this map. They're always seemingly 2-3 steps ahead of the curb.
10 seconds remaining.
The foresight definitely strong for BDS today. That much we can be absolutely certain about. Carrying through also onto Clubhouse with the same strengths we saw from them on Bank. Now attacking CCTV, another site that will really favor the more well-coordinated team. Shaiko not actually continuing with the Capital pick, instead going to Flores. Talk about Shaiko's expanding operator pool over the years.
Yeah, he's not the Hibana Ash main he used to be.
No, he plays Nomad now. He's even playing Capital and Flores. Now, to be fair, what's kind of the, aside from Capital, what's the theme with a lot of the operators that he plays? You use your utility early on, then you can just use your gun for the rest of the round. So Flores making sense for his position and also with important utility. There goes at least one of those bandit batteries, and only one.
Still pretty good value there. Good information. Leakafak's found Mitch. What is going on here for Bliss? That's 2 rounds in a row. Very early picks. BDS well and truly in control of this game, and it almost never looks otherwise.
Somewhat actually confused at how Sage died because it's Wetables playing Raptors right now. Normally you want that Azami on top Raptors because she can hold that position for a lot longer. It's the same reason you might put a Doc there. He can stim himself back up, but instead Sage is found by, I think, Lickifak by main door.
Yeah, through lounge somehow.
I mean, I get why the Legion's there. Of course, he's meant to counter the Monty, but as we can see, there's no Monty in the cards.
Yeah, it's the player you want to take down as well. Azami, with those regenerating keeper barriers, you want to take him down early, and he doesn't have access to them in the late round. Also, Sage, who was by far and away the best player. Oh, this could be round determining, though. If Bride gets finished off, and he is, that's very well played from Bliss. They got aggressive there onto the Maverick, and now that wall is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for BDS to open. They have to pivot, but they waste no time doing so. It's users getting the flashes onto Wedables. So Leakafat goes straight in on it, looking for a second now onto Brendo. It's been beautiful from BDS, but Bliss are not done yet.
Fisher Guy effectively with a double there as his previous kill was finished off by the smoke, but Leakyfac increasing the pace, speeding up the music, has got 3 kills in round 2, 4 kills in round 2. Oda needs to be on for 3 if Bliss want 1 on the board.
They want it, but not just that, they need it. This is the side where they should be having success. A 4-2 split is what Bliss wanted. Solotov closes the round. BDS on fire today. Leakafak with the 4K, and the French taking no prisoners. The Aussies look defeated already.
This is the form we thought BDS could be in going into this major. It's taken a lot of time to heat up. But even though they go down 3-3 and Fisher Guy basically almost entirely shuts down the play around CCTV in the breach, Leakyfac and Yuzus both coordinating extremely well to flash up the moment they start facing obstacles, and then Leakyfac runs up the stairs in tandem. That's the kind of coordination that's basically put together on the fly that wins tournaments.
It's ambitious there to contest as a defender onto that angle. And Bliss want to have confidence. They want to have... They want to be able to just push for it. Like, they don't want to sit back and think, oh, we're playing against Psycho, we can't peek. No, they want to have confidence and go for these peaks. But at the same time, like, if you're a little bit too ambitious, then you're going to lose your life. I want to know how Sage died so early, because that's 2 rounds in a row that Bliss have just lost the first pick for nothing.
Yeah, and that's what we saw with Leakyfac sitting around main door, catches the Azami with her back turned. Really unfortunate stuff from Bliss right there. I think also betting that BDS would bring that Monty and not paying off, putting the Legion there. We at least see the Azami here now, but this is a Church Arsenal defense, by the way. This is not Jim, not CCTV, a very, very heavy extended hold. And Dev, you remember how good BDS were clearing out solo roamers spread across the map last time? I don't care if you've got to keep a barricade here. You're giving BDS what they were good at on bank.
The only thing that's different now is that Dokkaebi has been banned out. Bliss also, they love these solo spans. It allows them to have a little bit of freedom on their attack, but it does mean there's so much more info gathering ability for the attacking side. What an angle from Leakafak. Wedables taken down early. That's 3 for 3 rounds now that BDS have found that numbers advantage at very little cost in the first minute of the round.
Very little cost indeed. I mean, that's a default angle to take, just checking for that spawn peek through the single wall. That's something you would do anyway, even if you didn't have intel there.
Yeah,
cuts off the rotation exactly through construction. That's just a very normal play, and now BDS, they can start focusing on that Azami. Solotov betting that Brendo does not have intel in his position, but no, he drops down Oil Pit instead. That's where the Legion pick can be problematic. There's the sound cue, and Brendo hears it. Yep, he does. Look at him turn around.
But Shaiko's got the read here. That's a thing for BDS. Like, they've got so much information. There's so much of an inkling. Brendo coming down. He might be able to find the pick. There is info for him, and he does convert that. A second kill likely to come through. Leakafak pushing for this refrag. His position not revealed as of yet. He does get droned as Brendo. Sage now able to support thanks to the smoke subsiding. A good flash. Brendo might be able to protect himself. Oh, a flashbang bounces back thanks to the Kiba barrier. Bliss might have something here, especially as Solotov's gone down. This roam game looking quite effective, but Sage has gone down, and that does leave Brendo all alone, caught between a rock and a hard place.
But now the advantage of staying up here actually starts to be realized for Bliss. Brendo just dodging those shots, but lands them in turn. One more on the stairs. Shaiko might get the comeback, but Bliss have done enough to make this a workable situation for Fisher Guy and Oda, especially with that C4 to cut off any entrance from blue, and only the flashbangs to allow Bride entry into sight. The player who also would cover him on the plant on 1 HP, Shaiko solo to death. There was ever a time for Bliss to get there first. It's right here in round 3.
If Bliss don't get this round, I don't know what to say. They need this so badly. They brought it back despite losing the first kill.
The goo mine.
Goo mines, unfortunately for Shaiko, the IQ doesn't track them anymore. But Oda lands his kill. Information now on Bride's position. This Legion worth its weight in gold. Bride has to be the clutch king he was fabled to be, but not gonna happen today. Good lockout, sighs of relief on Bliss's faces as they finally get their first round of defense on Clubhouse.
Mingo's certainly loud, but the rest of the team still very quiet, even after that win against BDS. Brendo, really, I should say, I was very worried about his position. Very worried about his position early on in the round, but it ends up paying off. Leaky Fact trying to go there, and that Kiba barricade you pointed out, blocking that second flash, forcing Leaky Fact back a little bit. I think that really saves it for Brendo right there because he's concerned afterwards. The player pushing up bottom red isn't exactly in position and gives Brendo a huge individual moment to bring that round over the line for Bliss early on. Well, actually, not even early on, later on in the round.
Yeah. Brendo won that round for Bliss for sure. Look at Wettables in the middle. He's looking pretty pissed with himself, even after winning that round. Yet to find a kill. You did, I can't remember if we talked about this on stream yet, but we talked about it off stream, but Wettables was, he's one of the main voices of this squad. Like, Fisho Guy is the brains, but Wet, despite being the newest player on this roster, he's also the least experienced. He has brought so much voice to this team. And when you see him looking glum, looking a bit tied up, that's a huge concern.
Yeah, and when I was just going over to the bathroom during the break, I heard him talking about some of the things that he felt, was problematic for Bliss on Bank, and one of the big ones was communication. People asking for stuff, not getting what they needed, people off by themselves in positions, either calling or not calling for support. It's definitely something that we need to see improve from Bliss, but I also think when you have 2 times now, Wettables picked off very early on in positions either read easily by BDS or just caught off and looking very silly, whether he intended to or not in round 3. It's understandable why you start getting frustrated.
Yeah. It's really on Wet. It's on Wet to bounce back from... I know what it's like. When you're playing and no one's listening to you or whatever it is, you need to take that responsibility to get your head back into the game. And I know Wet's pretty good at that, but we need to see a little bit more from him. And I'm sure that the fact that he hasn't found a kill, he's been the first pick twice, is a bit of a frustrating factor for him. But BDS, they look to not slow down. They've lost their first round, but already on the entry, Solotov putting some pressure here on this clear.
Gonna be able to use that somewhat to open up either of these reinforcements, though. There are some head holes made in the wall, shots sailing by his head. One player on red and Cash, now one player in Cash and Khan. The slow rotations back from Bliss. Wettables in a spot right here to go huge if he can, but Shaiko cutting down Brendo early on. Wettables is now officially trapped.
Doesn't find his kill as well. That should have been a pick on to use this, and he gets traded on back from Solotov. Good work from BDS as they've pushed all the remaining Bliss players back into the site and found a 2-player advantage as well with half the round still to play.
And look at how strong that communication is from BDS. They want to push Cash. They have Solotov up front. They've got some guy on the breach. And what do they call? Shaiko, we need you to go con window. And not only does he find a kill for his troubles, he cuts off Wettables' rotation back to the site. So the Fenrir's got to go big, got to make a play. And unfortunately, another time, Wettables ending the round without a kill. Something that I imagine will only continue to build that frustration in the mind of him as he moves forth with the game. In the final minute, Dev, we have a 5v3. BDS clearing the util, opening up Jacuzzi. Gonna need somebody to go huge if Bliss have a shot.
Yeah, piece by piece, Fisher position is forced back, peeled away at the utility he has set up. Deployable shield gone, Yazami's Kiba barrier gone. Now he plays that mirror in logistic, but it does mean there's so much ability for BDS to take control of the site to inch their way forwards.
Especially with this Grim, the Bees can find the intel on anybody in these power positions, especially behind that Mira. So effectively, you have the advantage behind it. Once you swing, you can pre-fire. If the Bees are right there, especially if Bride goes for this drop, BDS can get that kill.
Sage has to have an impact here, protecting his teammate. He finds the first one. Numbers are even once again.
Oh!
Sage, caught out. Switching off the watch. Fishguy has to land the pre-fire, but he doesn't get it. And BDS, a great conversion there. Looked sketchy for a brief moment. They continue to push. They will not give up until this game is done and dusted.
Another nervous decision that gives a timing to BDS. Sage shuts down Bride, and that was the man with the diffuser. They've got it trapped in Logi, and he's got the next 1v1 coming up. There's nobody to trade out that guy pushing logistics from Khan. And he switches off the glasses. Was there a reason to do it? Not really. You can either blind the flashes, or if you're moving, get blinded. But if you turn them off, makes your position worse. It's not necessarily an inherently bad idea, but what it does is it gives that player pushing, I believe, Solotov the opening to get that kill. Another tilting moment, unfortunately, for Bliss when they're already trying to recover the mental.
Bit of a siege timing moment, but it is what it is.
Unlucky, certainly.
Oh, look at Weddable's face. His reaction when he's losing rounds. This is concerning. I mean, the guys talked about it on the desk, like Weddable, they kind of made a bit of a joke, to be honest. Like, it wasn't considered like Shaiko versus Weddable, who's the greatest ever to do it. Obviously, Shaiko is in conversation for one of the greatest players of all time. Wedables is a great player, but he's obviously not in that conversation. He's quite a new player to this level of Siege. He was only picked up just before the Atlanta Major when Jigsaw left to join the, at the time, Koi roster, now Fnatic. And Wedables has been phenomenal in this tournament so far. He's been fragging out, but that's not his job. Like, him and Shaiko are not comparable. Wedables is a support player. In fact, one thing that makes Bliss quite unique, even within the OS region, is that they don't really have many clearly defined, this is like our star fragger. Brendo's the only one that fits into a more conventional star fragger, and he's right now playing Mirror. The rest of this team are all very much able to flex onto these different roles. They kind of have 4 IGLs on this roster, and that is one of their best facets, but it does mean that if a player like Wedables starts to lose his voice, it can be very concerning.
Especially as we see communication, one of those big issues, and I think the other big issue they have is not something with their own system, it's that BDS have come to play.
That's 5 opening picks in a row, man.
5 opening picks in a row. Bride also now officially really the only guy whose performance hasn't really been there, but as we know, Bride doesn't really need to get kills. Liquifax, Solotov, and Yuzus were there on map 1. Yuzus has dropped off, and guess who's taken his place? Well, one of the greatest players to ever do it. Shaiko 7-2, Liquifax 7-2. Well, Shaiko now 7-3 as Brendo, that very player you talked about that we saw put this mirror window up on the cash wall, able to cut him down, get that 4v4. It is a CCTV and cash defense, as you can see. The users removing a very powerful piece of utility. Very necessary position.
Yeah, mirror window being down does make things difficult. Now, Brendo can still play this. He just has to be very careful. It does make things a bit awkward for the player contesting, as is Solotov here, because he's got to worry about peeking through the mirror. He's got to worry about peeking either side of that mirror as well. There's a mirror on this main wall too. Bride can smash the glass, but still not able to get a breach on this wall as of yet.
You see one frag grenade go out, caught by the magnet, left up on cash window, but Fisher guy missing a fight. He had dead to rights. Weddable is a key run out though. Like that aggression. The mental, I think, recovering a little bit. That's a risky play to make, but Wedables with the confidence, it pays off completely.
Desperate now for BDS, but they find the numbers once again. Good trade. No! Missed opportunity for Sage. He needs to find this next one, but he looks away at the wrong time. A good C4, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Liquifax is low HP, but the same can be said for both of these remaining Blitz players. Wedables needs to stand up now. He is in the power position. He's on that Azami. BDS have gone into sight. Yuzus is pushing for more. He's hungry for it. He wants to play on the main stage in front of his home crowd. He finds both! BDS looking untouchable. The French have fired up once again. Europe is here to stay.
Yuzus is doing what he does best. Might only have been 2-2, but that's not because he's underperforming. He just hasn't found a reason to show up. But in that 2v2, he does. Moves in the breach. It's Liquifax with the diffuser, but on 1 HP, he's nervous to move into the site. Understandably so. So Yuzus finds the ever tiniest of gaps with 1 player in red and 1 player in server, but on the other side, playing it safe. He's able to progress on in, but 5 rounds in a row now. BDS have this advantage. They can lose bodies, they can make mistakes, they can even die to nice individual plays from Wedables right there, but they always have this buffer, they always have this gap, and they are making it so Bliss are always fighting from behind.
(4-1). This is even worse than what we saw on Bank in a way. Carter, Bliss got 2 rounds of defense in that half, and now they're looking very rough. I don't even think they're going to be able to find a second here. They're going to go back down to the basement. BDS's attacks onto this bomb site have been nigh untouchable. I'm not sure what BDS need to do here other than just continue playing how they know they play best. A roam clear on the cards. Dokkaebi, it's been banned out instead. The Jackal. Now, Bliss, the only round they've won so far this game, Carter. It was on this bomb site, and it was thanks to Brendo having such an incredible roam. He needs to deliver once again here.
Got to. Whether it's him or Wedables, this offside play being the only thing Bliss have to cling to at the moment. It's got to work. It's a bit different right now, as you can see. They're not going with the Azami play, instead breach denial early on, forcing not just one, but 2 EMPs actually out of BDS very early on. They've got no backups, and they've still got this Cade on the board, so Sage could rotate down, but he's caught by Solotov with an Electroclaw in pocket. So that's one hatch that now ends up being unelectrified that BDS can go for. Oda now on this roam. Remember how good they've been at pinching players once they found the intel in their position. They could find him, but instead it's Brendo to fall.
And another one bites the dust. Bliss looking completely dismantled here. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but every single play they seem to make is read to perfection by BDS. The French are ready for everything. Oda, hello?
Oda!
I think he saw him, but didn't land the shot just in time. Didn't have the reaction time. Now he'll look for a flank. He could potentially find 2 here. He finds the first one, and he can get back towards the side, but it is Oda versus the world. BDS have been even better here on map 2 than we saw on Bank. A down is something onto Solotov, but BDS have so much time to shape up.
So much time to shape, and Lickyfax still has 2 scans with the Inox. If they can just look around and find footprints in the final minute, they can get his exact position figured out. Once they push into the site, that makes it a whole heck of a lot easier.
Patience is all that's needed now for BDS. They could, in theory, just play this like it's a normal 4v4.
Yeah.
Go for all the hatches, play slow and steady. I think Oda is trying to bait. He does get audio of the player above him. Impact to go out, but it doesn't find Solotov. His position revealed, and down from blue stairs, Users finishes him off. A devastating blow to Bliss. 5-1 in the half for BDS.
They even read that he's baiting the down guy. They even read that play. That's ridiculous. But it's a side swap. It's 5-1. We've got Jesse and Gabe on the line. A couple information. Boys, before you begin, it's not looking good for Bliss, is it?
It's definitely not looking good, but we want to talk about the ban specifically here. I want to talk about the Solus and the Dokkaebi ban. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me because Dokkaebi and Solus aren't a make or break for this map, and especially when you have Valk and all this utility up. You could have banned a Mav, you could be using a Valk, and they used it towards the very end, and in the end, it didn't really matter when they could have just been using it to begin to figure out what they needed to do.
Yeah, and of course, the operator we expected Bliss to ban in this game would have been Ying. Bliss haven't played Ying a single time through this entire tournament, and they've banned her on almost every single game coming into today. So it's obviously the operator that we were expecting to see Bliss ban. It's the operator BDS we're expecting Bliss to ban. What that signals to me is that Ying is Bliss's last chance. It's their Hail Mary to save their tournament. I'm hoping we see some Ying out of them throughout this half. If they're gonna claw back this 5-1, it has to be off the backs of some Ying picks.
Well, Jesse, I hate to burst your bubble, but the attacker repick phase has just ended, and they've not picked Ying. I think his advice is sound, by the way. I think bringing that execute operator, especially with the Grim on the board too, or Capitao, I think any of those options, the Ying being, I think, the highest profile would have been good. And Bliss have just gone for double breach, vertical destruction, IQ to find that intel dev, but nothing to really help that execute.
Yeah, my main concern for Bliss is that they don't have any Grim or Ying for the execute, Capitao even, but they also don't have anything realistically to deal with the Azami's Keeper barriers, which can be so difficult to clear on site. Looks like League of Facts actually roaming with them, which might make things a little bit easier for Bliss. If they are able to get to an execute, they won't have to deal with Keepers on site, but it means they'll have to deal with the roam. Dokkaebi's banned, and they don't really have many roam counter utility. They're going to have to trust in their drone work and trust in their execute onto Solotov upstairs here. He's looking pretty hot, but he does get found. Good start there for Bliss. For the first time, they have the opening pick and a second one to boot.
Now they pinch out one roamer, and Oda just wins the straight-up fight with another. Bliss, the 5v3, the first time. Not only do they have any advantage whatsoever, but even their first time on the attack, they get a 5v3, make that a 5v2 as Wedables on the cutoff.
Very aggressive defense from BDS, and it is being punished. Now Bliss, all they have to do is convert. Good flash. Does force Users back down again. It's just about consolidating the advantage now. Users has been discovered. He should be a free kill. Bliss just don't need to overcomplicate this. A minute 30 left to go. And they are being diligent here, which is great. Users is going for a big rotation. He's reloaded his pistol, ready to make himself a way back in. Both of these defenders are looking to support here in dirt. It looks like Users will get back to site potentially, but this is a bit embarrassing. Somehow Brendo goes down. Wedables didn't look to push for that kill. Surely not. Like, surely not. Here we go. Oda's found one. Users might have gone back to site, but he won't survive for long. Brede should be exposed now. It's a 4v1 for Bliss, and they really should win this round.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, the flashbang going into Moto, they're hitting the opposite site that they know Brede is, because they would have heard him inside of dirt, opening things up. Gets the first kill, though, works his way on in, but Sage, there on the cutoff. I was hoping to see the energy after this. I mean, that was...
Yeah, you need that. Well, a bit of a laugh from Fish and from Brendo, but again, Wedables looking dead serious after
Brendo
that
too.
one. He had a bit of a smile on his dial when they won the round. Have you looked at Wedables' eyes before?
They are piercing.
They are amazing. This guy has the most piercing eyes I've ever
Can we just hold a
seen.
shot on Wedables, actually? Can we just...
I would love to just look deeply into Wedables'
No, get
eyes.
back on camera. Get back on camera. Look at that. Look at that! He does have some very distinctive eyes. They are very pretty. They're almost not even hazel. They're like straight up like bright gray.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how to describe him. Mesmerizing. We saw Kangaroo Kenny walk up and eat a banana in front of M80 as an intimidation tactic. I reckon Wedables should just walk up and stare deeply and piercingly into BDS's eyes before the match.
Wedables has those kind of eyes that, like, if somebody in the Middle Ages had, like, seen them, they would have thought he was some, like,
He was a seer.
shapeshifter.
Yeah.
They
Could
had,
see into the future.
yeah, could, you know, tell mystical portents or things like that.
Even in these replays, like, Wedables has not looked like himself in this match today. I don't know what's going on.
Think about the guy that when you and I, when it was still all quiet in the studio, we had, I don't think we'd even I don't know if we had done tech checks yet.
Yeah.
We go over and talk to Wedables, and he's showing us his bag of props. He's got the minions,
true.
he's got
Yeah,
the
he
top
looks
hat.
pretty...
He wasn't looking
all for it.
excited, but exactly, he was smiles. He was looking, you know, somewhat content with the day, and now here, it's shaking his head, he's down on himself, and, you know, it's understandable why he's not having the best performance, but that player we saw that seemed like there was some energy and kind of excitement there. Certainly not here in the game, definitely the whole team overall. And unfortunately, Sage was the big performer on the previous map, he's fallen off, and Oda has risen up.
The thing about Bliss is, like, they don't really have, like, a star player that you want to see going 10+ kills, and if that's not happening, then they're going to lose. They're a team with, like, quite a well-rounded roster, and anyone can pop off. It's just a matter of having their system in place that they've got the comms.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for, that we see all of these players start to get involved, not just one guy getting those kills, whether it's Sage and Oda, but they all start having impact. Solotov, we saw with a Valk camera on this position, trying to get the long angle up into rafters, but that player's already passed. Already made his way to the CCTV window. Now hunting down these players off-site. Oda does find Licky Fact. That's not even the guy who was rafters. He finds a completely different person, but Yuzu's good with the trade.
There's another one coming for it as well, though. Wedables on the other side. A player that's been the talk of the town. He finds his pick and looks for a little bit more as well. BDS, though, not going to let up just yet. A big pick running straight through that E1D. Shaiko does get back to site safely. Solotov is still on for this roam. He's not able to climb the ladder because of this Claymore, and there's no realistic way to shoot it. If he thinks he's safe, he could try and C4 it. That would make a hell of a lot of noise and likely telegraph his position. A jump out from Shaiko and almost a kill onto Brendo as well. BDS are so dangerous even when backed up into a corner.
But Bliss have at least made them fight from behind, though. They made them recover that advantage and rely on big individual decisions or plays made by Shaiko, as we can see. They're in the driver's seat in a way we honestly haven't seen for any of the maps up until this point, up until the last round of this one. Brendo on the cutoff. But remember, Solotov is still a factor. But if he stays down below and doesn't rotate, it's a 3v2 on site. And Bliss are getting dangerously close to an entry once these breaches open and the power positions are cleared.
Wet's got an idea, but he misses his shot. Big cross from Shaiko. Does mean that Bliss have an idea of where one player is. Brendo, I think that, what was that? He's gone down somehow. And Sage, oh, he finds one! Looking for a second, but Brede comes back for it. Wedables 1v2. Solotov's low. And both of these players are separated. They look to try and maintain some form of crossfire. And they do just that. 5-1 in the first half, and now just one round away from the main stage. BDS, they're on the path to redemption, and they are mere steps away.
Oh, that That was the path to redemption for Bliss right there. Sage had the golden opportunity. They both line up for him, but he's only able to get one. He does that. Maybe they close out the 2v1 with how BDS are performing individually. That 1v2 might be good, but again, a very late tactical timeout. I will say...
Match point tactical timeout, 2 maps in a row.
I will say, at least for Mingo, you know, he had a really good attack previously, so it's not like there was some massive strategic failing that needed to be solved immediately, but as you said, with how low the mental's been, maybe the match point timeout, 2 maps in a row, maybe you could have afforded to go the 5-1, try to build that energy going into the next half. It's a bit less weird here than it was on map 1, but it still feels like it's too little too late, especially with how weak that defensive half was. Only 1 round for Bliss early on. All BDS have to do is just have 1-star player pop off. A Licky Pack 3K or 4K like we saw earlier, a Shaiko double kill or anything like that. Even though it was a good clear from Bliss Dev, BDS just need one of their 4 players showing up to show up.
Good round. What bitches?
One more round for BDS, and they'll be back on the main stage. It feels like quite some time. Atlanta, they
6
had...
months.
Yeah, well, it's been, since last major. Snubbed of SI. They really wanted to make it to that 6 Invitational, and yet they just didn't get enough points because they failed to make Copenhagen a year ago. And Bliss expected so much more than this. 7-3 on their map pick against them. Not a great look. Moving into the second map, they've struggled to even find 3 rounds so far. The 2 they found have not been the most convincing. A long road ahead for the Aussies, but BDS inching closer and closer to getting back to where they want to be.
And just one excellent performance from one of these players on BDS. Shaiko 10-6, but all of the most hyped players on this roster dropping at least 7 kills. If there was ever a time for BDS, who have so far looked shaky, lost the game to Talon, could have lost that game to KAG, they might not even be in this matchup. Had 1 or 2 rounds gone KAG's way yesterday. A horrible time for this to happen, and a horrible time to lose one of your hard breaching, your exothermic, to an Electroclaw trick. Just brutal stuff as Bliss try to just begin the roam clear.
That's been hard to do so. Not the breaches that they've been looking for. A minute passed and they've struggled to really get an inkling into the map. No boots in the building as of yet. No kills. Leakafac, hell of a lot of damage done onto Sage there. He looks to be able to get away with his life as well. This roam has not been dealt with effectively at all from Bliss.
Loading new mag.
Not at all. Not at all. Just a couple shots. Solotov now cuts down Oda. Hate to feel like the energy in the whole warehouse is being brought down. It's been a slow, quiet death for Bliss. Intermittent moments here or there. Round 7 of the attack looking good, but just intermittent engagements. BDS winning them. Oda and Fisher Guy now down. Your hard breaching dealt with. Sage on 1 HP. Hate to call it a minute, 15 seconds in advance, but BDS, disciplined as they are, holding down the site now. I think it might be Bliss going home.
.3v5. Not a lot of pieces to work with. Sage still such low HP. And he's walking straight into the waiting arms of Brede. Shotgun in hand.
The coup de grace.
Who finds it? It's an easy open and shut case. 2 versus 5 now. Wettables has got to fire up. It could be too late for Bliss. Brendo looking for something. Moving down the blue stairs. Oh, shut down by Shaiko. Snubbed of Sao Paulo, but back with a vengeance in Manchester. BDS break Bliss's back and make it to the main stage. A return worthy of former champions.
7-3, 7-2. To restate your claim as one of the biggest threats at the major. Excellent win for BDS. But unfortunately for Bliss, you know, we expected BDS to be on the main stage, unfortunately. Anything but top 8, given the expectations leveled upon this roster, would have been a failure at this tournament. But for Bliss, who have improved so much, I think we can be happy with going out in the last game of the Swiss, their best result to date. But not making top 8 2 events in a row, a team we hoped a lot for. It's sad to see them go, but they are very easy to root for, and I imagine we will in the future.
Very true. Bliss have given it a red-hot crack this time, but a disappointment after top 8 at SI, and yet top 8 didn't make main stage in Sao Paulo. They were gunning for the same here. They wanted to make their debut in front of the crowd, but they couldn't get it done. BDS, though, it's been a road to redemption for them. Staying such a long time with the same 5 players with that French-speaking roster. They've made some critical changes. They brought on a Turk, they brought on an Englishman, and now in Manchester, they will get to have users play on the main stage. It's been a rough tournament for them. BDS came in looking like the tournament favorites. All the Europeans were saying that this is the new best team in the world, and we haven't seen that so far. They got dismantled by PSG Talon. They also lost to the former champions of Furia. They had a real tough game against CAG yesterday, but today it was all work as usual against Bliss. A very convincing match that will send them with confidence onto the main stage. And we're going to hear from their Brit users right now.
Thank you very much, gents. Yes, BDS victorious. Uses, you were on fire this entire game. How does it feel to make it to the main stage on home turf?
It's more of a relief than excitement, to be honest, because we kind of expected ourselves to get to the stage, so it's just a relief to get there finally.
A lot of stress, a lot of pressure on you and the rest of the team?
Yeah, as you can tell from the first 3 games or 4 games, I can't remember how many it was. I think it was 4. But we almost lost to KAG, we lost to PSG. No one expects us to do that. That's probably why. I think that's why Bliss was easier, because after we lost to PSG, all the pressure was kind of gone, because if we lose PSG turn, we expect ourselves to win. We don't really care anymore.
I mean, you kept it rolling here, and even the end, when you were victorious, there wasn't much in the way of screaming and shouting to get into it, which is unusual compared to all the teams we've seen. So what was up with that?
To be honest, it's only because it was 7-2, 7-3. Yesterday against KAG, you saw our game, it was we lost 7-8, then we won 8-7. It's a lot more, I don't know how to describe it, it's pressure, hype. You feel it so much more.
All right, so now it's confirmed. BDS will be on the main stage. You get to play with a home crowd with you here cheering for you and the squad. What do you want to say to all those that are waiting for Friday to see you and the team performing?
Just pretend we're all English. Just pretend we're all English. Support us like we're all English.
There it is. So pretend they're all English, hype up BDS. They're not a French team, at least not what we're seeing from users. Though, thank you so much for joining us on the interview. Really appreciate it. But we will take a quick break. We'll come back to the desk and have yet another interview in depth with Likefak and the rest of the squad. Welcome back, everybody. BDS victorious, and they'll make it to the main stage. We already had a little chat with users, but here on the desk is joining us Likefak from our victorious squad. And users was saying, look, think of us as a UK team once we make it to the main stage, just to get the fans really rolled up for it. Are you adopting that same mindset yourself?
Yeah, of course. Everything to have the people with us. No, to be honest, UK in French, welcome to BGS, no problem.
Fair enough, Jesse.
Yeah, you'll have the crowd on your side. I mean, congratulations first and foremost, EFAC, for winning this game, making it to main stage. For a lot of teams, though, coming into this, you were one of the heavy favorites. I know a lot of people in the community had you guys in the finals in their predictions, 3-0 in Swiss. Didn't quite go 3-0 in Swiss. It was a little bit tougher of a battle to get to that point, but you are there now. Do you find the pressure was something that you struggle with at all this event? Did you find that was something that was weighing on your mind at all?
Yeah, just the first major as a team. So yeah, a lot of pressure on us. And like you said, everyone's saying BGS 3-0 in the bracket. So a lot of pressure on yourself. Now, like you see today, yesterday a little bit more, but today was really good. No pressure. We are here we do step by step, match by match. We wanted to qualify for the stage. And we said, okay, guys, we went 2-2. We deserve to go to the stage. Let's win today.
Yeah.
Without pressure.
And today you were fantastic. I'll focus in a little bit more to this Bliss game now. You know, Bliss can sometimes be a bit of a slower team. They can be kind of one of more methodical squads in the season that we have today. Was that something that you considered and tried to exploit going up against a team like Bliss in this important match?
Yeah, it's really important. Like the playstyle of Bliss, I think it's really interesting. It's the opposite of APAC playstyle. And we know how to play against them because we play a lot of APAC. We know how to play aggressive. And the next day, play Bliss really slow. So we have to prepare our mental. We have all the afternoon to prepare the match. And I think it will well.
On Clubhouse, we chatted a little bit about the operator bans from Bliss. Now, they've been banning a ton of Ying throughout the tournament. They hit you with the Dokkaebi ban on that final map. Was that something that you were expecting? Did it throw you off at all? I mean, your attacks looked pretty clean all in all, but was that something that caught you off guard?
Yeah, of course, because I know that we know that Bliss like to play a bit aggressive in defense. So we play a lot of Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi to play ban to Dokkaebi to play more aggressive in defense makes sense. So no, we expect this ban, and we didn't even play the Ying because we just focused on clear them every round.
Yeah, well, regardless of the bans, you clearly crushed them today, and absolutely well-deserved. Congrats again on making it to main stage.
Thank you.
And again, making it through the main stage, like we're all saying, it was a bit of a rough time. It's your first ever major together. Did you get to kind of explore what it means to be this new squad of BDS throughout the past 10 days of competition?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't have like eyes outside of my team. I just focus on level up every time in Scrim. I don't see. I saw message in Twitter what people say about us, but I'm clearly focused on what we can do better every time, and what we can do in Scrim. So. To be honest, I don't know.
That's fair enough. Well, congratulations regardless. Likefak and BDS will be on the main stage come Friday. For all the people that are watching us at home, you'll get to see them there. But for those coming to Manchester, you'll get to see a whole show and a half. Likefak, thank you so much again. Let's break down our matchup here with BDS versus Bliss with Laxing on the desk. Love that with the little tip-top hat that we got played at the end. He's got definitely got more hair on my head than I have right now. Anyways, let's break things down. BDS victorious. That is our big piece for it. Laxing. I mean, we heard both of you throughout the game, not just of us kind of sitting down and talking about the game, but also during kind of the call-in, see what was needed here. BDS made it happen.
I mean, I can't say I'm not surprised by this result. I mean, this is one of BDS' favorites maps, and then they made everything work in their favor. And in terms of the map bans, not map bans, operator bans, I didn't really hear what Likefak I said about him. But all I do know is when they went to defense, they abused the Valk. They were getting that information. They were using that right off the rip. That was getting a lot of them kills or just feeding that information to help rotations, whatever that is. And again, it's no surprise to me that we see BDS coming out on top in the fashion that they did.
BDS belong on the main stage. It's a major in Europe. It's the first major since they've changed their roster around, so they brought this brand new team. They dominated in the EUL. It just wouldn't be right if we didn't get to see them play on the biggest stage that Siege has to offer. So I'm very happy to see them there. Obviously, sucks for Bliss. I love those guys. Honestly, some of the most friendly people you'll meet in Siege. And always going up against adversity coming in from Australia where they just don't get as much practice as the rest of them. But today wasn't their day, and it is BDS going to the main stage.
I'm gonna be honest, I think Shaiko heard us talk about him a little bit because when you looked at his performance going into Clubhouse, he definitely ramped it up, and you know, he was top of the leaderboard, I'm pretty sure, ending that game.
Yeah.
So Shaiko, I apologize. It wasn't anything negative, but you know, I'm sure the team's happy for it. I mean, all 4 of those guys were popping off.
Definitely so. You needed the teamwork, and it made it work for BDS. Again, BDS on the main stage. Remind everybody, last time BDS played at a main stage event in Europe was in Jönköping, where they ended up winning the whole thing. That was a year and a half ago at DreamHack Winter in 2022. That was a while ago.
Well, I mean, to also think they didn't make SI by what, 5 points?
Yeah. Yeah, they barely didn't make SI just based on how the
barely
the
is a crazy
went.
even word to say that. Like, that is so minute. 5 points is what kept you from going to the biggest event of the year.
Gentlemen, before we kind of wrap up here, I just wanted to hear something, because Bliss has been eliminated.
Yeah.
But they have done an incredible job making it here. There's no 2 ways around it.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, starting off with 2 big wins in Swiss, that was super impressive. A lot of people had this team going out 3-0, 3-1, and obviously they've had some rough games. It's unfortunate for me they kind of crash and burn at the end there. You know, Bliss just didn't seem to have the ability to keep it going for the length of the tournament. That's kind of been a problem with them throughout the years. They have good moments. They have good players. They have good strategies, too. I think fundamentally, they've got a solid understanding of the game, but getting that consistency, making sure they can last throughout the entirety of the tournament, obviously that's something that they need to work on here, and I'm sure this loss will sting for them.
Yeah, and I think Carter said it best. I think they're a fan favorite. I think they're going to be getting rooted for no matter what. Obviously, they don't want to go out here, but that's just what it is. But again, it's repetition at the end of the day, and they truly are improving every single time we see them at a major. I'm impressed, to say the least. And this is 5 friends working together, duking it out, and making it fun. And I mean, sure, they look sad, but I mean, again, to go out the way that they did, to push it to the finals of this Swiss stage, you got to feel good. You got to take something from that. And I have no doubt that we'll see them in the next major, possibly make a main stage run again.
Absolutely. And a reminder, not everybody that plays and competes at the major is a full-time player that dedicates their entire life to Siege. Brendo and others on the squad, well, they have day jobs and then scrim and get ready.
I'm telling you, it's a hard job. This isn't just all butterflies and rainbows. So the fact that these guys can do that and still come here and put up a performance like this, hats off to them.
Hats off indeed. We saw it even from their coach. Though, gentlemen, thank you so much. Bleed versus Liquid is coming up in 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. We got our next game lined up for you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Manchester Major. We are firmly in Phase 2 right now. In fact, we are in the last day of Phase 2, and we have got a ruck of games coming your way. We've just seen a game earlier on. We saw BDS taking on Bliss, and now we have got Liquid taking on Bleed. What a matchup we've got here, Demo.
Yeah, and I think before we really get into that, we do have a VT ready. We actually spoke to Reaps, who we'll be seeing in this game, about that legendary mouse, the player who has the lowest sensitivity that I think we've ever seen. I'm really interested to see, really, you know, what's he doing with the mouse? I mean, what is it about this mouse that's so special?
Let's have a look at Reaps.
Can you talk us through how you ended up using your mouse in such a unique style?
Okay, so I first time played Siege when I was still high school. My home table really, really small, like half of the stage table, half. And I was Call of Duty player, like the recoil on that game just easy. And I first time tried Siege, the recoil is so bad for me. So I tried to higher my sense, and then just ended at 1.56, 16,000, yeah. And yeah, and then small table with the high sense, yeah, that's my unique mouse pad and mouse use way.
And why does your mouse pad fold over the table? Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, because I don't know about low sense, but high sense, stable at the part I want to use. Like if I put it over my arm, I feel uncomfortable on it. Yeah.
So can you tell us about what your setup settings are? So you have a high sense.
16,000 DPI there. I'm not sure if I'm going to give that one a go myself.
1600, but it went 16,000.
No, I think you meant 16,000.
Is it definitely 16,000?
Well, 1,600 wouldn't be that bad, think about it. But it must be 16,000. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, because I don't know if anyone had seen the video. I believe it was that Mentalist had posted a clip where it was...
I think Alamar posted the clip.
Somebody posted a clip where they literally hit the desk and he couldn't aim. Yeah. He couldn't aim. So yeah, very, very high. But look, obviously a player that you're going to need to watch out for because Ollie, he currently has the best KD in the tournament. Plus 43.
The thing is, we can rag on it and make a joke and sort of draw light onto it as much as we like, but if it's giving results, then, you know, it must be working for him. It seems like the daily mascot army for Bleed has grown by one.
Got a cat.
Is that cat that we've got right at the minute? We've obviously got Joel the fish. That
cat looks...
That's a bit cursed.
That's a possessed.
Little bit of a cursed cat going in there. We've of course got the French fry blanket, which is easier to say. Well, it sounds easier to say than it is.
French fried.
And of course...
Didn't put the French fried that.
Let's have a look at the maps that we're going to be going on. We, of course, are playing in a best of 3 here, so we need to find 3 maps for these 2 teams to face off on. First map to be picked is going to be chosen there by Bleed, and they are going to opt for a cafe.
Wow, bit of cafe coming in right from the get-go. So this is a matchup that we had previously seen during the group stages of Invite, where it was Bleed actually getting the upper hand over Liquid. So currently, with both of these organizations meeting, it is 1-0 to Bleed as it stands. This is kind of the rematch that Liquid, I'm sure, would love to have. And look, it's a massive game, a lot on the line. Loser goes home, winner straight onto your main stage. Chalet, always, I think, a very strong map for Liquid. Always has been over the course of that team's history inside of Siege. And we have Oregon to finish things off as well. So really, apart from, I would say, probably the Cafe matchup, I think everything else you can kind of expect.
Yeah, Cafe is one that we've seen Bleed play on fairly recently. We saw them play on that against M80, so I'm not really too surprised to see a familiar map coming in. You tend to get teams that want to stick to a couple of maps throughout the course of a group stage and then maybe save a little bit for later on.
Yeah, just looking at how both of these teams ended up here, Ollie. Both of them, of course, coming in through Phase 1. So they are the 2 sides that have played the most Siege that we've had at the competition. You know, by none, I think Bleed obviously has had to play more because they had to go through an extra game in Phase 1 where Liquid just got the 2 wins and straight into Phase 2. So yeah, both of them have played a lot of Siege. Liquid obviously coming from the 0-2 category, whereas Bleed have came from the 2-0 category. And do not forget, this is the same thing that happened to Bleed at the last major, where they were 2-0 up and just could not get it across the line to get that 3rd win.
I love how we started the day, well, not the day, but we started the whole event casting these 2 teams. I love how they fought their way through Phase 1 into the last day now of Phase 2, and one of them is going to go through. That's the exciting thing for me now. So, what are we looking at here? We have a Deimos ban and a Monty ban. Wouldn't be the Manchester Major without a shield ban, surely. Monty has been incredibly powerful, and it is not something that Liquid want to leave open here. Solace also going to get removed. I imagine it's going to be a Fenrir or something of that nature that comes in as the final removal here, the final ban. Fenrir is, of course, a nightmare to play against, but it is going to be the Azami. Oftentimes, when we do get onto Cafe, Azami gets targeted a little bit more, mainly because of Piano and the angles that you can create inside of that room. Azami on that top floor can be devastating. Not to say that teams are going to defend the top floor as a site, but they will occupy that space whilst defending other areas of the map.
Yeah, Azami's the same ban that Bleed went for whenever they played against M80. Keep in mind they did lose Cafe against M80 whenever they played against each other. Obviously, for Liquid in terms of Cafe, you know, they've left it open. They know that Bleed are a team that don't mind going to Cafe, and they will play that. So I think for Liquid, you know, you would expect they've done their homework. I think they would have studied that match specifically whenever they did go up against M80. I would say Liquid are going to be ready for what Bleed have to throw out here.
Well, they should be. They really should be. It's a map that they've left open. Obviously, you've got a lot of banning potential inside of a best-of-3 series. So the fact that it has remained open, Liquid are at least expecting it to be played. It just depends on in which order. Let's kick off with round number 1 then. We're actually headed straight down into Kitchen for this site. As we've already mentioned, the top floor of Cafe can be a very turbulent bomb site to defend into. And sometimes Kitchen is a little bit more preferable.
Yeah, BP from Turd, almost using it like it's a kind of Valkyrie camera, you know, where it's just kind of tucked in to a corner. Again, bulletproof doesn't just have to be in the wall. You can place it on the floor as well. So
and the visibility is good.
Yeah, you still get that.
You still get the visibility. It isn't that it just sits there and stares at the ceiling. One of the advantages, and something that I'm wondering if the reason for that being played there is maybe to disable a ram gadget, maybe to disable a boogie as it runs through.
Well, looking at the lineup from Liquid, it is very heavy in the kind of vertical lineup, isn't it? You know, you've got not just the ram, like you mentioned, but also the buck as well, which is always your kind of backup. And Oven, almost has the swing, will disable the drone. But again, still, nobody wanting to move from Liquid. They just want to try and get the initial kind of mid-floor control before they start going gung-ho. I think Liquid, again, have shown that they can be a very passive team, unless I always feel that, you know, Nas sees the stars align. I think Naska's been the big playmaker for Liquid throughout this entire event. He's been the one who's just appeared out of nowhere, like Jack the Ripper in the fog, and just slices everyone. But at the moment for Liquid, it is very passive, it is very slow and seldom, but they just want to make sure that they can get into the building. That's always the tough thing about Cafe, is trying to get into the building.
Well, they've done that, haven't they? It's halfway through the round. They've spent this time getting into the building and trying to get established. See, the bulletproof does get destroyed there. Maya, you can start to try and rip open some of this floor and give us a bit more of an idea as to where this Liquid push is going to end up. Is it going to be a bakery push? Is it going to be a white and VIP push? At the moment, all options are being opened, and resets can now start to move in and places boogie drones down and start to further rip open some of that flooring. You will get a little bit of the train room as well. It's a great way to get a lot of value out of that single boogie, and it certainly saves a lot of shots in the skeleton key. It just means that you can really open quite a lot of angles here to work with.
The issue that they have is they've wasted all this time trying to get into the building, and yes, they have got their mid-floor control. They've opened up their vertical lines, but there are still positions now that Bleed can fall back into outside of those vertical holes. They can play in towards VIP, can play in towards restaurant, bakery as well. Those are all options for them, and Liquid, they haven't done anything to actually clear those positions out. They still do have a Grim that they can utilize, who we know is an extremely strong operator for pushing players who are somewhat annoying in the positions they can play in. For example, Middless right here inside of bakery, but he is going to take the off-angle position. But what a swing from Hoven, gets the upper hand. Here comes Mentalist, one lines up for him, a quick refry from Lagonas, but because they eliminated the man on the small bakery window, it allows Hoven just to swing for all he's worth, and Maya all by himself, no hope. Bleed hold firm.
It's a great example there of a situation. You can get control of the map, you can make vert, but if there's no one there to catch these players as they're rotating, they didn't have wedding window open, they didn't have bakery double open, they didn't have the bottom of white open, they didn't have VIP window open. It took so many resources from Liquid to gain mid-floor control, open up the vert, and Bleed just go, well, we're just going to hide in corners that you can't get us at. And we're happy to wait. The wall was left soft inside a freezer, which means that you have to take VIP because then dropping the hatch just becomes a suicide mission. You're dropping into somebody's lap, essentially.
Great heads-up play from Hogan, though. You have to give credit to him. I mean, probably realizing, hey, they don't have like a gridlock or nomad to stop me doing that. Usually you would see one of those operators being brought just to lock down that small bakery. It's, you know, it's a big, high-access kind of avenue for both attackers and defenders just to lock down some of those corridors and swing in towards bakery. So, yeah, Liquid, I think just too slow. That was the main gist of it. They just didn't have enough time to do everything that they wanted.
Well, we didn't really see them take a gunfight. They were just sort of reacting in the moment. They were getting swung, and there was no situation where they'd use drones to locate someone and tried to give themselves an advantage and take a gunfight. It was literally just the gunfights were happening to them, and then they had to react. We'll see how they get on here in round number 2. Do wonder, Demo, we've seen the Deimos ban come in. Now, we've watched Liquid a couple of times now. Palu loves the Deimos, as do a lot of players on other teams, but they really use it to good effect, getting some sort of vertical angles going with that Deimos. Without that being available, you do just wonder, are Liquid being pinched a little bit? Now, I know that Deimos is a new operator, so they've played more without him than he has been available, but it did seem to slow him down there in sort of trying to isolate any sort of players.
Still think, though, for Apollo, you know, he has access to an operator there like Nomad. Probably, you know, one of Nomad's best map that you can probably think of, can lock down, of course, the run-outs and the jump-outs, and just a lot of the corridors, the way that Cafe's kind of, you know, laid out with the 2 sets of stairs, kind of into kind of winding corridors all throughout the map. You know, just very, very strong for locking down a few doorways that are, you know, key, and it really just stops the retake potential, I think, for the defenders, because Cafe at times can be very claustrophobic, I feel, for the defenders. You know, as soon as people start getting in those windows and walls get opened up, there ain't really a lot of safe positions you can actually sit into, and then you almost need to try and get a little bit active, but if the Nomad's there, you can't really do that.
Yeah, a little bit of a replay here.
Mirror jump out.
Exactly what happened. Using the C4 for a run out, it's a pricey maneuver, and you've got to make sure it pulls off. I'm not entirely sure what Asfi was doing there. Just kind of sent himself out of the window. Maybe a little bit of confidence here starting to brim over from Bleed. Recognizing, hey, look, we've taken down your Capital. We've got a reasonable advantage at the moment. If Asfi can send himself out and pick up one, then it's a worthwhile endeavor. And again, Liquid don't look too interested in... Look how bunched up they are here, Demo. We've got 3 players in and around this red stair area. Just going to single-handedly walk down red there. You're going to be getting yourself into a choke point.
Well, I think the way that Bleed want to play this is honestly just trying to retake. That's going to be their idea. It's got to almost let them push into the site, but you know that you can then retake from these different positions. A great swing from Mentalist eliminates Lagonis. Polo, though, on a backstab, pushes down Reading Corridor now. He doesn't see anyone. Diffuser is going to be called inside a train. Reset scans, but he doesn't know that Mentalist is tucked tight in behind that piece of machinery. Polu, a flashbang gets tossed in. Oh, Mentalist, the UMP! A phenomenal free K.
That was very reminiscent of a North American in a very similar position. Canadian, to be precise.
Gio! Sorry.
The worst gun in the game.
Sorry. What was that thing he's banning? I just call it a piece of machine. Is it a wheel? What is it?
Wheel room?
Is it? It's not a wheel.
Well, it is a big wheel, isn't it? It is a big wheel.
Don't even know what to call it, but he got kill shot.
Liquid are just
too slow.
They look like they're still at the hotel.
Way too slow.
They look asleep at the wheel right now. Now it's the first couple of rounds of a best of 3. And we've seen Bleed take early advantages before and then struggle to convert later on in the match. So it's nothing to get too alarmed about if you're a Liquid fan, which, judging by the social vote, more than half of you are. However, they do need to come away with an attack here out of this first phase. And the longer this goes on for, the more the confidence is starting to swell on the side of Bleed.
Yeah, and Bleed are a team which I've kind of dubbed as a team that refuses to lose. They don't know when they're beat. You know, this is the same team that me and Jack Witness get 14-0'd essentially, and they're still here. You know, that doesn't happen. So, yeah, it's one of those little teams that just, never take no for an answer. They are always saying, you know, we don't care, we are winning this. You can't do anything to stop it, we'll take that. And, you know, Bleed, look, obviously they've lost their 2 past games, but still close affairs. They really were.
Let's see if Liquid can start to try and bring some of this pace. There are still operators available to them. I'm very surprised we haven't seen a Ying yet, because Ying's available. It's one of the most picked operators, and it's fantastic on any map. It's good on Cafe. So I'm just at a bit of a loss, because it does seem like they're missing that big execute. And I know that Liquid aren't that classic execute team. They like to chip and stab away and get themselves in a position to get a plant down, but we haven't even really been seeing that. So it does sort of beg a little bit of a question of, you know, what Liquid do we have today? Is fatigue going to start to set in, given that they've played so many rounds so far here inside of Manchester, and the longer things don't go their way for, the more frustrating that is going to get. This time at least we've got the Doku beat being brought, and that can somewhat assist in clearing this roam game.
Oh, they're going to try and go for Reaps. Very fast take from Liquid. Straight down in for the red hatch. They have the Doku ready. There's going to be a red ping as well, assisting Reaps, so he does know that they're coming for him. And though, great clear up, and no, somehow gets out of there. Reaps stays alive. Oh, what's happened to TK? Reaps gets out of it and takes Hoven with him.
Unfortunately, that Hoven had a nice angle there, especially with the DMR. He could have ripped through. Reaps doesn't have a lot of health to speak of. He's going to try and occupy that space in Cocktail for as long as he can. Lagonis is going to be able to get revived there as well. Reaps trying to convert it through the wall, but this is surely got to be a Liquid round. We've seen much more pace from them here in round 3.
See if Turd and Mentalist can do anything, but it is very unlikely. Liquid have control of that top floor, and they can now start to work with that man advantage. We are dealing with the reading room, of course. You'd like to see some form of soft destruction upstairs, some vertical work being done as well. Just I think Maya can get in there and just check that nobody is going to be inside of reading. Then obviously you can rotate Lagonis over with the diffuser in hand and try and get that plant down. There are air counts that have to go free as well, though. Mental is still alive, so he can still control those drones and see if he can try and stop the plant. But again, Liquid still have tons of time to make this work. Turd has been holding this angle, honestly, for what, a good 40 seconds here, Owen?
Yeah, he's not been giving that one up, and you know, maybe he just needs to find himself a kill here. He could get fortunate. The full white flash is going to come through, but he still manages to dome Lagonis. Liquid, for all that the advantage they had, they've been dreadfully slow. One of the reasons for that, they've not got any drones. Turd could be in the hot seat right now, picks up one, might grab himself a second, but no, Liquid, they trade out on the numbers, and they finally get one over the line.
Yeah, you can just see the numbers game there for Liquid, just sees it over the line. Really no worries there, I think, for Liquid. Yeah, Turd kills one, but then location immediately being revealed, and it's an easy clean-up there for Liquid. So, yeah, better round from Liquid. Bleed, unfortunate to see the TK come in. You wonder maybe if they can all get out of there, what would the outcome be? But look, it is what it is. He's killed his teammate. That's all you can really say. He has to pay the price because of it.
Even still, it came a little bit closer than it should have done. Liquid should have been much more dominant after that initial minute and a half of the round because of the powerful position they're in. At that point, with 1 minute 20 left on the clock, they should have been much quicker. One of the reasons that they weren't is the Mozzie. Liquid had 3 drones left in that final few seconds. They didn't have any information. Now, that's in part due to Bleed doing a fantastic job, also in part to Bleed bringing the Mozzie. I imagine the Mozzie is responsible for capturing one of those drones. If not, then the rest of them have done a good job of just shooting them out as they've seen them. But Liquid are starving themselves for info.
And it is surprising considering the operator that Liquid have banned to try and help them with those drones. You know, they banned Souls for that reason. And they're still struggling. Look, I probably would say it's also a target ban for something like Reaps as well, who on the Solus is so dangerous, but still, you know, you're killing 2 with 1 there, aren't you? You're taking away that Solus from Reaps and also helping you in the drone utility. I must say for Bleed, they've been very aggro, haven't they been on the defense? You know, I think Hoven especially, he has just taken every challenge he can onto a window, showing no fear whatsoever to Liquid. So last time Liquid were on this attack, they were just way, way too slow in terms of what they wanted to achieve. You just hope that they can do the drone work, because I would say 9 times out of 10, if you find just a Goyo sat in towards Train, that should just be an easy kill.
Yeah, that's the thing. It really comes down to isolating these players. You can see that Liquid have lost 4 drones already, so not ideal. A chance there for Hoven. He knew what was coming there. Is that going to immediately be disabled? Near enough. It is going to get taken out there with an impact. Maya can start to come down. He can use that vert to see if he can get a peek, but his timing's just going to be a little bit off, unfortunately, for him. He can rip open above just the door to coat check there and give Aspie something to think about.
So better timing from Liquid. They're starting to work on the flooring. Oh, I speak way too soon. Down goes the buck. missing out on a big chunk of that self-destruction now for Liquid. But look, they still have the backup, they still have the ram drones, who, again, doing a great job at just opening up those angles in towards Kitchen, but you still would like to have the buck for the other side, you know, trying to open up in towards the sinks, in towards bunker, for example, as well. Oh, Nesk, has he seen an opening? But no, the goo mine will stop him, but he still finds a kill. What a shot from Nesk. Hoven off the board. Minute 10 left, 4v4.
Much better there from Liquid. This is more what we expect with that poking and prodding mentality. Just sending Nesk down brown stairs, seeing if you can find anything. Palu going to tank an FNAT there, gets a great chance onto Asfi. Asfi just entirely unaware. I'm not sure if he knew that his FNAT had gone off or not, but Liquid in a much better position now. Maya is going to be looking at a shock drone right now for Palu as well, so you imagine that Palu is pretty safe in this position. That's a nice little wedding flank that they've got going on. And they can further start to gather this information. Turd, is he able to win the engagement? Scrappy from both sides. But Resets comes off a little bit worse.
As long as he still has control of VIP, they cannot drop in towards Freezer. So Ollie, they really need to get into gear here and eliminate that player. Here they go. Turd will expose himself, and now it's a 2v4. Better for Liquid.
Mentalist trying to make something happen there with the DMR, but it's extreme. It's going to be difficult for him. Resets. He finds one over onto Reaps. For Mentalist, it's only a matter of time. With 10 seconds, Lagonis is going to start getting that plant down when Palu finishes him off. Liquid starting to find their mojo a little bit here on Cafe.
Great push from Palu down in towards Coat. You have to look at that as that's a really important kill to gain control of such a high-value area on the map. Because if you get control of Coat, you then have access to lock down, you know, VIP, lock down restaurant, because you can swing from Coat check door. You also have a long angle in towards Kitchen. You can lock down Wedding. That's like a real central hub if an attacker can get into that. And then Liquid just play that man advantage so well. They see that Bleed are so segregated. They're so by themselves. No refrags whatsoever had came out during that round, which is really surprising for Bleed.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Leveled up at 2 rounds apiece then. Still neither team choosing to use a timeout. And the fact that Liquid have been able to gain a couple of rounds despite the slow start without using a timeout stands them in really good stead for later on in this map. And Bleed maybe got a little bit too overconfident there, found the first couple of rounds a little bit easier than they maybe should have been. And now need to sort of wake up as well and get on that pace, because Liquid moved a heck of a lot quicker in the previous 2 rounds, and I'm not expecting that to change anytime soon. They are going to go for a mid-floor site, but it isn't the mid-floor site of choice, Demo. Usually we end up in reading. This time, however, we end up in mining.
Well, a lot of teams have actually shied away from going top floor. It is the least played site currently.
I don't think we've seen
in
it.
the map. No, we haven't seen it.
it.
And I think a big reason for that is just the windows. So oppressive that you can have, you know, what, 3 sets of windows on each side of the building? You know, that is really difficult to go up against. So I just think teams are just trying to leave that for now and just try and focus on that kind of, you know, roam game extension that you can have with reading and mining. You can still hold upstairs, but you still don't have the safety of being able to retreat if players do start to go in those windows. So I think that's why a lot of teams are just preferring that over that top floor. But at the moment for Liquid, look, I think they've done a great job of getting these 2 rounds back, because they were sleeping during the first 2. They really were. So all credit to them. And I feel as though the pace has quickened ever so slightly for Liquid as well.
Well, look at Maya's position in here with Resets. He's just going to start to rip open that wall and give Resets a little bit of a line of sight to try and gain an advantage from. Hobbin will be in the site, but the line call coming in. Liquid, they're doing a very thorough clear here, Demo.
Flashbang. Trying to see if they can cover. Resets on for a second. Asfi does respond with another, and Turd now into the 3 versus 3. But look at that. The diffuser has been planted in the midst of it. Maya, great swing on the Asfi. Here comes Reaps, ready with the SMG in hand. He does have a yellow ping. He knows that somebody's going to be looking at him towards Pillar, but he loses the engagement. Lagonis is just better. Up comes Turd. But no, Liquid deny him the satisfaction of a clutch. Liquid, 3 ferocious rounds in a row.
Brilliant reset from Liquid there. And brilliant from Resets. I think Resets did a great job inside of that round. But equally, the way they've been able to navigate this fixture so far, they've sent Bleed onto that back foot, and Bleed look quiet. 1 more round left of this current side. So it isn't as if Julio is going to choose now to use that tactical timeout. Looks like he'll wait and use it on the attack if necessary. Maybe to try and stabilize a little bit. Obviously, Julio has got a heck of a lot of experience against playing against Liquid, the organization. Not necessarily Liquid, this team. It's been a while since Julio has been on the old mouse and keyboard.
Been a while. You know, Julio, if you don't know, former world champion with Ninjas in Pajamas. If you were to build a Mount Rushmore of Brazilian icons, he'd be there. He would, 100% he would be there. Who will, chat, let us know. Pick 4 Brazilian pros that would be on the Mount Rushmore of Brazilian Siege.
That is a debate waiting to happen, isn't it? I've got my 4.
Does your mate Nesk make it onto that? You said he was maybe past the hump.
I reckon he does, you know.
You think?
Yeah, I think he does.
Do I dare say Lamau gets on?
Ooh, I don't know.
An invite in a major, you can't argue with that.
We're talking, Mount Rushmore was all about the early presidents, though, wasn't it? It was the early days.
Oh, Zig, get yourself warmed up, lad.
Speaking of Nesk, a little bit quiet so far, 2 and 3. Resets 6 and 2, really powering ahead. I was interested in watching Maya today because we saw Maya yesterday against Scars. He solo carried almost on Consulate. I think he ended up 15 and 8 or something along that line. I remember he got 15 kills. Can't remember exactly how many deaths he got, but it was an impressive scoreline nonetheless. He too, a little bit quiet at the moment, 1 and 4, but they're enabling. Lagonis is maybe the unsuspecting kill getter here, 4 and 3. He's been having a bit of a rough time this tournament in the old KD department, but everybody on the side of Liquid is certainly capable of putting up numbers, and we've seen that over the last 3 rounds. They finally started to wake up and adapt to the pace that's required here against Bleed. Now they're going to be attacking back down onto that basement. We're a 1-for-1 at the moment here. Bleed have been successful here once, and Liquid have also been successful. This time, again though, Liquid's pacing looks fantastic.
Yeah, it really does, and Bleed haven't really attempted to go for that kind of soft roam that they were doing previously. I think Bleed have just been really focused on trying to just deny with the C4s. Obviously, they have a triple C4 lineup, so they have been playing for the denial of the soft breachers, and it did work for them the last time they were down here. They were able to pick off a buck, but then they couldn't really get anything going after that. Asfi, what's he thinking of? He does have the Fenrir trap right above his head, and maybe give him an advantage in a gunfight if it does come for him. But in a very dangerous position, I think that has to be said. I think for Liquid, minute to go, all of the angles open for the verts. Now you just need to pick your targets.
Paolo is going to be hiding around here at main door as well, so Asfi just needs to be cautious on his movement. The Dokubi call will go off there, but Asfi's not entirely sure where the push could be coming from. It's better from Liquid this time. They've opened up a lot of that vert. I think that's the most vert we've seen them open so far. But look at where Asfi's been able to get. He's made a full rotation here. How has he been allowed to get up red stairs? That could be devastating.
No flank protection. That is just the end-all and be-all of Liquid. It could be if Asfi can make this flank work, but he doesn't really know where he wants to go. He is holding on to those brown stairs at the moment. The execute is coming in with those Candelas from Lagonis. Here comes Asfi. Here he goes. Is he going to look right? Is he going to look left? Where is he going to head? Maya has eliminated one right beside Asfi. Here he comes. Asfi takes out Maya, and this is where the confusion will occur for Liquid. But Polu is there to get the trade, but 10 seconds to go. He needs to get down there. Turd is still alive. Diffuser in the hands of Nesk. Oh, he loses as Mentalist. Swings through the double window, and Polu with no hope at all. Turd is there to claim his kill. Reaps and co. They will salvage.
I tell you what, it was all about Asfi. For me, that was an Asfi round through and through. The fact that he was allowed to rotate up those red stairs, there was a Dokubi call going on at that time. He answers the phone, gets himself up red, straight up. There was no drone there. There was a drone in the middle of the floor on mining, but there wasn't a drone watching that flank. It was just either expected it was held, or it was too crazy of a play for somebody to risk doing it.
And do you know where all of that stemmed from? Them not opening up the top of the red stairs. Because there's a portion where Asfi was playing, if you buck or breach charge around whatever it is above him, he can no longer play that position. That's just what it comes down to. It's a little bit lazy from Liquid. They didn't do all the vertical work that they needed to do.
But they did so much inside of dining. There was no floor left in dining.
They missed that one little part.
The table legs were starting to fall through.
In terms of the halftime scores across the board, I mean, look, Reaps, as much as what we said, he's been a top killer in the tournament. 4 and 5 at the moment. Not the greatest of performance from him.
Turd for me.
Yeah.
6 and 3. Been a real nuisance on the Legion, on the Mozzie.
Nobody's really breaking away, are they?
Well, no, but I mean, even Asfi, you look at his scoreline there, he's 2 and 5. he got a couple of really important kills in that last round. That kill that he got on the flank was round winning. So it really doesn't just go to show you the weight of the kills when they come through. Side swapped now though, and an even split of the spoils. 3-3 apiece. Now, Bleed's turn to jump on the attack and show us exactly what they've got. They're bringing a very similar lineup here to the lineup that Liquid brought.
It is an improvement from their M80 matchup. Whenever they played against M80, it was a 4-2 split. So they have improved. Little
things.
Yeah.
It's all about the little things.
Oh, Nesk, almost. Honestly, one of those bullets hits the head, and good night for somebody from Bleed, because they almost did stack up there, 2 of them on that red hatch. It looked to be Reaps was the one who's actually dropped into red. The pace is certainly there from Bleed, but they basically just sent Reaps in by himself and just said, Reaps, go clear.
Yeah, Reaps go and kill. I mean, he's on the Dokkaebi, so he can be semi-self-sufficient on that. He can use those Logic Bomb phone calls to call the phones on the defenders and give himself an audio cue as to if he is safe or not. Still some work to be done on this mid-floor. Of course, the difference in the lineup, or the main difference in the lineup, being that there is no book being brought from the side of Bleed. Instead, they are relying on the Ram to do a lot of this opening up, which is absolutely fine. The Boogie Drone will rip open the floor, and it'll do a great job of it. And you can then use the breaching charges on IQ for some more precise angles or some more specific angles that just need opening, where you don't want to commit the full line of the Boogie Drone.
Bomb located.
You spotting out all the different gadgetries. Of course, there is a Fenrir on the board, which is always a little bit scary to deal with. As we know, not a lot of huge counters to the Fenrir. You always have to bring in, specific operators like Twitch, for example, which luckily Bleed do have in the pocket of Mentalist. Also, another thing I've seen a lot of teams use is just like pocket EMPs just to disable it and walk in and stuff like that, but I don't think Bleed will be doing any of that at the moment. They are going to try and focus on clearing out Maya inside of Bakery, but it is a Wamai in this position, extremely difficult to deal with, but the flashbang that was delayed by the Wamai trap has enabled Maya to get that kill, while Reaps has been flashed by his own flash.
For the amount of util that was thrown in for that, it's almost a shame that the flashbang did still get the attacker. Asfi left on his own here, 1 versus 2. Maya has soaked up so much there inside of Bakery. Asfi does still have a couple of smokes here. And he does have a bit of information, but the peek comes through at the same time. He can't hit both at once. Lagonis and Maya there going back to back, and it was Lagonis to pick up that final frag. Good hold there, and maybe a bit of a mistake from Bleed in the way that utility was thrown, because there was no way that Maya was ever getting flashed out there.
I personally don't like the Bakery attacks. I think if you're going for the trouble of, opening up all those vertical angles, you're just better going for the guy in VIP and Restaurant, because there's more options to clear that guy out. And, with the vertical pressure you can apply, that then opens up hatch drops and stuff like that as well for you. So I think if you take VIP and Restaurant, then you get more from it, because you get, like I said, areas like the hatch you can drop into. But yeah, just challenging a Wamai inside a Bakery, and that's one of the best positions that a Wamai can play in on Cafe. I mean, to be fair, Cafe in general is just a great map for him. But look, it's Bleed. You have to struggle with that. But we do see a top floor being shown. Did not expect this.
Pretty bold from Liquid, I think, to go into that top floor. We've already mentioned that it can be a very difficult site to keep hold of. It's a very unpopular site in general on Cafe. And with what's available to the attackers here in the current banning, there is so much that they can use. I don't even know if Bleed have picked the most ideal. They've got the Capital, they've got the Grim. They could have picked a Ying. They could have picked a Glaz. There's so many things.
I think the big thing about the top floor, especially with an Azami ban, is it does make it very difficult, I feel, for the defenders. Azami's great inside of Piano. A lot of different pieces of furniture you could just apply those barriers to. But they are going to try and almost, I would say, bring in the substitute, being the Castle. Even though Castle's the OG, isn't he? If trying to block away certain lines of sight. You can see that big double one will try and protect Paulu for all he's worth inside of Cigar Shop. That's going to be a bit of a suicide hold for Paulu. He will either get all the kills or he will die. That's his only play he's got going on for him. But I'm worried about Ness because this position's really good for the Azami because you can block off just there on the stage. You can fire a concrete barrier and you can sit nicely. The windows can't see you, but there's going to be a lot of angles that Ness can be seen from. Oh, very close.
Well, the C4 goes out, and
there you go.
Fortunately for Bleed, it wasn't successful. And a nice little reposition there from Reaps. Nesk isn't able to watch everything there, and that's one of the reasons that you would like to have an Azami in that position. And it does just add on to the fact that this is probably not a fantastic bomb site, especially without an Azami. But Liquid aren't doing a bad job of holding on here. Lagonis has got an opportunity at a nice angle there as he jiggles out of Freezer. Mentalist is down on the Capitao as well. And for all that Hoven has got into Piano there, he doesn't feel like he can stand up. He isn't confident in continuing to take that ground because of how open it is. I say that though, he finds one before being taken out by Maya. Maya not on a lot of HP, but he's walking underneath the skylight. How's he not being punished?
I was going to mention, nobody from Bleed is in that pause to stop that from happening. Now all three of them are up there. Too late, fellas, to be going for this. Maybe they're looking for a hatch skylight drop, I don't know, but you've lost the two dumping operators with the utility. You've lost the Capitao to flame out with the freezer. You can't really grim into the back of Cocktail. Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, I think, now for Bleed to try and win this round out. As long as Liquid can just play the long angles, play the trades, they should be fine.
I'm really surprised that Reaps didn't go below and start to rip open a little bit of Cocktail, because that can be a really effective way of clearing out players like Maya in his current position. Lagonis is going to pick one up onto Reaps. Maya, another. There was a downed Liquid player in the midst of all of that, but everything coming up Liquid as Bleed went for a pretty desperate attempt at a play there.
Yeah, look, one big issue, they didn't have anyone on the skylight. We then see the castle run across, eliminate your Grim, who was inside of Piano, which was obviously where you want that Grim to be in towards. And then once you lose any foothold you have inside the building, Liquid can then just re-establish themselves and could just set up, you know, retake positions. You see that shield was still left up inside of Piano as well. And Bleed will be going for the timeout. So Julio needs to have a few words with them because it's not looking good at the moment. You've lost 2 attacks. And I would say, honestly, I would say attacking it is very difficult on this map as well if you just aren't winning your engagements, which at the moment for Bleed, I think the trade game for Bleed at the moment is the big issue for them.
Good time for the tactical timeout here, I think. Bleed haven't seen any success on the attack as of yet. So instead of waiting to see a full rotation and waiting for Liquid to potentially be on a map point, Julio chooses now to rally the troops and dish out some words of wisdom. One thing I will say, Liquid look incredibly fired up for today. They are making noise, they are vocal when they're winning around, they are screaming. Nesk and Lagonis in particular look extremely up for the fight.
Attackers have located a bomb.
You need your big players on form. It's all about the momentum that you can gain inside of your game and inside of your series. And Liquid right now, they just have that little bit of a run of form. But there is only one thing I'll always say about Liquid. Sometimes you can't trust them to see out a series.
5 seconds.
That look, you can say, oh, Devil Advocate, you can't say that. Liquid are a known team whenever they're in the position to get the win. It looks so easy for them. What happens?
It's map 1 though. Surely they can close out map 1.
I get that, but
maybe if we get into map 3, it gets a little bit dicey.
No, but still, just you can't escape that Liquid curse. And the thing is, it's not just this team; it's the org, isn't it? It's the org across various games that have that issue. But I don't know. I just until I see Liquid says Liquid win, I'm not believing it until it happens.
Well, that's not something that Bleed want to see. They have just taken a timeout. Timeouts are usually good for a round. Coaches are judged quite heavily on the impact that they can have inside of that tactical timeout. It's the only thing that they can bring to the team whilst the game is in play. And it has to work. It has to be noteworthy. So, Bleed, for all intents and purposes, the lineup isn't too different. It wasn't a real fundamental thing that they were looking to try and change. Instead, it was, you know, more you need to pushing these sort of away is because Liquid, they've really settled quite heavily. Look at all of their utility soak that they've got here. They've got the laser gates, they've got the magnets, they've got the Warden. Every single thing on that side of Team Liquid requires attention in some way, and you've just lost Asfi. Asfi goes down, immediately traded out there. Hoven gets a nice pick over onto Nesk. It doesn't help Bleed in this exchange of utility.
I think it's an okay trade. You've taken down one of the operators who will regain their gadget as time goes on, so I think taking out the Wamai is very strong right now.
But what's the plan for the mirror window?
I get
You've got to get in there with the Twitch.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you have the Twitch. You can also just try and, smoke or flash off as well. There is other options in mirror window. It's not completely
There's quite literally nobody playing the mirror window right now.
Not an issue then, is it? Only if no one's there, it's not really an issue.
I think Hoven's just going to leave it. He's going to go, you know what? We'll save that one for us. We might need that.
Might need it for a retake. You never know. But this is looking okay for Bleed. I mean, they still need to get in there and find some picks. Oh, that's a good spot, though, from the Twitch. Oh, can he get it? Yes, he does. Also sees the Fenrir trap, but it's not activated. So, well played by Lagonas not to activate it just yet until the time is right for them. And, oh, Maya playing with fire as he dances underneath the floorboards. In goes a flash, and I wonder if the execute's going to come in here in 30 seconds, Ollie. Looks like it is.
Well, they're going to have to do something, aren't they? We can start to see laser gates now getting burned. We do have a heavy push on in. Could that be the plant going down? Maybe. Still 20 seconds left. Hoven has started to get that plant down, but he's very late, Demo. I'm not sure why he didn't get to do that straight away. Resets. Going to find himself one onto Hoven. Reaps trades back out. The kit has been recovered here. Mentalist, you've got a job to do, but the flank is on. Maya grabs one over onto Turd. Reaps, he's trying to look every which way, and it's left down to Mentalist. The time's just going to run out there for Bleed.
I think every single player bar one went for a flank from Liquid. You had one guy coming up towards Gold Stairs. You had another one all the way on the top floor. Another one then goes up White Stairs. They had just a triple-pronged attack going in to try and retake that from Bleed, which, honestly, from Liquid, that's probably why you play that. You assess to say, Bleed, right, they don't really have any flank protection. Not seeing any of that, locked down, and let's just go for it. It's like, okay, they might expect one, but they're not going to expect two, and they're definitely not going to expect the third coming up.
C4 to start it all there.
C4 from below. Oh, I'm so far away.
A C4 from below, apparently. Really?
C4 from below?
No.
That's the com. That was one of the clearest player comms that we've had so far.
What, C4 from below?
Well, no, but usually it's just screaming and shouting and like laughter and stuff like that, so it's what it is, but it's very seldom that we actually get to hear them just talk.
Very wholesome. C4 from below.
C4 from below.
Make it a quote.
Put it on a t-shirt.
That's it.
I got C4 from below by Parley. I reckon there'll be a few people that buy it. It's probably happened to quite a few. Down to the bakery we go. This is going to be Liquid's attempt at closing out map number 1 in this series. Don't forget, Cafe is Bleed's map choice. And the fact that they are yet to win an attack on it does not bode well at all. It is a map that they played yesterday against M80, so there's a chance Liquid did a bit of review, but neither of these teams have had much time to prepare for their opponent ahead of this one.
They only won 2 rounds on attack against M80. That was it. That's all they got. And by that logic, they may get to 5 rounds here and then lose. They only showed us the 2 attack wins. So very, very worrying right now for Bleed. But they need to do something big. I think obviously flank protection there really came in to bite them. That was obvious. I mean, to be fair, Liquid I think also had issues with flanks. We've seen that.
It's always going to be a difficult map because of how many staircases there are.
Staircases,
it's very difficult to keep a lock on 3 staircases. And yes, Brown Stairs doesn't transition all 3 floors, but it does enough. And it is devastating, and it's one that often gets forgotten about. But I do agree, Bleed's attacks today, they've not been up to par at all. And Liquid on the flip side, they've just done what's necessary. The first couple of attacks weren't very good, but they really switched it on. And on the defense, they've just gone from strength to strength.
I mean, look at the kills from Bleed. Everyone negative, bar Turd, who's only 1.0 positive. That's it. So I also think just Bleed just aren't hitting their shots today the way that they should be. And Liquid obviously are. I think Resets hit some really nice ones on the attack. I think he finished 6-2 or 6-3, something like that.
Live game from Lagonas. 8-4.
Lagonas. A big comeback from the 0-10.
It really is.
Once you hit that 0-10, anything you do after that will be better. So Lagonas, yeah, you've done better, mate.
Yeah.
Not as though it's difficult, but...
Oh, serious LG. The floor has been ripped open upstairs. And now we can start to pick away at these defenders. There is a cap can in play this time as well, so it just gives something extra strong, something extra to think about, and something extra to catch you if you're not careful.
So the only thing that maybe may hinder Liquid is they don't have the Wamai playing in Bakery this time. Like you mentioned, they have a cap can, and what's Capcan really going to do against all this utility being tossed at them?
Well, exactly. Maya was really successful last time in Bakery. Maybe Bleed aren't going to go for it this time. It looks as though they're going for a slightly different approach. Maya's kind of just going to give himself away there. I thought he was going to try and swing out, shoot the Hibanas, keep his position, but he just kind of didn't do anything. Unfortunately, for him at least, Asfi is there to pick him up, and now Mentalist can continue to thoroughly drone through and say, look guys, Bakery's clear, get somebody in there, start to take that ground.
Just that difference with not having the utility operator playing inside a Bakery just gives Bleed that free access in, and they don't really have to fight for the Bakery whatsoever. You know, Maya he turned himself in essentially. But still, I think Bleed, they have to try and get the diffuser down. There are still 4 players left to make that free now, but oh, a great shot from Lagonis inside a coat, has that long angle. Oh, he's going to go for the flank now.
Well, Lagonis is going to try and retake that vert. Reap's going to find one. Hoven is going to fall. What a retake there from Lagonis. He could still do this right now. The plant's going down. He's got a live ping information, but it is blind. Asfi, he's trying to body block. He's trying to cover. And now the plant has confirmed. Lagonis choose to stay upstairs for a little bit of time. Could also choose to go and directly push this. This isn't a must-win situation by any stretch, but it'd be a nice confidence boost to get it over the line.
Oh, sniper shot there for Mentalist, holds firm. It was a close one. You know, Liquid really battling back to retake that top floor, but thankfully they planted in the perfect position in towards those rice bags, right beside the double window. It is a blind spot from above. There is no vertical angle that you can get to eliminate somebody inside of that plant position. So well acknowledged by Bleed to make that happen, knowing the last guy is above. You plant safe. He then has to rotate at some point. You can then just hold the angles. Yeah, great work from Bleed. They are in it still, and look, we mentioned before, this is a team that just refuses to give up. 2 rounds? Look, it's going to be difficult, especially whenever now that Liquid get some of the sites they had already won are going to be unlocked for them again. That's the difficult thing. You now have to beat Liquid on sites. They've already shown us they're very comfortable with the defense.
1 round at a time for Bleed from here on out. They need to pick 2 up if they want to take it into an overtime. Looks like we are going to hit a technical pause right now as we have a bit of trouble with one of the players on the side of Bleed, but as soon as that gets resolved, we will get ourselves back into the game. Little reminder for everyone, during the technical pause, you're not allowed to talk to the coach and you are not allowed to talk to your teammates. You can, of course, talk to admins, and they're there to oversee all that sort of stuff. But it isn't a timeout. That's the main gist of it. And especially for Bleed, when they have just won a round, first time in a long time, it's gonna dampen that momentum just ever so slightly. Might not be the worst thing in the world, but it also gives Liquid time to recompose and go, we only need 1 more round, get in your own thoughts and figure it out.
I think right now, whenever you actually look at the way Liquid have been playing on their defense, it has been just very focused on trying to get the refrags, hasn't it? They just want to make sure that Bleed are always going to have to keep challenging. And I think it was because Liquid gave away the first blood. That kind of ruined the kind of momentum for Liquid. You know, if Liquid get that first pick, they will just play that trade game time and time again. So I think that's a very important thing to look at, is just the opening pick stat for both of these sides as well.
Liquid have only had the opening pick in 4 rounds, which is quite surprising given that they've won 6. That means that 2 rounds that Bleed got the opening pick didn't get converted into a round win, so Bleed didn't work that man advantage into their favor. Bleed have been fantastic on the opening pick, but because of that, they haven't been always converting that round. There's 3 rounds total where Bleed have had the opening pick and not converted. So it does go to show that they're not doing a great job of fighting from ahead at the moment, which is something that is a bit of a basic, really. When you start to trade those numbers down, it becomes very simple mathematics of, if you have more than the other team and you go in for 1-for-1 trades, you are going to come out winning. And Bleed haven't been able to do that. That's in part due to the way that Liquid have been playing. We haven't seen any crazy 3Ks. Maya got a 3K in round number 8, I believe, and we saw Mentalist get 3 kills in round number 2. So it hasn't been a game of standout performances so far.
Both teams haven't really been focused on the utility dump either. I know they've brought some of the operators to do that, but have you really seen like an effective Grim yet, or an effective Capital yet?
I haven't even seen a Ying demo.
Haven't seen the effective Ying. We've seen it, I think, the 1 time for Liquid, but then I think Ying got flanked from above. Whenever we seen, I think Lagonis
was on the Ying.
Whoever it was. So yeah, just the operators you expect to kind of flourish in this environment just have not been used to great effect, which is a big shocker. No Blitz either. I know Monty is banned, but again, Blitz still has his uses as well. Just both teams very focused and just trying to get kills. A lot of the vertical, I would say vertical has been a big thing as well for both teams.
It has.
You know, especially for that bottom floor.
Booker's been picked in every single round bar one. So that's a pretty wasty statistic. I think it just does go to show the power of that operator. There was a game the other day when we actually saw a book banned. It was a Liquid game, wasn't it?
Yeah, Nighthaven.
And it did scupper them a little bit in the heat of the moment.
Polly was still picking up kills with the Demo.
Well, Polly got on the Deimos, and maybe that's why the Deimos has been banned here, because you can be a bit of a menace on that operator.
Don't forget, this is only the first map. Still have another map guaranteed, and it will be Chalet. Again, a great map over the history of Liquid. Bleed got 7-1 against Fury on that map.
Yeah. I always think of Chalet as a map that, I don't know, I love watching it. I think we've got a fantastic set of maps here inside of this best of 3 series. I can see that we do have all the players in the lobby, actually. I think we're just waiting for a final confirmation to get everything underway and get the game started.
Again for Bleed, a big day for them. This is their moment to kind of break that curse of, hey, we've been a team that have been 2-0 before, and we've also choked that 2-0 before to not even qualify for that main stage. Obviously, look at Liquid as well, what history that team has had. I think for Liquid, this has probably been the best we've seen them, Molly, in a long time.
I think the thing to consider ahead of this matchup as well, like you say, Liquid, they've played well to get to this point. They're coming in off the back of a win yesterday, whereas Bleed are coming in off the back of a loss.
2 wins for Liquid. They were 0-2. They had to string 2 together, didn't they?
Well, exactly. Liquid have won back-to-back games there. They beat SSG and they also beat Scars to get here right now. Bleed on the flip side, they, like I said, they lost against M80 yesterday, and they also lost against Furia.
We can allow the Furia loss. We'll give you that.
Can we?
Yes. It's Furia.
Are we just giving games away to Furia at this point?
I think every team just accepts, aren't they? They're the overlords, you know?
They've still got to get in and win.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe M80 could be the savior. Will it be M80? No one expected M80.
Well, they've already beaten BDS once, haven't they? It wasn't overtime, though, and it was a best of 1, so you never know. In a series, it could be very different indeed. But we are back in the game. Thanks so much for bearing with us. Hopefully, we have got everything sorted, and we are back ready to rock and roll. Immediate difference that I see inside of this lineup for Bleed Demo is going to be the Brava.
Yeah.
Mentalist. He has been contemplating operators for the last 3 minutes or so, and he has decided, you know what's going to fix this situation? I'm going to bring a Brava.
Yeah. Look, we're heading to the top floor. I'm very surprised that Liquid have not went for the same strategy using the castles, where they had the castle barricades placed around some of the windows onto the double door inside of Piano as well to assist anyone who could be playing inside Cigar Shop. That's all been moved away. And I will say, I think they've just favored for like longer range, engagements. They've brought in the Wamane who has the scope on it as well. You think about Maya has the scope on it as well with his, DMR that can hit like an absolute truck. Sadly, Warden didn't receive an advanced scope. That was gone. All the Warden crutches devastated with that news.
Well, I think it's probably for the best, isn't it? You didn't need the MPX with a 1.5 anymore. That was old news. Even I was crutching onto that thing. Good pacing here from Bleed. Palu is going to be hanging around below, though. Instantly, this is the first round that Turd hasn't played the IQ. He switched over onto the Ash for this round, maybe anticipating those castle barricades like you mentioned, Demo, and now there's none there, and Palu's picked over onto the Valk, and the IQ would have been absolutely perfect for it. Still got Brava, so you can still switch those cameras over and steal them back for yourself, but there's no way of easily finding them.
Have they eliminated the shield jet that is going to be tucked in towards Pixel? Yes, they have, so that's a great start already for Bleed. I believe it was Turd using his Ash rounds to eliminate the shield. So that's really step one, is just try and clear Piano as efficiently as you can. As we know, Polu is going to be downstairs with the C4, can try and C4 somebody if they are inside of Piano. See yellow pings coming in. I believe that's going to be Maya or Nesk, one of the two, trying to supply information over to him. It will be Maya. They know he's in stage. This is the same position that we've seen Bleed get into last time, but they're just waiting. Here we go, a perfect yellow ping, and Polu sends Reaps into next week.
Turd will find Nesk in the meantime, though. Maintaining a 4 versus 4. Camera's now starting to slowly but surely get spotted out there as Turd was convinced that the chandelier had something that wasn't usual on it. Can confirm it was just a normal chandelier, but you do want to keep an eye on one of the chandeliers because we did see him throw a camera up onto one of them earlier on in the prep phase. Smoke there for the hatch, and a hot throw comes in, going in through heaven as well, but 2 kills in for Liquid straight away. Mentalist in the heart of the site on long, but not able to find anything as Maya picks up 2. Turd, he's got himself into freezer. He's in a nightmare position right now. He's almost got himself into a coffin for himself. Grabs a great shot over onto Maya, but he's got 2 more yet to find. 18 seconds to go to keep Bleed in this. We do have a player in Wash, and we do have a player on Pixel as well, but with it all being reinforced, it's going to be so difficult for him to do anything. Gets wallbanged by Lagonis there as the final kill comes in. Map number 1 goes to Liquid.
Big performance from Liquid to get that first map underway. Bleed. Nice attempt at a quick execute, but they didn't check Polly below. Polly got another kill from downstairs, Lolly, so he got 2 just on their own. 1 C4 kill, 1 I believe he eliminated the player who was swinging in through the top of heaven as well, so a lot of issues just with dealing with that roamer. And Bleed, they will go 1-0 down in the series. That was also their map pick. We have Chalet to come next, which is where Liquid have chosen to go.
Bleed looking a little bit dejected right now. It is only map 1 inside of the best of 3. They've got a bit of time now to recompose themselves ahead of going into Chalet. We've got Jack ready with a telestrator, fresh. Take it away, show us what you saw.
Thank you very much, Ollie. So, Liquid, they got themselves a free split on their attacks. Now, I want to talk about their attack onto the mining and dining bomb site. The first thing is that they've identified an entry. They've identified a player on his own. It's going to be the mirror inside of Train here. On their own, completely on their own, and they want to get that entry kill. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to see how Liquid get that entry kill, then we're going to see how they react onto that. So, first and foremost, we've got Lagonis out on the balcony. He's on the Dokkaebi. He's the one whose drone has droned out this mirror. And what he's going to do is instruct his 2 entry players of Maya and Resets to basically go in and double up on this player. So he's got the drone, uses his Dokkaebi call, uses his flashbang, and these are the 2 players up out on the top of your screen. They're going to force in and go down at the mirror window. Or at the mirror. There's no mirror window on it. But that's not just that. There's teamwork all over the board here. Nesk on the bottom of your screen on the Zofia. He's going to impact through and basically hold the mirror's runaway from the train side. Palu on the right of your screen is going to hold the flanks for his 2 entries. And you're going to see it now. Here we go. Maya's going to buck in. Resets is going to go in. And that is going to be the entry achieved from Liquid. But this is the difference between good teams, great teams. Liquid now know that they want to push through. They want to get the plant. They want to react faster than Bleed can react onto that. So what do? Lagonis straight in the window, going to look for the plant there. Now, this isn't the end of it. This is where the 2 entries of Maya and Resets are excellent, in my opinion. They get themselves down to 90, get in the faces of Bleed before Bleed can absolutely react. Lagonis is going in for the plant, and this is where the round is going to be won. Because of how much they push in the face, it's going to be a 5 versus 3. Plant's going down. Bleed, basically, they don't know what's going on at this point. They try a retake, but they can't think about it. They've just got to play the FPS side. Plant's down, and from there, it's an unwinnable situation. That's how Liquid navigated a 3-3 split onto Cafe, which is impossible to do for a lot of teams. That's what set themselves up for success on this map. Now, I'm going to throw you to a break, and after that, we're going to have map 2.
everybody, and welcome back to the Manchester Major. We are in the midst of a thrilling best of three here between Liquid and Bleed to decide who advances out of Phase 2. This is an elimination game demo. So far, we have seen one map inside of this best of three series. We've had Cafe, that was won by Liquid at a scoreline of 7-4, as you can see there at the bottom of your screen. It was Bleed's map choice. Now we head into Chalet, Liquid's map choice, to decide if this is going to go to all three or if it is just going to be a 2-0 Liquid day.
I think it could be. Chalet, notoriously a strong map for Liquid, always has been. Whereas for Bleed, they've already lost it here at the Major, and it was a very tough defeat. 7-1 against, albeit, Furia, who, as we know, are Grand Slammers.
Well, they are Furia, a team to be feared. For anyone unfamiliar, that is a previous W7M roster. I'm sure that's a name that a lot of you are familiar with at home. Oh, the social vote. It has slid and slid and slid. This was not quite far off 50-50 in the first map. Now we're at a 79-21.
And the thing is, I think a lot of people probably looked at this game and thought, it's a coin toss. It really is. Both teams could win that, but right now, I think after that first map, Liquid just looked the more dominant team. Apart from the first 2 rounds where Liquid were a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow, and Bleed obviously win those 2 rounds. Just after it was just Liquid all the way.
Well, they got their heads together, didn't they? And they didn't even need a timeout to do it. And that was one of the more impressive things in that fixture. Now we head on into Chalet. Let's see what we can find here. Monty comes out as a ban. That is a same band that we saw over on Cafe. The Deimos comes out as well. Again, very similar. Solace here, perhaps?
I don't think Bleed will be banned for Solace.
I'm not sure. Valkyrie.
Good ban. Probably causing a lot of issues on Cafe.
The frustrating thing was they played IQ every single round, and the round they didn't, Parley plays Valk, and it ruins him. He gets 2 kills vertically, and it wraps the game up, and it just so happened to be at the most important point. Fenrir getting removed here now as well. Fantastic removal.
I think it's a very good ban for Liquid, removing that Fenrir. Whenever you look at Chalet as a map, there is a lot of option for those kind of rat plays. I think Liquid, especially Nesk, this tournament has been extremely proficient on being able just to see a gap and taking that. Without having to deal with the Fenrir, it'll just enable Nesk even more.
Fenrir really slowed Liquid down on Cafe, and that was one of our criticisms of their attacks, was that the Fenrir was slowing them down. They were being very slow in general on those attacking rounds. So that is going to be a little bit of a sigh of relief, I guess, for the side of Liquid, knowing that they don't have to deal with that. But it's going to be a few rounds until we see Liquid on the attack, because they're starting on the defense here on Chalet. Bleed, they are going to be kicking off things on the attack for us, and we are going to be headed to everybody's favorite bar and games to kick things off.
Here we go into our first round. Look, Liquid on the defense, it's not the favorable half. Usually this is an attacker-sided map. And the reason why is, one, it really comes down to a lot of gun skills. Generally, attackers will have better high-damaging guns than the defenders. And 2, there is just so many options for those ramp plays, like I mentioned. There's a lot of really neat little rushes as well that you can utilize. So there's just a lot of things going in favor of the attackers, whereas the defense, I think if you're not switched on, if you don't have ways of gaining information and just stopping those kind of crouch walks happen into the site, you can have a lot of issues. Look on the side of Liquid in terms of what they have brought. I mean, they have the Frost, which is going to be very helpful for denying, obviously, the window jump-ins and things like that. And like you mentioned before as well, but the Frost, there's no such thing as a bad Frost map.
There isn't. You've laughed at me a million times,
I keep
but
laughing.
You are slowly getting on board with the fact that there is no such thing as a bad Frost map. The worst ones become the best ones when they catch somebody out. For the meantime, Bleed, they are going to be mounting an attack here onto Solar. Maya is playing in lower trophy, and he is on the Solar, so there is a bit of potential to jump out. He missed the hatch. And he might actually pay the price for that, because that first impact going off is just going to give the game away here. Bleed, very quick to react. And Reaps is there to collect an opener.
Very confusing play there from Maya.
How do you miss a hatch with an impact?
Right, first of all, he's inside a trophy whenever they were pushing from Solar, and he thinks, oh, I'll go below, and he probably was looking for the run out down through Garage anyway, but it's like, if you miss the first impact, I don't know, it's a weird one. It's a weird one there from Maya, but he will get punished because of that, and that has opened things up for Bleed, and even more so, as the second kill comes in, and it's gonna be Reaps. Nesk off the board, but again, the Frost, he's already placed his utility, so it's not much in terms of, oh, it's an offer you would like to have for the active gadget, whatever it is that they have. Frostmaster already down. Reaps sees the shield in front, but nobody's home right now to really play off that. Lagonis has attempted a bit of a swing, but for Liquid, they just don't have enough men now to hold on to that top floor.
It's fortunate, really, for Liquid that Bleed are so fragmented at the moment and they've spent a bit of time to get into position. We now have somebody getting in onto ranked window. There's going to be a couple of stuns thrown in and a great attempt from Mentalist. He's not done there. He's going to wait for the next impact to go off as well. A brilliant push from Mentalist there, utilizing all of his stuns to get the job done. Lagonis finds himself down. The final kill there gets collected by Hoven. Bleed, they've come out sprinting this time, Demo.
Every single kill that happened to Liquid, I would say all of their players were a good 10, 15 meters away from another person. They were so far apart from one another. Look at the Solus, by himself.
Well, it starts with the Solus, doesn't it?
Nesk by himself.
Yeah.
Obviously, Cade Narnia downstairs, you know, nowhere near any of the action. That's a big issue for Liquid is, you know, and I really praise them. That's how I thought they did really well on Cafe, is that they were always being able to get the kill back as soon as they lost somebody. Right from the get-go, they haven't been able to do that. I mean, Blade have obviously just picked their targets, and I suppose it is a case of they've all just won their individual 1v1s. And sometimes it's kind of what it comes down to, is just win your ones. I think, you know, M80, whenever they were up against Bleed, they just won their ones.
Here we go. That's what I'm here for.
That's why you've came here?
I'm here for people shouting other players' names.
10 seconds remaining.
That's all I want to see. Bleed starting with the mental warfare nice and early. This time they were pretty quiet on Cafe, and they had a good reason to be because it wasn't a map that went their way at all. They are one of the teams that do tend to bring a little bit more banter to the table, and they've certainly caught a lot of neutral fans over the last 12 months or so. Let's see how round 2 fares for them here. They got gifted a run out early on in round number 1, and I don't think that Liquid are going to make that same mistake, but all the other kills that came through still demonstrate how easy it is for attackers to really get in and pick up some pace on this map.
Yeah, you can. I think you can get into the building extremely easily if teams are really hindered by the operators that they can choose. I wouldn't really say that it's the case here for Liquid. I mean, you still have like Azami and things like that you can use to slow down time, you know, almost build those kind of fortifications and fall back and build another one if you want to. And speaking of the Azami, we do see that from Maya. 2 Kiva barriers in pocket at the moment, and he will now use one of them on that window. That's the great thing about Azami is, you know, some of these great cut-off angles that you can kind of set up from an attacker perspective, just block them up again and just give you that free access. Oh, resets.
The Grimbees go in there, but nobody is going to be home. Mentalist could choose to make his way up Solar here, but he is concerned about what's going on down below, and he should be, because with a Solace available, it's almost a guarantee that they are going to be playing in and around the underneath of that site, waiting to try and deny.
I think they're going to try and get the player out of the bathtub. I think that's who they're hunting for right now, because they did see a yellow ping coming in from Bleed, so they know exactly where Resets is, but how do you even go around trying to challenge the shield in the bathtub with about 20 million Whamai discs set up? And Reach has got the lineup from the flashbangs, and it's going to be this execute now in towards the bathtub. I do like that Myers came to help him, though. I think that's a great play from him. But everyone now from Liquid just holding firm. In goes all the utility. Line scans, Grimm splashes, Aspi eliminates Lagonis, and it's going to be Trace City. It's still a 3 versus 3, and Resets and Maya are still alive. The bathtub holds strong.
Hoven goes around to shoot the default there. It's already gone, my friend. Reset, as he single-handedly won that round from the bathtub. He soaked up so much utility there. There was nades coming in, there was bees, there was flashbangs. The kitchen sink was getting thrown at him, and he was just happy there, soaking away.
He scrubbed them up.
He did. He cleaned them right off. Great round.
Rubber duck sitting in a row.
Brilliant play there. And it just goes to show that if you'd have just ignored that position, sometimes it's better for you in Siege. If a team is invested so heavily into the bathtub, push somewhere else.
Honestly, I think Maya rotating over to help him was a key thing there, though. I really like the fact that Maya came over to assess the danger. They had seen that there wasn't really much happening from the reading side of things. All of it was really coming in from, you know, Trophy onto some of the windows outside, and he kind of realized that they're going to try and go for a solar take. I'm going to just sit here, you know, almost use the guy in the bathtub as a bit of a bait for me to get some kills.
leveled up at 1 round apiece then. We haven't really seen this be a back and forth series so far. Both teams have sort of streaked rounds when they've won them. Bleed won the first 3 over on Cafe, and then Liquid proceeded to win 7 in a row. This is the first time that we've had a little bit of back and forth here, so we'll obviously see how round 3 fares and whether that is something that is going to continue here or not. Regardless, we are going to see a different site choice come out here.
Here we go. We'll see how Bleed want to try and battle back from their previous round loss. I'm just getting a general gist of what Bleed have really brought in. I mean, you see the Jackal come in, so maybe Roamers. I mean, certainly that Solus was causing them a lot of issues that they just didn't really know how they wanted to approach the Roamer. And I suppose the good thing is Jackal just makes that a very easy solution. You know, Jackal, that's his whole kit, is just to hunt down those Roamers. And I suppose with Deimos being banned as well from Bleed, that's really all you've got, is being able to use the Jackal. This is going to be a quick hunt for just straight into the site, I believe. Yeah, Reaps is straight in. The wall, though, is going to be fully reinforced, but they have got their way in towards Trench. They probably see that, hey, look at Liquid. They are going for a very heavy roam game. They might just leave the site a little bit too soft, and maybe we could take advantage of that.
Nesk seeing if he can work a little bit of vertical there. He does have the keeper barriers to keep himself safe. As the big window gets opened, he can create himself a little bit of a fort. Of course, we've got the Maverick to start opening this wall as well, so no real worries about the electrification and the Cade Claw that will be on there. Mentalist, he can get himself rotated around as well, so if they can remove that Cade Claw, he can then use the Excaros pellets to get the job done.
Keep in mind that this is a basement as well. You know, we see Liquid have extended extremely heavily in towards the mid-floor, and basement is usually a pretty favored bomb site for the attackers. Defenders have a really tough time, but I don't really see it happening right now for Liquid. They look quite comfortable in positions that they're in. We do see a standoff between Paulo and Reeks, on one on the trench door, one towards the bottom of West Main stairs, but a minute to go, and Bleed really have done nothing in the server right now.
It is a little bit scary from a Bleed perspective. Players like Nest just hiding out on that top floor. The longer that they go unchecked, the further the clock ticks down and the more difficult it's going to be to deal with right at the bitter end. Palu, he's going to pick himself up a nice kill there over onto Reaps, and there's no one really to immediately challenge onto that. Turd deals with the vertical, he deals with Nest playing upstairs, but Asfi, he's going to be the next player to fall. Turd goes down along with him. Hoven, a little bit of a C-key test there for Meyer. I'm not sure if it's sticky or something, but Mentalist left on the outside of the breach. He has a Maverick line to work with, but nobody from Liquid is going to expose themselves. And even if they do, I highly doubt that 4 out of the 5 remaining players are going to die to a single Maverick line.
Yeah, he was sat here for a very long time, and Reset isn't happy. And they go and get him anyway. Maya with the jump out. I mean, I can't blame Reset. It's like, what is he doing out there? What is he doing?
He's just having a holiday, isn't he?
He's not supposed to be having a holiday. He could be going home in a minute.
He's in the, well, he was trying to get into the garage to get his skis out.
Oh.
We're in the Alps here. We're going skiing.
Not going skiing.
Strange round from a Bleed perspective, and I guess strange round from a Liquid perspective, really. You don't always expect there to be that many players off-site. Now, that's a lack of droning, I guess, from the side of Bleed. They didn't have a good handle on a number of people that were on the site and the locations that were being occupied.
What we seen initially from, I think it was around about the 2-minute mark, we had seen the Dokkaebi and the Buck stack up outside of Trench. And I think somebody may have calmed, oh, they are leaving the trench wall soft. And they were expecting just to use the Buck to sprint in and straight in towards site, seeing that, that massive roam game upstairs. But that wall was reinforced, and almost looked as though whenever they seen it was reinforced, they had no idea what to do after that. They had no idea how to attack that.
Barring games for round number 4. Liquid looking to take a little bit more of a lead here. We're actually going to be playing with the hatch open inside a library this time. They played with it soft and Cade reinforced and caded in a previous round. But here it is going to be open, so that means that they will play library for a little bit longer. Look to try and hold in that position and then work through, drop the hatch when it comes appropriate, or retreat back to that fireplace stairs. This was, of course, the only round or the only site that Bleed have been successful on so far in the series. And it kind of came down to Maya giving him a freebie on the run out and leaving Nesk upstairs on his own. That isn't going to happen this time.
I like the castle barricade placements right now from Liquid, because you may think, oh, well, they're not going to really do much, not really covering any strong angles. All they're doing is just stopping Bleed gain early access into those positions. That's really all they're there for. And I mean, if they start getting opened up, then you know, oh, there's going to be players pushing me from that way. And right now, Paulie and Maya, guns up, they know exactly where Bleed are going to be coming in from, and they can just try and play the trades.
Reaps has himself a nice little angle to work with there. It's going to be Asfi to find the opener and to get the confirm over onto Nesk. Bit of an assist there from Reaps, I think, but a great job at clearing out those players on that double window. Puts a lot of pressure on, especially with how much time's left here, Demo. 5 versus 3, you've still got a player on Fireplace. Maya and Lagonis here, they don't know whether to tuck into Library, whether to tuck onto Fireplace. They've got a bit to work with, but they've not got loads.
The issue for Liquid, it's just the kind of general setup. I mean, if they lose those players towards Office, which again, Neskin has just died again. Nesk straight off the board, didn't really put up a fight. They don't really have an option after that. And then you can see Bleed start to use all the different avenues that you have on the attack. 2 players rotate out towards the raiding side of things. And Turd finds resets. Maya still in the suicide position. But all it takes is 1 drone, and he'll be spotted out. And speaking of drones, a great find here from Hoven. The Frost located inside a connector. Maya still upstairs, and well, you just get the drones in, Bleed. That's all you need to do. You know where one is, find the second, and it should be no issues. And there we go, the jump in. But Maya, of course, being undroned, will pick up an easy one onto Hoven. Is he hungry for more? Is he after more kills? And Maya, though, another one. Oh, my words. Almost there for Liquid, but Bleed still have enough men on the board to see the round through. But Bleed just taking their time there with the drone work.
Had it not been for Reaps, it could have been a very different story there. It's a nice flashy 2-piece he picks up at the end to get the round closed out. Maya and Lagonis doing a good job of holding on that top floor, but it was never going to be enough after that initial entry. Picking up 2 kills on the entry like that, you should be winning 99% of those rounds. You really don't want to be losing your 3 versus 5s. It does become a big problem indeed. Asfi, star of the moment there with that opening. I'm not too sure what Turn was thinking there. It was almost a bit of a double take, wasn't it, when he saw Resets just running along next to him as he dropped and got through the double.
Yeah, you don't really expect this.
But you just don't expect to be
full-on sprinting through lobby. No,
he's just running through lobby, like, why not at this point? It's he's got to do what he's got to do, right? 2-2, shaping up for another even half here. I guess it all depends on, again, it comes down to Liquid's attacks, doesn't it, at this point? Because if this goes 3-3, which it very likely will, we're going to have another game on our hands.
I still think one more round for Liquid. If they get the third, they should be fine. You know, like I mentioned, attacker side is what Chalet is. But we do now head to our Hitchin bomb site. Usually one where you'll see defenders fight tooth and nail for controlling above, just because if you control above, then there's going to be nowhere safe to plant from an attacker perspective inside of the site if you know that there are defenders upstairs. So I would say for Bleed, they'll probably try and rotate above. I mean, they don't really have a lot of hard breach, though, to really cement that. They only have the Habana, and they will have to try and open up, you know, not just the top floor walls, but also the actual site walls as well.
Reset's going to be rocking on the Vigil this time. Liquid going for a real loose lineup here with the Vigil, the Solace. They've got a little bit of stability in the Azami. Of course, you're going to always try and build a bit of a fortress for yourself and give you some pockets of safety, but missed impact trick there. It's going to force Resets just out of position.
It's not really missed. It's just the way the changes are with the impact grenades. It's just a radius.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at last patch, all of those would have been taken off. So, yeah, it's just one of them. The impacts are just clearly not as effective as what they used to be. One thing I've noticed from Hoven, though, is he's hacked a lot of gadgetry. He's taken down a lot of the Banshees, more importantly. Is that his third Banshee? I think he's gotten all 3 of them. Right now, I think for Bleed, they're probably thinking, just hit side. We can just try and walk up in through West Main, hit through Trophy Window, hit through Short. That's the kind of options right now for them.
Well, they seem to be shaping up for a bit of a hop in here through Trophy. And that bulletproof camera's flashing blue as well. And that's going to mean that they've got info on that Mentalist. He's got a great spot there onto Lagonis, and the kills are going to start to come in now. Resets He picks up Reaps as Reaps was trying to make something happen there. Hoven go for a bit of a rotation, see if he can get that back as a trade, and he does. Some good information exchange there. They've still got that BP on site though, so they're always going to know where Lagonis is.
Lagonis has no idea that this information is being fed through to Bleed, of course, right now. Hoven trying to see if he can thread the needle through the little bit of a gap, taps him and finally shuts him down. Hoven is in the thick of it inside of the site. Any more info that he can gain? Does he know about the player coming in towards short? There is still a player on the hatch that has not been dealt with. Where has Paulu came in from? How has been allowed to rotate?
Bleed looked like they had trophy on lockdown, and Paulu's been allowed to do that. Mentalist maybe asleep at the wheel there on the big rappel. Not sure if he had an angle onto it, but Paulu's going to be able to see just exactly what has been hacked here. All those electronics will start to flash up. Turd, he's going to be the next player to try and move through. Asfi going to look to try and get this plant down, but that was an engagement that Turd needed to win. With Paulu getting that kill, Asfi, he's going to be getting the plant down. Paulu was too preoccupied to jump into the solar scanner, but it's likely not going to matter. Mentalist, he's got so much work to do here, and Maya is already on that disable. Downed on the hop through, and nothing he can do.
Just couldn't lock down Paulu. I mean, Paulu, great heads-up initiatives, thinking, oh, they're not actually holding this. I can just run straight through and just upset the apple cart. Great play from him. A very strange round, as be said, very chaotic. It's like one of those, seesaws just going back and forth, back and forth. Nobody really looking as though they can cement that win until Paulu says, don't worry, fellas, I'll do it for you. I've got this round on lock. But yeah, Bleed, I think, great work being able to pick off all those bits of utility, realizing that, hey, we can hit the site. One thing that actually really hindered Bleed a lot of the time there was those double reinforcements on the trophy wall. That usually doesn't happen. Those two walls are usually left soft. But actually having them reinforced works out really well for the Legion in that scenario, because then it's very difficult to kill him. If you still have upstairs control, if you still have the hatch, he's in quite a safe position. He can't really get killed apart from just the door, which did happen to him. It's just sad that he didn't have anyone covering from above.
Round number 6, we go to the top floor. Liquid's final stand here on their defensive half. Of course, provided we don't go into an overtime. Bleed, we're going to need to find some success here. A salvage of a 3-3 split. It'd be... Well, it's the best thing that they can come away with at this point, but you would expect a little bit more. Ness going to be going for a cheeky spawn peek here. Is he going to find it? No! Reaps hits him with the reverse, the DMR headshot. Reaps was ready for that one.
One does not simply spawn peek Reaps.
I mean, one does not simply counter spawn peek Nesk. It's still not an easy thing to do, is it?
Oh, it's great to see. Reaps. Much better game from him compared to Cafe, where he was a little bit shaky on the first half, but certainly this half on Shally has been leading his team on the front foot. Lagonis on the Echo as well, seeing if he can assist these roamers, and Liquid they've been really consistent with the roam game they've tried to establish all across the map. They're really not afraid to really push the boundaries of Bleed. I will say Liquid sometimes they can maybe spread themselves a little bit too thin, where they can get picked off one by one with not really being together and being able to play that trade game that they can do oh so well, is what they've shown us on Cafe. But still, they just make it very difficult for Bleed. Love this angle from Resets. Oh, luckily though for Reaps, he does think against going for the jump in. Hoven using the Candelas, and right now it's just the fight for Solar.
We've got a bit of information there as to Resets his position, but can still board himself up with another Kiba barrier. He's got one in pocket here. That Turd just hanging around at the bottom of blue stairs as well. These are players that really need to be dealt with at this point. Look at the time demo. It is dwindling away. We've got an opening kill, which is great for Bleed, but they've not really used it just as of yet. Reaps is going to try and make something happen there from the balcony, but it's a very dangerous position for him to be.
Maya still unchecked downstairs, but does he know about the lurker that is Turd? This is the role that he plays. Mentalist, though, beats him to it, has the coverage on that main door, but I think Turd would have killed him nonetheless. Again, it's just pick after pick for Bleed. Liquid, nothing to show in this round so far. Lagonis now on the Echo, maybe thinking about getting aggressive on that breach. Resets is beside him on that shield, and a zombie combination, just trying to lock down that side of the map. Here comes Turd now. He really does pick his moments, Turd. You really won't see Turd be active until kind of the last 40 seconds. That's his role.
Turd going to go for a bit of a slower peek there onto the Azami, but resets will fall. Lugonis picks one. He's going to have to grab a couple more, though, if he wants to try and keep his team in it, but Turd's on a tear. Grabs himself a second. Palu on the flank, as we've seen him so many times. 20 seconds left to go. He picks up two, but it's not enough. A triple for Turd there, and Bleed, they level things up.
Yeah, there's one thing you'll find about Turd. It's either he has the massive impact in the round, or he's stuck in the 1v4 baiting his team. That is how Turd functions. That is it. That is his role. That's the role he chooses to play. It's not a consistent role, because you always can't say that I'm always going to get a triple kill every round. I'm going to sneak in through the back. You can't say that's always going to work. It is a massive risk role that he plays. But if it does work, then you're walking away thinking, wow, that was easy.
Round number 7, as we get into it, we've got a couple of replays to go through first. We can get to see the Turd highlights right now. We get to see the kill onto Lugonis live, but we get it here in all of its glory. Bleed, up for the fight here. Good little momentum boost at the switch of the half as well. Round number 7, we're going to be going to Bar and Games. Kind of surprised with how little we saw Team Liquid playing downstairs in the basement. We really didn't see that site all too often, but I think Chalet is one of those maps where a lot of the sites are pretty favorable.
Yeah. 5 seconds to go. It's, just take your pick. I think they are all good. Look, I think every bomb site in this map can be defended. It can be. I know probably downstairs is your more difficult one in terms of actually trying to stop the plant go down. Looking now at our Bar and Games, I love the setup that Bleed are bringing. Some very strong operators. You see the Mira, you see the Azami combination. One reason why I think you really need the Mira for this site just in general is just to give that player and connector a bit of breathing space. Usually teams will set up with a lot of guys upstairs and then one guy in the site, and it will usually be a person inside a connector. Without having that Mira window there, I always think connector's a little bit of a difficult position because you always kind of have to watch your corners. You have to kind of flick through 2 different doorways and a double window at all times. You just sit safely behind the Mira window. It does that kind of job for you. So I do like that you bring in the Mira window. And also we've seen plenty of times, you know, final 30, 20 seconds, Mira window still up, a guy in behind connector, wins that all day of the week.
Absolutely, and again, it's something else to try and solve. Reaps.
Timing.
He is going to take Nesk down there. Poor old Nesk.
He smiled as he killed him. He's a lunatic. He's smiling, killing Nesk.
Poor old Nesk is having an awful time here on Charlie. He's 1-6 right now. Died in every single round, bar 1.
Shall I get his face chiseled off the mountain?
Well, I mean, it's an honorary position on the Mount Rushmore, isn't it? But it's not looking good. Maybe growing a little bit of moss.
Oh dear. We don't want to see mossy plays. Liquid, man down. How will you succumb with the pressure that is going to be applied by all of this utility that Bleed still have? You have the shields, you have the barriers from the Azami. I mean, this one specifically is very dangerous to deal with. You know, Hoven can really tuck himself in behind that fireplace and just use that cover, just swing for all he's worth. Reset maybe looking to go below and perhaps on a bit of a backstab and could try and walk up lobby to eliminate Reaps. Down goes Astley though from Maya. I think he just caught him as he was trying to cross in through in towards Library. And speaking of resets, he has pushed up all the way in through the lobby stairs, but not before Hoven has found one on Demaya. Still a 3 versus 3. Reaps, where's he went? I thought he was over towards Blue. No, he's actually retreated back into the bomb site. So they've just said, you know what, just give Liquid upstairs.
Got Turdster below as well, so he's got an option of a couple of different rotates that he can really try and make it. Just needs to be cautious that he doesn't leave his team out high and dry. Reaps, he might do all the job for his team in this round, though, as he grabs another over onto Palu. Lugonis left with a decision. Do you drop the hatch or do you walk down the stairs? Resets, tries to push through, telegraphs his location as the Wamai magnet goes off there. And with Turdster on the lower part of these blue stairs, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Lugonis is the first to fall, and the second picked up as well.
Oh,
2 monster rounds from Turdster.
Big, big, big from Turd. Massive reaction as well from Julio. He really liked that one. You know, Julio coming over into the APAC region, a massive, you know, transfer. We really didn't expect that one to happen, but he's done great work from Bleed every single tournament. Bleed just looked better and better and better the more we watched them. And this is, you know, This is the chance now, isn't it, for Bleed to really make an upset?
My
What a shot for
goodness.
I mean, at one time, Nesk was actually watching that window for just a little bit, and then as soon as he looks away, dead.
It's the fact that we flip back onto the player, can't we get the live reaction? And you said he was laughing.
He's laughing.
Genuinely grinning ear to ear. In Siege, you get those moments, you get those times where you just put a couple of bullets into a barricade and you get lucky, it pops up on the right-hand side of the screen if you've got the kill feed open, or you get that little notification on the crosshairs that you've just done some damage or got a kill, and it just feels so, so good.
Basement time.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Very strange to actually see them go for the basement. I really thought they were going to go for the kitchen and dining. I just think Bleed is a team where they can roam, I think, a lot more aggressively. I think it'll give more options for Turd to kind of go for those flanks and those lurks. Because I always feel for the basement, you don't really have to do a lot from an attacker perspective. You kind of have to maybe clear players if they're above in towards kitchen and dining, and that's really it. Everything else can just be pushed in from that trench side, and there isn't a lot of flank options from the trench side of things.
Oh dear, Lagonis. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Not a good start.
I mean, it's just it's just too hasty. We don't need to be that quick. We've got an IQ. We've got a lot of things.
This is actually very bad because they only have the one hard breach. That's it.
They've not even got 10 openers.
They have nothing.
That could be round defining in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah.
You just get bandit traits, you lose an exothermic, and now you're thinking we need to do a lot now to make sure that this second exothermic goes off for a start. And then the other question is, where the heck do we use it?
You have three options. You can either go again for that main wall, which has just been bandit tricked. You can go for the long wall, or you go for trench wall. You need at least, honestly, you need at least 2 out of the 3. 3 out of 3 is usually the norm. We don't really see teams struggle with getting the walls open these days, but it's happened for Liquid, and at this level of competition, it will cost you. And there's still this roam game. You know, there's still roamers on the prowl right now for Bleed, and they have no idea about that. Did he not just shoot a drone?
I'm pretty sure that Hoven just shot a drone at his feet at the top of Solar, and then we've got Resets hopping up onto Master Bed. Neski's taking some damage here as well. The job's done for Bleed. If they retreat back to the site, they are going to be in a really good position. They're going to get aggressive, but Reeves is going to shut him down again. Nest can't catch a break today. That's the second round in a row we've seen Reeves absolutely destroy him.
Oh my God, Reeves. And he wants more. Paulie was going to give him it, though.
Reloading.
We'll eliminate Reeps and at least get 1 kill back, but look at Turd! He's just sitting in a corner! There's a guy right in front of him over towards dining! Turd isn't moving, Turd's waiting for him to come towards him! It's gonna be Lagonis on the Thermite and Turd, oh my God! Turd, get out of the game! You are done! You are, Lagonis has just, oh, the pistol! What?
3-3, 40 seconds left. Still with an exothermic in pocket. This is now somewhat doable for the side of Liquid. Turd's kind of sold a little bit there. There's no bandit batteries in Mentalist pockets. They're all placed down, and that wall's getting opened like it or not. Hoven is going to be immediately on the other side of it, and he's not even going to move. Grabs one onto Lagonis, goes for a swing for a second, leaves his teammate in a 1 versus 2. Now the shotgun comes through, but it's Paulie all day!
You are not supposed to win that round, Liquid! You're not supposed to! And we've got... Guys, we have got all chat kicking off right now. I cannot put into words how much of a throwable round we have just witnessed. That might be the biggest thrown round I've seen at this tournament. Bleed get the bandit truck right from the get-go. They have 1 thermite charge left, which is usually just... What are you going to do? You can't open up everything, and you need everything open for that site. Reeps is hitting incredible shots onto everyone.
It was Hoven.
You think, you know, Hoven, oh, how's he got that kill? The drone's not there.
That shot from Reeps was disgusting.
Mr. Turd!
That was the engagement.
We need to have a discussion.
That was the engagement.
We need to have a chat. How does Turd bottle that?
Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, our wonderful observer has kept the all chat open so that you can see just exactly what was said during the prep phase there and the end of that previous round. Palu called Turster a bot, and I think it is maybe warranted in that instance. A bit of a round that I think, you know, Liquid knew that they were in trouble there. They knew that that was going to be a real difficult round to pull over. When you need a difficult round pulling out of the bag, who do you draw to if you Lost Nest, he drove someone like Palu, and he really made it happen. He got 3 incredibly important kills there. But the rest of his team rallied, and if Lagonis loses that engagement upstairs, it probably goes to bleed. 4-4, all level, round 9 coming up right now. To see who takes a lead and who gets a chance to put themselves onto that 6th round and have a chance at closing out this map.
Here we go again. Bleed on the defense. A new bomb site, though. It is the kitchen and dining, which is where I thought they were going to go. I didn't think they were going to go for the basement, but after what's just happened at the basement, you want to stay away from that as quickly as you can. And they will, of course, be trying to hold on to that top floor as expected. You can see actually Liquid have actually went for a sweep from the bottom up, so they're actually getting in through the basement, and they're just slowly doing all of the drone work and just making sure that they can sweep that part of the map. Whenever you're against the side like Bleed, who will have lurkers towards the basement, I think it's a great idea just to go from bottom up.
Yeah. When you've got Turd, you know that he's going to be in a rat corner somewhere. You may as well try and find him, so if they have the time in the round to do it, then they ought to use it. Gooman is going to get hit there by Recess. Nesk and him are going to be in a fairly good spot here at the top of Fireplace. Lagonis can start to open that wall. No danger of a trip this time, as the wall is going to get opened nicely without a hitch.
And the second as well. So good start for Liquid. You've opened up the main ways in to hold above and also into the site. Of course, Reaps has been flashed out. That has forced them back. So nobody's going to be in a position to hold the vertical angle, so Lagonis could just walk in and try and go for the plant as long as the coverage is there from the rest of his team. Reaps now drops down and drops almost into an open breach. Luckily, nobody from Liquid is there holding that. Resets with the Dokumi call, and I think Liquid now, they're going to try and look for their pinch.
Well, Nesk needs to win this engagement upstairs. He's thrown all of his Candelas through now, and I don't think that they're going to be effective. Hoven, he manages to dodge out of it in that instance. There is going to be a player pushing him on. Ivy, he gets a glimpse before he goes down, but he needs to try and win this engagement. Full wide, nothing he can do. 2 kills come in there, make it 3. Nesk picks himself up, a nice 2. 3 versus 3 now. Mentalist inside of Trophy. Lagonis still dishing out the pain with the diffuser in his hand. Can maybe look to try and make a rotation, but he's going all the way through the bottom of the map there.
Do they know about Reaps, though? Look at the position that Reaps is in. Just in the middle of dining, and he's going to be standing right in front of the open breach, so it's an easy kill for Lagonis. Mentalist has taken up the same position. He will down on the Polu. Diffuser going down, all down to Mentalist to see if he can try and pick this round up, but Nesk is better this round with that LMG, and Liquid, oh, they are so ready now, Ollie, to take this series.
That is a must-win engagement for Nesk, and for a player that only had 1 kill coming into this round, he has picked up 2 incredibly important kills there, essentially winning the round for Liquid. I was really worried when we saw Lagonis going for a full rotate in the basement because he needed to get from A to B. He was stuck on the wrong side and he didn't have a better way of transitioning through the map. The time was running so low.
It was actually an incredible rotate. You think about the kill that he'd got before he killed the guy just standing and dining, it was a kill coming in from West Main. If that guy's West Main, Reaps will then think, oh, I can now play in dining. They've actually left lobby. They're not playing that breach. But because that long rotate, he's not expecting a man just to appear out of nowhere and just shoot him in the back of the head. So I think a great rotate from Lagonis, who, honestly, Lagonis, the chain of events he has set off by just getting that 1 pistol kill, wow.
It's the beat of a butterfly's wings that starts a hurricane.
That's the miss mag of Turd that causes this one.
Well, we have seen a tactical timeout there from Bleed.
Rotate.
That was the engagement there from Ness. You can see.
Look at Lagonis, man. Headset's nearly coming off.
I said Liquid looked fired up. Liquid looked up for the match here today. They looked like that over on Cafe, and they are looking like that even more as every round trots on by. 5 rounds to 4. Tactical timeout just used for Bleed. It wasn't good for a round over on Cafe. The timeout was unsuccessful. They weren't able to adjust. They weren't able to adapt. They're on the defense here. It is a little bit different. It's obviously different to Cafe, and they have seen some success already here. They've lost a round due to somebody making a mistake. It happens. Losing a gunfight, and that was the ultimate reason for the round loss. They've then just lost that previous round. Liquid played it exceptionally well. They're not a million miles off the pace here. We could be sat at quite easily a 5-4 Bleed scoreline right now.
That's the way it goes. Siege, fine margins is how we always try and define it with what can happen inside of the game. Liquid have to attack onto a bomb site that they previously had lost. Bleed had a great time here the last time. They were over in the bar and games room. Setup doesn't look as though it's changed. Same operators, same positions they're playing. So it's up to Liquid to see how they can adapt. In terms of utility that they have, I like the addition of, obviously, the floors being brought in to deal with the Azami barriers. Azami upstairs inside of Library and towards Fireplace can be a real nuisance, and also that shield towards Blue. Speaking of which, is going to be eliminated very early on. Nobody watching that window for it coming in, but Reaps, though, that's fine. You can take the shield. We'll take a kill.
Reaps has been devastating on this opening pick. Seems like he's got some sort of speed buff at the moment on the Wamai. He's just moving slippy. Always going to be difficult to try and pin a player down like that. And there's still a nice little triangle being played up here as well. We've got Asfi playing deep inside of Library. Going to play for the C4, try and drop the hatch and blow it. Somehow manages to stay alive. Lagonis can send another fireball in there, but there's nobody home.
Yeah, again, fine. Right now, if you're Liquid, you've been able to clear out the player from that position. Sure, you didn't get the kill, but the only thing is you just wanted to get players out of that top floor, and they've done that successfully. Minute 20 to go. You still have a player towards, I think, is it Fireplace or Small Box? One of the two, everyone's in. Looks a bit, oh, kind of both, because he's got kind of that rotate. He has blocked up one side of it, so Hoven just trying to play off these Azami barriers. Reaps is also trying to assist, but here comes Resets in through that double window. Is he looking for the blue player first? It looks as though he is, and he will try and go and push for the kill onto Reaps, but no, it seems to be Maya's been picked off before that. Reset's missing more shots, but a jump in from Ness will secure the trade, so it's going to be kills on both fronts into a 3 versus 3 now.
You look at Mentalist position and the value of that grows by the second right now. Turd is going to be playing downstairs in Snowmobile. 2 options of rotation. He can either go up main stairs or he can rotate and go up blue. Just needs to find out where exactly Liquid are going to push from. They're likely going to send one to each, but they're conscious of it, Demo. They know that there's somebody down below, and they've got some lines to try and watch that. We're going to jump over, get ourselves onto the door that leads into bar now. Still, there is that unknown factor of Turdster, but Liquid are very concerned about it. Turd's going to get himself wrapped in an engagement, but doesn't push for it. Lagonis wins the one onto Mentalist. That's huge. It frees up stock, and now Turd has rotated up that blue stairs. Lagonis hits a team kill. Not an ideal time, but 2 versus 1. No time left. Nesk has to try and cover this plant, as we've seen him do already. Turdster, he's rotating round. Is he going to get the line on Nesk? Is he going to get the line on Resets? No, the plant will be confirmed here. Now in a 1 versus 2, and Lagonis hits it. Plant and a kill there to tie things up. Liquid, they're on a match and series point right now.
Oh, Lagonis, the smokes that cut across that rotate that Turd was trying to go for up through blue stairs. We've seen that they knew that Turd was downstairs. Nesk obviously goes for the engagement. It then forces somebody else from site to try and swing. I believe it was the guy in Connector, the Cade. He then loses his gunfight. 2 versus 3. They know there's only one staircase Turd can go, and that's going to be up blue. Capital bolts across the corridor. Turd can't do anything with that rotate. That rotate is completely dead. Bomb access then in favor of Liquid. They get that diffuser. Lagonis TK's resets in the middle of it as well, but still, Lagonis, he makes up for it. I mean, this guy gets 1 pistol kill and he's been man of the match.
Well, that's it. It started, hasn't it? It was the small drops that start the waterfall. You've got Lagonis, he's 10-7 now. It's a great scoreline, especially for a support player, but it all comes down to the morale and the energy that 1 pistol kill gave his team.
Honestly, this tournament for Lagonis, he's going to get a documentary series, you know, from where he was to where he is now. Honestly, it's the next heartwarming story, guys, coming to your screen soon. My, oh my. But 6-4 for Liquid. Bleed, just looking out of it. They really are. Asfi and Mentalist, 4 kills between them. Reaps has tried his best, Ollie. You know, he's dominated that opening kill stat line, but I think for Bleed, throughout this series, it's been converting those advantages.
It hasn't. I don't think that Bleed has been very good at taking the advantage when it has been there and when it's been presented, or even when they've manufactured the position that has given them the advantage. Downstairs we go. Obviously, the round that should have been from a Bleed perspective, and the round that Liquid really clutched out of the jaws of defeat. not seen the same mistake. I mean, Lagonis, couldn't you say he made a mistake? He made a mistake, and he also made a huge play. The mistake he made was wasting the exothermic and getting bandit tricked. That hasn't happened this time. He's still got both in pocket. There is still a roam here from Bleed that is to be dealt with, so it isn't a foregone conclusion here.
No, and I think Liquid will take their time to hunt these roamers. You can see Maya straight in through the solar window. It is always risky playing your Hibana as the kind of entry role, considering the role Hibana plays, which is that more support-orientated position. You want to try and keep those X-Kairos pellets, and there you go. You lose the Hibana. You're back down just the one hard breach on Lagonis. Reaps, again, another opening pick for him.
Reaps has been devastating. He is a serious contender for keeping Bleed in this thing. Double positive, 14 and 7 at the moment. And it's not just that he gets the opening pick, he very rarely gets traded off the back of it either. He gets it and then gets himself out of there, and he'll be over the other side of the map in only a few seconds. I like Hoven's positioning here. If he's not known on the drone, it does seem like there's a drone from Palu just to his left there, so there's a chance that he has been exposed, but if he can maintain that position for a little bit of time, he might see some success. The Liquid players are sort of spiraling and circling around him up there right now.
Yeah, you've got resets on the hatch. I think Liquid just want to try and go for the default plan in towards the trench wall. Lagonis will first need to open up the wall, and he will get himself in and do that. No bandits to worry about, no Cades to worry about. But there's still two roamers above. Obviously, we've seen Hoven inside of lobby, but you still have Turd all the way on the top floor. Nesk looking to see if he can get the gridlocks in to clear away the pillar side of things. Asfi still in the thick of it, and oh no, Hoven has exposed his hand and Palu's straight in.
That's a great pick there from Palu. The fire is going to slow him down a little bit, but Resets picks one up onto Turd. Palu is Terminating through sight, picks himself one before being traded. Reaps on for two. He needs to go massive here if he's going to try and keep his team in this thing. It's all down to Reaps. It'll be an ace clutch if he makes it happen, but Nesk is there. The blank was going down from Lagonis. Nesk picks up the final kill. Liquid, they made the stage for the first time since Copenhagen.
Congratulations, the Liquid. They will be back on Friday in front of the crowd. Commiserations to Bleed. Same thing happened to them again. They go 2-0 up, and they just can't make it to main stage.
Your heart's going to go out for Bleed here, of course. They are out of the competition now. They've gone up against a Team Liquid there that I believe looked a lot better than yesterday. I watched the Liquid Scars game yesterday, and it wasn't that great from a Liquid point of view. It was very scrappy. This was much more convincing from Liquid here today.
Yeah, people stepped up, people get their kills. I like the opportunity spot, and look at that from Palu there, for example. That's one thing that I have to give credit to Liquid. Over the course of the year, I think they've really stepped up in terms of understanding the meta. I think back in Copenhagen, and obviously what we've seen throughout recently, you think about the other stages that they've played in, it was just very old Siege. It was very slow.
Yeah.
Whereas now they've really picked up the pace. Nesk is opportunity spotting, Paulu's opportunity spotting. They're seeing these gaps the same way that your phases do, same way that your Furias do, and they make things happen from that.
We've got an interview with Palu ready. I would like to throw a question into the mix, if I may. How do you win a map only getting the opening pick in 2 rounds? What a performance there from Bleed, but what a performance from Liquid. Take it away.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm here with the one and only Palu, closing it out. What does it mean for you to now make a major after such a long time making a main stage? What does it feel?
It feels really good. We are on a great mood right now. Like, we are just like feeling it, and we are ready.
No, you guys are looking on point. I mean, you guys have literally had to claw your way all the way to this point. No game was really that easy. Well, maybe something was a little easy yesterday. I don't know, a little bit. But what's it going to be like going to main stage now? What's the focus?
I think there is a little things that we need to fix, but like I think we developed a lot during the matches we were playing. We learned a lot. Actually playing other teams from other regions. We did the boot camp that helped us a lot, and right now we are going to just finish some points that we needed to get better. But yeah, I think we are really ready for the stage.
No, definitely. Well, I got one more question for you. What has been the biggest improvement that you have made individually going throughout this phase? Or all these phases, I should say.
It's hard to say just one thing, but the major, I think it's like courage, you know? Like everyone, I think, grow a lot through the matches, and everyone believes in everyone. Like, doesn't matter, like, you have to vault the 5 jump 1 window. We're gonna do it, you know? And we believe in each other, and that's it, you know?
And now, is there anything that you want to say to your fans out there, family members, anything like that before I let you go?
Yeah, of course. Like, I want to thank everyone that cheer for us, that believe in us. Of course, we have some bad moments, but I think we are growing every match, every round. We are learning stuff, and we are getting better. And I think we are facing Furia, right? We want to face them a lot, and that's it. See you guys.
All right, sounds good. Here, give me one more. All right, congratulations, obviously, to Liquid. I'm going to send it over to you guys. I'm going to send it over to Jack, actually. He has a wonderful telestrator for you. Tune in.
Thank you very much, Laxing. Now, it might be a wonderful telestrator if you're a Team Liquid fan. It's going to be a terrible telestrator if you are a Bleed fan. Now, what I want to focus on is Liquid won a lot of 3v5s in this game, and I'm going to highlight this as winning a 3v5 rather than Bleed throwing a 3v versus 5. You can see here I'm showing down in Chalet on the basement, and that's just what I wanted to show you now. This is a 5 versus 3 for Bleed, and I just need to highlight 5 versus 3. The round is won. But is it? Because Bleed, they decide they want to do a little trolling out on the Chalet basement. What we're going to see is the Roamers are going to try and get themselves back to site. The Kiva barrier comes in to highlight Palu. And what these 2 players here should be doing, the 2 Bleed players, they should be trying to use this Kiva barrier to get back to site. What do they actually do? They try and fight. They want to fight onto Palu. I've just done a very big circle there. They want to fight, and it costs Reaps his life. So this is such a high-risk play for such low reward. And actually what happens, Reaps loses his life. It's a 4 versus 3. Now, focus on Lagonis. He's on the Thermite. Tends to look away now because, buddy, he's just pistol whipped you. He didn't know you was there. It is now a 3 versus 3. Tad didn't need to stay there. He could have just chilled, got himself back to site. And then this one is maybe the most criminal. Obviously, because Lagonis was alive on the Thermite, he can go and he can breach the wall over on the right-hand side here. And what Bleed don't do with only 29 seconds on the clock, they don't pop their Goyo canister, which is their win condition, which is their redundancy for this. They allow Liquid to play a 3 versus 3. They've just got to force into sight. Hoven gets a kill. He runs into the breach and he dies as well. Gives the man advantage back. And there was so many of these situations where, yes, Liquid won it, but Bleed absolutely threw it as well. They're going to be kicking themselves. So, yeah, congratulations to Team Liquid, but for Bleed, you've really got to work on this, buddy. Right, going to send this over back to a break, and after that, we'll have the final game of the day.
Hello, everybody. Isn't it a great day we're having here? Definitely very sunny and beautiful in Manchester, England. Hi, I'm Elis the Medic. With me are Fresh and Alfama. And before we kick off our final elimination matchup of the entire tournament, we kind of wanted to use this halftime show to just chill because there's no pressure, at least until our final game is ready. And the players are getting ready as we speak right now. And just kind of talk about expectations for that main stage because we have seen what the stage literally looks like. And we can't show you any pictures, otherwise we'd be in big trouble. So we won't. It looks beautiful, and there's going to be a lot of space for a lot of people in our sold-out arena. So let's recap this bracket, kind of go through how things are. The teams that are qualified, the teams that have not. You need 3 wins to make it out of our Swiss bracket. Sorry if it looks complicated, but we did have a lot of games to cover between both A and B streams. Furia, Secret, M80, FaZe, Dark Zero, BDS, and Liquid with one more team left. Who are your favorites? Because we're not really sure about the seeding and how it goes. Who do you feel will really get that crowd buff on Friday, Jack?
I have 3. Do you have 3, Leo?
Yeah, I do. I did have 3, now I have 4.
Well, at the same time,
how about that?
Into the camera.
4 favorites.
Give your 3. Give your 3. So pick 3.
My 3. We might have the same. So at
Stop.
Should we give our number 1?
No. Both of you have to say it at the same time to the camera. So on the count of 3, this is your number 1 favorite. 1, 2, 3.
Furia.
All right.
Okay. That's
Fair
the
enough.
first one. She's done. Okay. We've got one at least. Together.
Okay, number 2. I can already guess what it is. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
FaZe.
Very good. All right. And our third, honestly, at this point, it's all vibing well. Our third one on 3. 1, 2, 3.
BDS. Of course.
They're my 3 favorites.
Yeah, okay. We already had them at the beginning of the event. I don't know if it was the same for you than for me, but I already, that was my top 3. Initially, okay? Then going into the tournament, after seeing FaZe struggle a little bit, especially against Beast Coast, after seeing BDS lose to PSG Talon, I was starting to get worried.
Yeah.
And then after the last few days, I think they've warmed up into the tournament. They've gotten better and overall, getting more comfortable. And now I can see them being the favorites again. Now my 4th one would have been Secret, but it depends of the seeding. You know why? The reason why is I actually believe Secret might be on the same trajectory than Loss during Atlanta.
That's fair.
You know what I mean by the playstyle, the aggression, the momentum, the fact that they're all vibing and they're hyped after a roster change. I kind of feel like it's the same storyline. It's just they have a 3 days break, and I'm kind of worried about this. How do you keep the momentum throughout 3 days of break?
I've been going out in town.
But wow.
It's like you've insulted Fresh in his entire life.
They were the first team to qualify. They went up 3-0. They beat some of the best team of the event to come here. They beat FaZe. You know, just looking at them and how confident they were, if they can keep the same momentum, they can upset a lot of teams.
That's crazy. I mean, look, I honestly love Secret. I think they're a great team, and I think they are going places. The addition of Adrian, the addition of Doom, alongside Grubby on that front line, makes them genuinely quite a very confident and a very aggressive and a very capable front line. And I think Savage and Miracle in the back line aren't afraid to get stuck in either. That being said, the one thing that I'm going to caveat this with Secret about is look at every other team, apart from obviously we don't know the last one yet because that game's coming up.
Yeah.
Every other team in this bracket has had people that have played plenty of main stages. You know, Liquid, DZ, for example, even the M80 guys, you know, Sports won a major. There's been a lot of the teams that we haven't spoke about that aren't the favorites have played plenty of majors and SIs, whereas Secret's experience is relatively short. I think, you know, there's only Savage and Grubby who was on the Secret roster that qualified to SI in 23, so that's a bold shout, Leo.
That's a great point, especially seeing that most of their playstyle revolves around confidence. They've said it themselves, they need to be in full confidence if they want to win. At the same time, one could have said the same thing when they went to the major. It was their first major. They could have been scared. Instead, they were hyped. What's going to happen on the main stage? Nobody can tell.
Honestly, and that's what makes it so much more exciting because a team like Secret, everybody loves to cheer for the underdog, right? Secret are absolutely an underdog and a dark horse, and I called them that back in SI. I expected a bit better than that through the groups, but hey, we're getting it here in Manchester, and I think a crowd that sees a team like that, that's all young gunners, a European team, right, mix, but European team at base,
yeah,
and here in front of a crowd that loves this sort of underdog story, That's honestly, that's gonna be a big push once you get into the server to keep you fired up the whole game.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's always the story of the
double-edged.
confidence. Yeah, double-edged because then when you have expectation on yourself, that's when the pressure is building up.
Yeah.
And the thing is, all the way through to qualify and to go 3-0 and to qualify to the quarterfinals, they had zero expectations on them.
Yeah.
But now that they were the first team to qualify, now the pressure must be coming in.
Now there's analysts on the desk calling them favourites. That's the pressure. That's the expectation.
They crumble.
Maybe I'm just pushing them too hard on this.
You're jinxing them. This is like me at SI saying that Wolves are actually the best team in the world. Like this is.
Okay, that's ultimate. That's ultimate.
Anyways,
okay.
let's move on. So you both agreed on the top 3 that you have in your minds, right?
Yeah.
Furia, FaZe, BDS. Let's kind of go through them one by one and kind of focus on that for the rest of our halftime show. Why do you believe Furia have the shot to make it all? I know I'm a dumb guy. I have not watched anything in Siege for the past year. Jack, please help me out.
So, I mean, well, if you've not watched anything in Siege for the last year, you're missing out. Go and watch the SI Grand Final as a little warm-up for this weekend when we're on the rehearsal day tomorrow. Get on the YouTube, watch that. But Furia, they were known as W7M. They've won the last 3 events inside of the official circuit. 6 Invitational 2024, the Atlanta Major in 2023, and the Copenhagen Major in 2023. They also competed in the final of 6 Invitational 2023. They have been at the final point of our last 4 tournaments. Why? They're the hardest working team, I think, by far. They've got the best coach by far who knows when to strategically pull them in around. You know, in a timeout, and he's talking about strategy, or he knows if they need a lift in emotion. Often coaches can do one or the other. And then the third bit is they've got some of the most mechanically skilled players just to ever exist inside of this game.
Arguably, I would say maybe the best lineup of gunners. I would say that's where the playstyle revolves around. I would say around all of the favorites team also, it's the one that looked the most dominant one as well.
And some would say the second favorite would be FaZe Clan in that case, right? Alpha Maya, yesterday, you and I had like a bit of a joust, a tout between Furia, FaZe, who's better. And honestly, it is a tough call to make.
Before coming in the major, it was a tough call. I don't think it's anymore because, so the reasoning for this is FaZe looked way more dominant in regular stage. They didn't drop a single map, whereas Furia, they came after the SI. It was a bit harder. They dropped a few maps. They actually had a rough time qualifying to the event. It was not the same story. But then in the major itself, Furia was the team that was the most dominant one, and FaZe were the one that were close and that lost a few maps and close to losing more maps actually. And even against PSG Talon yesterday, they showed a couple of mistakes that PSG Talon were able to exploit. That's my issue with FaZe right now.
Now, BDS, our last team that, again, you both agreed upon. However, BDS just made it. Today, they looked great. However, yesterday, we all lost decades off our life.
Yeah, that's the hilarious thing, is the recency bias has kind of influenced at least me. I don't know if it did you, Leo. But the dominant performance today to take it to main stage, and I think BDS are going to be the European team. We can talk about Secret, but they'll be like an underdog European team. BDS are the one that the whole crowd in Manchester are going to be behind. They've got British player obviously on the squad of
users said that they are British for the intents of this game.
They will be for the purpose of this bracket. They will be supported and they will be our team, I guess. But it's not just that. They've got the 5 best players probably in Europe in their respective roles. And if they can develop, I think the problem is we've seen them have issues through this tournament with communication, with synergy. If they can develop and they can just keep at the top of their game with regards to the team play and the overall, they're a threat. But it has been inconsistent in this tournament. That's the only caveat that I would have.
But I want to ask all those at home, who are your top 3? Again, predictions game will be running and opening up for our finals weekend. So make sure that you set yourself up for it for in-game rewards. QR code will be flashing at some point during the weekend. Don't you worry about it. We're just setting up for you now. Gentlemen, thank you very much for a halftime show, but things are not done just yet. We still have one more team to join us on the main stage, and that's either Beast Coast from North America or PSG Talon from Korea. Both squads are setting up, so let's all reset together. We'll take 2 minutes, and then we are back. Only 2 minutes for this matchup. The beginning of the end. Beast Coast go up against PSG Talon for our final matchup before we head to the beautiful main stage on the other side of the building here at the BEC Arena in Manchester, England. We are so close to it. There's only one more spot. They'll join 7 other squads already awaiting those games on Friday. Hello, welcome to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos, your host. With me are Fresh and Alphama friends. We've just gone through our ideas for later, but we've also said we have one more to decide through. So how about we talk about our 2 rosters, starting off with PSG Talon, hailing from South Korea, Jack.
Yeah, PSG Talon, I think nobody really, and I keep saying this, nobody really would have expected them to be in this game, least of all themselves. But they've overperformed into this major, obviously winning 2 of the best of ones out of 3 inside of the initial start of Swiss. Then came yesterday, they lost up against FaZe. They were outclassed up against FaZe. They will have learned a lot. And I think for them, this is what this major's about. Do they have realistic expectations of going deep in this major? Probably not. But a huge learning experience for them, their players, and just honestly getting found out by better teams is worth it in itself.
Alphama, PSG, lots of pressure in some ways because Fabian is behind them, but otherwise, they're cruising through whatever they get, trial and error.
Yeah, like Jack just said, I think they're here for the learning experience, but I think they've outweighed all of this. I think the more rounds they can get, the better they will be, not only in Korea, but in future international events. I think at this point, they've surprised everyone. They can already be proud of themselves, but just that extra layer to qualify to quarterfinals, that must mean a lot. So I'm pretty sure they've prepared something here they're expecting to win.
Who knows, maybe Talon is that rising tide that raises the entirety of Korea as we move forward in Siege and APAC in general. But let's then talk about Beast Coast on the other side, because this North American squad came out of nowhere this stage, Alphama.
Yeah.
And they made it to the major, and they're 1 game away from the main stage.
It's actually an amazing reward for an organization like Beast Coast. You know, I've been actually playing against Beast Coast even back then when I was playing in NA. You know, it's one of the organizations that has supported Siege and invested in it for a long time. And it's finally rewarded right now with a really great payoff and an amazing off-season. The way they built this roster, actually, I think I have a graphic to show which player actually were playing in T1 before, but look at this roster. They actually took the most interesting free agents in NA.
Yeah.
Gavini was, in my opinion, one of the best players on Dark Zero when he was dropped. Gunner, same thing, proved he was amazing on Sonics. Spirits was overlooked and, in my opinion, super undervalued on M80. And Hot and Cold was dropped by SSG only because they wanted to try a new system and bring in an IGL, not because he was underperforming. So if you look at this lineup, it's actually a top-tier NA roster built out of nowhere for free with free agents.
Yeah, that's the big summary that I would have for this team is like, yes, this is a new team, but the individuals on this team are some of the most experienced inside of North American Siege. And I actually think the 2 players on your left, Gunner and Gaveni, and then the player on your right, Hot and Cold, maybe all have a case to kind of say they were maybe unfairly dropped from their last teams. I think, honestly, particularly Gaveni, but, all of them there, spirits aside, their last teams could still have them in their systems and be top teams that we currently see at the majors. And what they've done is they've mashed themselves together, and it's actually no surprise to see them here at the major and doing well.
Of course, behind the squad, Res Fettuccini, who you saw kind of setting up his eyebrows, and Froshy, who is the analyst for the squad, whereas on the other side for PSG Talon, it is Joker. And for Froshy, it's actually really cool because he's a Syrian analyst in this case, which for me, cousin, saw him outside, felt really good to see a cousin all the way here in Manchester. But we move on then from this kind of general conversation around it towards operator bans, really, for both of these teams and how they line up against one another.
Yeah, so we noticed something very funny, actually, is that, back when I was playing again, operator bans were used to really throw off the team. You want to take a look at the strats and adapt it every time you play someone. But here it's very different. For both of these teams, they actually have super consistent defender bans. Fenrir 16 times in a row for Beast Coast, and Solis almost 20 times in a row with one single exception in South Korea with Legion. But except for this, they're always banning the same defenders. And if you look at them, Jack, it's the overpowered ones.
Yeah.
Always the one that are slowing you down when you're in attack and making your side stronger.
And what does it say to me as well is that PSG Talon, because they ban Solis so often, rely on a drone network on their attacks, pre-placed drones, and obviously Solis would counter that. And for Beast Coast, they want to be a little bit more expressive. They want to have the ability and opportunity for individual plays where you can maybe walk down a staircase, walk down a backstab, and that's what Fenrir shuts down as well. So it's very clear game plans as to why they would want to ban those operators.
All right, let's move on to our map bans for this matchup. We'll start off with our first 4 and then our first pick. That'll be for Border, where Beast Coast have taken us to Talon on the attacking side, Alfama.
Yeah, they're peeking into the unknown. PSG Talon hasn't showed Border yet. I think that's a good thing actually on PSG Talon's side. And I would say it's, yes, a great map for Beast Coast, but I would be kind of worried picking into the unknown for an elimination match, Jack.
Yeah, I hope your cousin's done his work, Milos, because I have Border as PSG Talon's #1 map preference at this event. They've not banned it yet. If we move through to the next map, we will see that PSG Talon, they pick into Skyscraper. Now, we've seen Beast Coast play Skyscraper at this event, and I think that's why we were thinking PSG Talon might want to pick into it.
Yeah, but at the same time, so they've lost it at this event.
Yes.
But they went 7-8 versus FaZe, one of the best team at the major.
Favorite.
And arguably, Beast Coast should have won that. They really should. And then if you move on to the decider, one of the only maps that we've seen PSG Talon play on, I feel like every time we see PSG Talon play, there is an Oregon. If they go to the decider, one of the maps where they are the most comfortable, they actually beat BDS on it. But Beast Coast, one of their best maps as well. So it works for both teams.
All right, so would you say that we have a, on paper, close game between the two?
I think it might be the closest game of today, but to be honest, that's not really saying a lot.
Yeah, true.
I have a gut feeling PSG Talon would need to get this done in 2. I think if we go to a 3rd map, Beast Coast will take it.
I actually think this might be one-sided. I have a lot of trust in Beast Coast. I think they've shown a lot of good things, and even in their defeats, it was really close against big teams. This is a totally different opponent, maybe a bit weaker, so I expect them to make it to main stage.
Alfama can flip the bias to any region that is needed because, you know what, he's played in pretty much all of them, right?
You know what, it's called being objective on the desk.
True. Very, very fair. Alfama Fresh, thank you so much. Our casters await Dev Marta and Lynx. All yours.
Thank you very much, Milos and the guys on the desk. As we have set this up, it is the final chance to crown a team for the main stage. It's going to be another one from North America or the first one from APAC, because Korea, look, they've had some upsets. We've already seen PSG Talon beat BDS. We've already seen Fearex knock G2 out, but this is where it gets serious for Talon.
Where it gets really serious, the system versus the fraggers, but 2 upstarts nonetheless from their respective regions with a lot on the line to prove here. Talon at least have 1 major to their name, even if it was 6 months ago. This is still Beast Coast first, and they are looking to make the most of it on Border. Beast Coast pick barely really played it, just a couple times in the NAL, and pre-revamp of the roster in week 3, dominant loss to OXG. Post-revamp, dominant win against Dark Zero later on in the season, but as Jack mentioned, Talon have been saving this one. They were, I believe, eager to go to this map and to see Beast Coast pick it. So we start out for our bans. The attacking is interesting, Dev, Dokkaebi, Montaigne, but as the desk pointed out, we don't really need to guess what these defensive bans will be.
Yeah. This is a big moment for Talon, absolutely. Seeing their first chance at making it to the main stage when this is only their 2nd ever major, their first since their roster revamp, since bringing on Fabian to their coaching staff. The Fenrir and the Solace, as you had alluded to, and as we had that beautiful graphic from Leo and the boys on the desk, this is staple. This is certainly going to leave Mira in, it's going to leave Valkyrie in. A lot of power operators still to experiment with, but nothing too crazy as of yet. Now, one operator we talked a lot about in our match earlier today with BDS and Blizz is Ying. And Ying has slipped on through. Ying, Glaz, Osa, a lot of options that you can do on Border with those very execute-heavy attackers.
So many options you can do on any map, really. There's a reason that Grim in particular has become a very commonly played operator inside of recent history. You can flood so many tight corridors with those bees, and compounded with the Candela as well, it makes for a particularly unfun time, especially on a map as close quarters and tight-knit as Border can be. See if Beast Coast decide to bring them out on their attacking side, or Talon decide to bring them out here. Our first site is Armory and Archives. Talon, at least not right now, not flexing any of those operators, but the one I want to highlight is that Deimos. There are so many soft floors on Border, especially in CCTV. Azami will likely be playing there, but if Soldier can get into position inside of Customs, use that Deathmark tracker to spot her out, be a good way for Talon to get the opening pick on this attacking side.
Attack's where they begin on Beast Coast map pick, as you said. Now, Attack does have a bit of merit on Border. We actually don't have any information on how PSG Talon play Border. They haven't played it ever since their inception as PSG Talon rather than Talon Esports. As for Beast Ghost, you've said it in the past, like they have played this map twice, won at once, lost at once. Exactly a 50-50 win rate for rounds and a 50-50 on both attack and defense.
Hello.
But we're gonna have a rush already. Misa going straight on in with the blitz. Roy Boy covering. A good C4 over the top from Hot and Cold. And as he is the Warden, he's a perfect operator to try and suppress his position, but there is no plant denial. And somehow Talon have gotten away with that diffuser going down.
I really like that C4 from Hot and Cold onto the balcony, but Soldier holding down below, that's really the only option they have. Cuts down Gavini on the retake, 4v4. I mean, this is a winnable round for Talon that should go their way.
Very winnable for Talon. Beast Coast have a solid chance at making this retake work. Good bait there. Diffuser does get a good refrag, but Misa is in power positions here. Up to Spirits now in a 1v3. Still got to deal with that blitz. Does get a little bit of damage down onto Misa, but not enough as of yet, as Misa is looking to get a little bit saucy with it, going straight on forwards. The blitz eventually will finish it off. Great opening round from Talon, and they're looking very hyped.
Very good round indeed. Let's talk about Fabian just said. Look what we can do, because when Talon are at their best, it's with rounds like that. They are really good at those set plays. Might be a bit of a new team, might still struggle to figure things out on the fly when they need to react. But we can't deny the fact, especially, for example, in that game against BDS or earlier games in the tournament, that when they are executing a pre-planned strat, be it a rush, be it a clear, they know the strengths, they know the weaknesses, and they can execute it surprisingly well for a team that, as you pointed out, is still relatively new to the international scene under Fabian's system.
If anything, I'm a little bit surprised that Beast Coast weren't able to deny that plant, because I thought they had a fantastic start. The Glaz is the main operator that's meant to be covering the blitz there. And after he was C4'd by Hot and Cold, there was no information from Beast Coast that that plant was still, in fact, going down. And it's a bit surprising to me. You see the smokes go out, you probably expect that that's when the plant's going to go down. And Beast Coast didn't capitalize on that. And in a post plant, even in a 5v4, it's nigh impossible, especially when there is a shield on the board.
Especially with Soldier holding down below, as Deimos making sure that not only does he have intel on anybody that could be pushing him or could be on the side, but also just has that vendetta ready for anybody to go for the retake. And let's talk about Misa as well on that blitz. I believe either, a two-piece for him in that round. Unequivocally, I think, the best player on Talon so far this tournament.
So good this event.
I mean, how many times, in how many games has he single-handedly brought rounds over the line with 3Ks, 4Ks, dropping 17 kills, 20 kills? It's been a ridiculous showing from Misa this tournament, and I think putting him on that blitz, a lot of the times, we'll see somebody pick the operator, like Hot and Cold, just meant to create space. We're not expecting Hot and Cold to pop off on the blitz. He's meant to create space and do his job. But Misa on that operator, not only can he do that first part, but he can get kills if he needs to in that second part because of how well he's been performing this tournament. Soldier as well, another really standout player for Talon. So this team, with that good strategic foundation, also has some excellent individual skill to execute it.
Attackers are moving to defuse.
Funnily enough, we actually will see the blitz picked again here, as well as the Glaz. So clearly some kind of pocket strat once again is being planned out here by Talon. Archives Rush is one of the most classic rushes in Siege. I know in Ranked you see it all the time, in Comp as well, and often it involves some form of a shield and often it involves that Glaz. Very rarely do teams get away with doing it twice, but there is a little bit of spice cooked up here with the Amaru.
And JLT just going to send it in through sandwich window. I'm curious where the blitz is going to come from. You'd assume not from the Archive side. Maybe the rush up metal stairs could be the game plan for PSG Talon. They're still getting set up. They've got Roy Boy back in position. That Glaz on the ventilation window, but no, it's all the way through the armory breach.
And here it goes, JLT straight up through. They don't seem to be aware of it. Spirits does find one, traded back, but not confirmed as of yet. Soldier goes in. Oh, big from Soldier. He's taking the space, but he loses his head. Roy Boy trapped here on the AC balcony. Not fighting anything with the Glaz. Teases out his position, tempted to make a rotate. Ryder is caught completely out as well, and Beast Coast have maintained control of CCTV here with Gavin. And that makes things very awkward for the Koreans.
Also playing on this doorway to see if anybody goes on that rappel. Obviously, drone coming around the corner will spot him, so Gavini will retreat as a natural consequence. Bit of a difficult round to recover, given the presence of Diffuser now trapped inside of the B bomb site, or the half wall where it fell. Roy Boy just trying to probe for a pick, but he's relying on Beast Coast to get over aggressive to make a mistake. At least Ryder, I believe, might be able to actually make it back into the site through the breach. I think the big concern is just that CCTV position, so he'll go back to sandwich window instead, but this rappel is going to be really loud. It's going to give a big sound cue with the flashbang.
Thing is, there's no information here, seemingly for Beast Coast. I suppose it doesn't matter because Hot and Cold is such a strong position.
Diffuser's got 3 more of those in pockets, just to be absolutely certain. If Robo breaks one down, he'd be like, nope. Stay out of the sight, please. You know you've lost this round. You can run with Barry 9 all you want. Diffuser just actually making my life annoying. That AA-12 is so annoying.
It's very loud.
It's very, very loud.
Does Royboy find one? Come on, get the first one.
I think he gets this one.
He's walking to a 3-way crossfire, and good lockout from Beast Coast. There was a little bit of merit for a moment in that rush, but Beast Coast quite ready for it.
Now, I appreciate the new look from Talon, and definitely with Soldier recovering on that rush in. The other player I highlighted alongside me said those two definitely, I mean, there is some depth to this Talon roster, but those two definitely at the tippy top in terms of form. But overall, credit to Beast Coast for being aware of the potential for a rush. Of course, as you saw the setup later on, Beast Coast like to go for that extension into break room with the castle barricade, also allowing to play inside of the 90 hallway. But with that long angle from Archives, hot and cold, obviously reacting well in time, and can react well in time to that rush. So good awareness from Beast Coast, able to win out the Armory Archives site. Talon, hopefully we don't just have set plays for the entirety of this half.
Yeah, I expect we'll see a little bit of diversity now. And the Glaz and the Blitz are not teased out yet. As of yet, obviously still some time to change things around. Hot and cold. 4K that round. 5 kills so far in the 2 rounds we've seen. He was on fire. Really good, stable player, right? Like, he's been an insane fragger. I remember, what was it? It was 2020 in the NAL.
2021 Mirage, I got you.
2021, where he was like the best player in North America. Right, it was right after he got dropped from DZ.
No, DZ, yeah.
DZ, if I recall correctly. That was before he went over to SSG. And yet, he's not really kind of touted as like a core fragger for this roster. He's like the leadership figure, and yet he still can hold on and come up big when he's needed.
I remember I talked to Hot and Cold at the beginning of the stage after Beast Coast kind of started coming back, like, hey, you know, what's the kind of the system with this roster? What are you building here? Are you that leadership figure? And he said, yeah, I've taken up calling, and, quote, calling's a whole lot better than lurking. And Hot and Cold, I think, taking this, and he was, when he got that big scoreline on Mirage, he was the lurker in the NAL. And Hot and Cold is taking this kind of career change onto Beast Coast with this new project as a breath of fresh air. And not as, you know, potentially wasted potential. And when you have Gunnar and Gavini on a roster, Spirits, as Leo mentioned, a very underrated aspect of Xset and M80 for a brief time, you don't need to get all the kills. But if Hot and Cold's heating up and then we see good performances from Gunnar, Gavini, and maybe even Spirits later on, that's where things get worrying from Talon. But Gunnar, unfortunately, one of his very famous 5v5 openings.
You said they call it doing a Gunnar, don't they? Somehow he has this magical ability to just die early quite often. But you got to credit Talon here. They have systematically picked apart this East Stairs hold. What a shot there from Roy Boy, making full use of that new addition to Ace with that 2.5 times magnified scope. Looking for something, though, is Gavin here. He does get droned out. He might get pre-fired as well. He's survived for just a little bit longer, but he's left all alone. PSG Talon firing back with quite a vengeance. 1 kill for Gav.
He can stem.
He can heal back up again. Really, Talon just needs to be careful not to overcommit here to re-peeking him. We've seen a single 1v5 in the tournament so far, and something tells me this ain't gonna be another one. Good lockout for Talon, and they've taken the lead once again.
And I think let's give credit to Talon there, because I said I don't want to see any more set plays, and what do we have? They look at the defense in front of them, see the Azami on East Stairs, Gunnar supporting her. They get Gunnar first, and then they pinch the Azami really well. The players on front of East, you know, over towards kind of the balcony spawn, distracting him, drawing Diffuser's focus, throwing utility at him. Roy Boy, I believe, from behind with the backstab to pinch him. Really good coordinated clear right there from PSG Talon, taking out the extremities of that setup. And then on top of that, you've got that long angle through the wall to make it a 5v2. Just overall very solid round from Talon after moving away and pivoting from those kind of rushes.
We do love a good pivot here.
We do, yes we do.
And really, for Talon, it's just about keeping it simple, right? You identify one thing that you want to clear east stairs. Once you've done that, once you've got a man advantage, just play it simple.
Especially when it's border. Like, you don't need to overcomplicate things on this map.
Don't have a set strat, you know, we have to take control of this part of that. No, it's like,
no,
5v2,
exactly.
just convert.
The most complex you should be getting are the stuff Talon did at the beginning, which is like, all right, we'll have a rush for this side, here's the rush for this side. But after that, feel it out. See if you can clear CCTV. See if you can get a kill over by east stairs. It's a map that really does reward going with the flow, which I think, given that this is East Coast pick, makes sense. They want to channel those fraggers, but given Talon so far having, at first, just some solid plays, but now showing a good understanding of how to identify those opportunities on the attack, a workable half here, certainly on their opponent's pick.
Well, let's talk about border for a moment, Carter, because this is one of the smallest maps, if not the smallest map in the competitive scene at the moment, and that means that the attack has the ability to rotate, to move around, say, okay, we're pulling out of this kind of a take, we're going to go for this one. It comes so much down to those mid-round adaptations, to the decisions that the leadership team are making, and often it also comes down to having some real firepower on your squad. Now, Beast Coast, we've touted them, they've got that. They've got plenty of firepower. They also have experience, player like Hot and Cold, one of the most experienced in the tournament. PSG Talent, on the other hand, like, these guys are not household names, let alone on the world stage, but even in Korea to some degree.
Yeah, I can say with full confidence going into this, I was like, I'm familiar with Soldier's game.
Yeah.
The rest, not as much. I'm familiar with Diffuser's game inside of the NA scene, this being his first stage of pro play. I'm familiar with his time in Tier 2. And with the entrance, he hasn't had a standout performance, but Gunnar and Gavin have been stealing the spotlight quite a bit. Long angle with the AA-12 all the way to challenge break, doorway, Diffuser. Simultaneously combining aggressiveness and passivity. He wants to challenge these long angles, but he's not on east stairs like he was before. He's much further back and can retreat into the confines of Fountain and Armory Archives more broadly, with Gunnar supporting him.
Shots teased by Gunnar, but he doesn't want to overstay his welcome.
Look at Misa's positioning.
Yeah, there's a lot still to play here. Beast Coast continuing to fall back into safer and safer positions and play off each other well. But PSG are very much in the measure twice, cut once camp at the moment. They haven't made any substantial moves. They've gained a lot of information, and because Beast Coast are falling back and seceding ground, PSG have been able to take some. But it does feel quite slow. The bomb site is down in Vent's workshop. PSG still need to work on clearing this top floor.
Misa's patience is ridiculous, but now it will almost certainly pay off. But Gunnar with this shield is not giving it up lightly. Spots one. Roy Boy now down.
Where's the trade?
Misa
had that.
Lets him slip by. Spirit's there too, even to support Gunnar from behind this Deathmark tracker. Where's the capitalization off this intel? He's revealed his position with that shotgun in the wall.
What is going on here for Talon? We were just praising them after what was a nice flawless round gone by. Now Spirits has been allowed to remain uncontested. Beautiful shot from Misa. That's what we expect. It could have come a little bit earlier, but it will be welcome nonetheless. 3v4.
There's just not enough time for this verticality, though, and also with Beast Coast holding on to control of customs and passport, they have an exact crossfire either on the walk down metal or the drop down the hatch.
Yeah, this is almost a done deal for Beast Coast. Time is of the essence, and Talon need to make good on the little information that they have. Hot and Cold round in the corner will find Ryder, diffuse it down on the ground. A good lockout now from Beast Coast, as there's just about nothing that PSG Talon can do. JLT throws himself ineffectually at the bomb site, and is met with ultimate force from Beast Coast. A tie game once again.
They're unfortunately a much weaker showing from Talon on that clear. I think Beast Coast making it a little easy for them in round 3. Hey, we've got an Azami right here, in your face. And Talon say, okay, well, we obviously have to deal with that if we want East Stairs control. And they execute it very well. After that, Beast Coast say, okay, we weren't familiar with your game. Apologies, good sirs. We're going to play a little more passive now. We're going to hang out in Fountain. We're going to hang out in Armory. And we're just going to restrict ourselves to that part of the map, except Diffuser will play aggressive early on, but then fall back very quickly. And that really stumped Talon. I mean, how long was Misa in that spot with Gunnar rotating around, moving from in front of the shield, behind the shield, to in front again, even a Deathmark tracker on him, and was never able to get the kill or even get the trade after that. Talon really stalling themselves out that round.
Still an even game, though. Talon have shown a real level of competition in this match that we didn't see from the 2 games earlier today, right? Bliss versus BDS, we obviously knew that was still going to be a David and Goliath match, but BDS have been shaky, almost lost to CAG, and Bliss have been in good form. So we expected that would be competitive. It wasn't. It was a very swift 2-0. And the same can somewhat be said for the Bleed Liquid game as well. We thought that Bleed might have a solid shot. Liquid fired up again. And Talon I think the most convincing of the underdog teams that we've seen play today, all 4 of these rounds have been within the realm of possibility.
And it needs to be competitive. I agree with Jack's prediction that if Talon are going to win this series, I think it has to be a 2-0. I think they cannot let Border slip away. Obviously, Talon very comfortable on Oregon, and it does lower the skill ceiling, but getting that early victory on your opponent's pick, and then moving on to Skyscraper, a map that Beast Coast did show some footage on against FaZe, quite a decent length of footage, going to 15 rounds. I think that might be the play. Malusi drone hacked, but with full intel on Gunner's position. Again, Beast Coast on Armory Archives going for this break room hold, Gunner being the player to actually hold break room itself, but importantly, as we can see, Diffuser playing passive once again.
And that mute jammer is going to make things very difficult now for the Flores drone to go in. Wants to clear that castle barricade. Oh, what a shot from Misa! PSG Talon, criticize them as much as you want, say what you will about the Korea region, but these guys are very sharp. In particular, Misa, he always finds his angle.
Indeed he does. Now Gavini in a bit of a tricky spot. He feels the need to start, at least opening up his options for the retreat out, but with control of that break room door, Talon could potentially cut him off. He'll hold for a little bit longer. And this is where Talon can't squander that advantage. They squandered intel on Gunner in the previous round. Now they've got the 5v4. We see the secondary utility going out. Flash indeed.
They're being so patient, Talon, and it's making Gavin second guess everything he knows. A good long angle all the way from East Stairs. What a shot from Roy Boy. PSG Talon like to take their time, but they managed to convert it. When Beast Coast exposed themselves, the Koreans do not miss an opportunity to gain that advantage and convert it. 5v2 now, as Mies has found hot and cold. Spirits, an opportunity goes begging for him. A minute to play, and Diffuser is looking all kinds of discomfort. He is taken down. Spirits in a 1v5. This game is more than competitive. Border should have been an open and shut case for Beast Coast, but Talon, they've hidden it for quite some time, and perhaps there's a chance that they will be a serious threat here against Beast Coast. Spirits caught in the worst position possible. Once again, the lead for Talon. Where has this Fabian been for 7 years?
No, okay.
This is a new breed of Fabian.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that one. I'm gonna disagree with you just a little bit. Because it hasn't just been you. Are you talking about today or more broadly?
I mean, like, since joining Talon, this guy has become like a teddy bear.
Yes, okay, then I'm not going to disagree with you. Yes, I agree.
He was infamous for being like the most ruthless player at IGL coach.
And don't get me wrong, I've seen some ruthlessness from Fabian this tournament and some of those Talon losses, but I also agree with you. Fabian has been very effusive with his praise when players have been doing well on this Talon roster, and what better time when Misa is just continuing to have an outstanding performance so far through this tournament, and Talon getting the opening pick right there, able to shut down Gunner. They then pinch out Gavini thereafter, really bouncing back quite nicely from round 5 when they struggled to find that opening. At least here, they get the pick. They know how to use that remaining 2 minutes. Getting there might be a bit of a problem, though. We'll see if sticking in that 5v5 continues to be an issue.
Well, just to speak to Fabian's encouragement of these players, as someone who's come from the APAC region and been watching the APAC teams for the longest time, I think everyone in APAC can relate to the way that we look at APAC teams, the way that APAC teams come to these events, that we always perceive ourselves as the underdog. Every team does, and there's something that is a barrier between APAC teams and winning that is more than just skill, and it's mindset. It's because to some teams, you have to internalize the idea that you actually can win, that you actually do belong here. There's an imposter syndrome with every APAC team, and Fabian is doing everything he can to gas up these Talon players and make them to believe that they deserve to be here.
And Talon this tournament, I mean, there have been times in the past where, an Asia-Pacific team has gone far, and of course you see the people on Twitter say, oh, well, look at this bracket draw, look at the teams they had to face, but...
These guys beat BDS,
well,
for God's
that's what I was
sake.
going to say. Talon had to beat BDS in a very close game, and sure, it was best of 1, but they were up 6-3 at one point, a very good showing on Oregon. Then they had to play FaZe, who I still predict, if they're in the right form, could win the whole tournament. We'll see if this best of 3 ends up proving favorable. Back to Teller's bathroom now. East Coast roaming upstairs again. For them, I want to see them play passive. Force a 5v5 for as long as you can in this round. Make Talon work for that opening pick, because at this point, when they acquire it, or when they get a substantial amount of control in a short period of time, they know what to do with it. They know how to play the hand they're dealt.
Very much the case. Oh, Diffuser does give his life away. There is, thankfully for Gunner, something of a reply. Soldier's getting very aggressive, though, and looking for a reply onto Spirits, but going up against this shotgun, especially with the extra cover from this cabinet here, is going to make it a nigh impossible task. Good grenade. Spirits! He falls to it on the attempted retreat. Thankfully, Beast Coast do get away with another kill, and it's Misa, the big hitter, to go down. Still some presence on this top floor. And Gunner, he has been revealed and caught out by Ryder. Gavin, not able to find anything. Triple kill for Ryder in the round. Hot and Cold's getting very aggressive, and he's put in the dirt. Talon are up 4-2 against the best team from North America on their own map pick.
And they looked good in those rounds that they won. Sure, maybe Beast Coast gives an engagement early on. Maybe you say, oh, play more passive, don't give your life away. But when they have that 5v4, they're converting it. Almost every single time they get that opening pick. No, every single time they get that opening pick, they convert it. And then in one round, that rush in round one, they still brought it back after Hot and Cold C4'd the glass on the balcony. Talon know what their win condition is, and when they are getting that 5v4, they were able to convert it on that attacking side. Really nice stuff, Talon, on that attack, and they're a better defensive team this tournament. I mean, sub 50% on both sides, but still the better side by a whole 8 to 9%.
Look at the way he gasses them up. The Talon going to be feeling a kind of elation that they have never felt playing Rainbow Six Siege before. And I know it's early days, but this has been a competitive game. And Talon, in a way, have no right to have a competitive game with the #1 seed out of North America. And yes, Beast Coast, big asterisk behind calling them the best in NA. They might have won the league, but they're a 2-month-old team.
Exactly.
That has, yes, a lot of talent, but also some clear issues, and this is early days for them, whereas PSG only have, well, they've had 2 months with Fabian, I suppose, and in a way you could say they've been revamped as a team since then, but 4 of these players have been playing for quite some time together. They obviously went to Atlanta, didn't have a great performance at that major, but they're back with a real vengeance now. Beast Coast, I'm going to lean on you for a bit of insight into them at the moment, Carter, but I want to know, like, what does going down on their map pick do to them? Is this a team that's got the mental fortitude to bounce back when the goings get tough?
I think of any team in North America outside of the big mainstays like Dark Zero, SSG, this should be the team that can resist that, that mental slide, because everyone on this team, aside from Diffuser, has been on a really good NA team. Gunner was on the Sonics, one of the most successful international rosters that North America's ever produced. Gavini's on DZ, one of the most structured and disciplined teams in North America. Hot and Cold's one of the veterans of the scene, and sure, Spirits might have been on kind of X set, but they were also consistently performing very well internationally. They can resist that mental, and look at how they're bouncing back right now. Hot and Cold, he might enjoy calling, but this man is back on lurking. Watch him walk up east stairs, take that 1v1, and completely decimate Misa on the east side.
A big player to take down, as we've said, not just that it is Misa, the star fragger of Talon, but also, well, he's going to double down, and he's taking a lot of utility with it. Misa's keeper barrier is ineffectual. The east stairs hold taken apart very easily. Beast Coast have a lot of map control. They've got a 2-player advantage. Attack has proved to be the name of the game here on Border. Really, it's just on Beast Coast to convert this round.
It is JLT, I think, making the best decision in the long run, facing a lot of pressure on that west side. No 1v1 presenting itself, so he's got to fall back. Is a defense in ventilation, I do believe, downstairs on the first floor. So Roy Boy now the last vestige of this roam upstairs. Yes, as you can see, only 3 drones left for Beast Coast, though. So if Roy Boy stays a little longer, takes down 1 more drone, even, I would say. There we go. Spirit shot all the way up at the top left of your screen. Now he can fall back. But they're still in a 3v5. Something needs to give, and Gunner drops. This is a gunfight. That Valkyrie needs to win, and she does.
What a shot there from Soldier around the corner, and get that angle. He does get traded immediately. Beast Coast should still be able to convert the 4v2. They have info on JLT, and Roy Boy's been dismantled handily. JLT 1v3, he finds nothing. Much needed energy for Beast Coast. We know how elated Fettuccini can get coaching from behind, and this team needs it now more than ever.
Especially when 2 of the players that the desk highlighted as big individual performers, Gunner and Gavini, having a bit of a quiet day so far. I think only because in their previous matchups. Even in the FaZe game they lost, they were leading the way. Not pulling Beast Coast over the line like they were losing, but in some cases bailing them out of rounds that were looking really grim or looking really thin, their chances at winning it. But Hot and Cold that time. He sees a gap on East Stairs, takes the 1v1, gets a second in that round. Really good individual performance from him there, showing that the gun skill in Beast Coast is in fact deep. Hot and Cold still got some of that 2021 Mirage performance in him. When overall, Beast Coast clear was, I guess, kind of on the east side as a consequence of Hot and Cold's kill, but I think they were looking for someone to go big that round.
If they can keep up that momentum on their attacking side, maybe it's not as much cause for concern as we thought it was originally, because I admit was pretty worried about how that first half went for Beast Coast. I mean, this is a map where they, in theory, should be favored. Like we've said, PSG Talent have not played this map since Fabian started coaching the team. All year long, they have not played Border, and it's been one of their most banned maps as well. So Beast Coast really should be favored in this game. It is their map pick after all. Moving on to Skyscraper next, PSG were able to pick their favorite map. I don't know how Beast Coast will fare on that. They need to win here, and they could, well, call this another 2-0. We've had 2 2-0s against APAC teams today, and PSG have looked the best of any of them thus far.
Certainly been the most competitive game, at least as the first map has indicated to us. Do want to see how Beast Coast continue with these attacks, because they are the most plant-focused team of the whole tournament. 50% of their attacking rounds, they plant the diffuser, and I believe it was 55% up until the game yesterday. Very quite high. Soldier cutting down Diffuser. Talk about somebody who's had a bit of a rough tournament so far. Diffuser definitely lagging a little bit behind the rest of the team, especially with Hot and Cold now right above him. Putting up some really decent numbers, just walks in front of the break door, ends up losing his life, and now Beast Coast clear. What do you really have? Well, not much, especially if Misa gets this kill that he has intel on.
Tons of yellow pings coming out. I just assume from the Valkyrie cameras of Soldier. Talked about the operator bans. Fenrir and Solus might be done, but this Valkyrie is going to give so much to Talon. They know exactly which angles to hold and at which moments to try and get those kills. The Valk himself does actually get spotted by the Deimos, and then it gets, I believe, muted out. No, somehow it deactivated. Perhaps he deactivated it, looking for a different player. Hot and Cold doesn't need the ability, as he's got the AK and he takes out Ryder. No more regenerating goo mines for this round, and perhaps an opening for Beast Coast, especially with Gavini threading the needle onto Soldier.
Those are the kinds of gunfights that I think are going to define this round, those long angles, because Beast Coast might have the East, but Talon, the men of the West, still holding on strong inside of CCTV on those long angle engagements, but Gavini wins one, and now Talon do need to fall back a little bit. They've got to see that control, respect Beast Coast's presence a bit, and likely make use of Roy Boy's toxic canisters to deny the plant that seems aimed for that Archives door. Gunner outside on the balcony right now. JLT got the cross to hold out Fountain, but somebody's lurking in to take it away from him.
JLT doesn't know how deep they are. They've got the Deimos down below, looking to put some vertical pressure on the nade. Might flush him out. Gavini's going to go for the pig on the back of it as well. Good pre-fire, great teamwork. A bit of an attempt at a refrag, but not quite enough from Misa. We need to see more from him. We want to see everything from him. 1v4. Beast Coast on the verge of tying up the scoreline. Misa's been good. Nice shot. Is the plant able to go down? Misa not able to duel. Gavin on the long angle. Making a very good case for why he should not have been dropped. Very solid round from Beast Coast to bring us back to an even round count.
Those are the rounds that I'm talking about when I say they get bailed out by somebody getting a 3K, moving on forward. And I was curious when this tactical timeout would fall, because the first round you have lost, you say, okay, big Hot and Cold 3K, whatever. But then you have this round, big Gavini 3K, okay. Some coaches might say whatever and move on. Let Beast Coast potentially take the lead before they call it, but Fabian very proactive here.
Same case for Fett as well. Really nailing down exactly how they want to play these attacks. It's always interesting to me, the nature of how this works, with Roy Bear being the one with the best English on this team. But Fabian has said in the past that he essentially just explains everything he wants them to do, and often it is quite strategic. It's not just, hey guys, we've got to reset. No, it's often like, you need to play here, you need to do this strategy, you need to exploit this. And then Roy Boy essentially has to translate that to the rest of the team. Quite a bit of a handicap for the Korean team trying to get their commands, if you will, in English, and then translate that into Korean and whatever is lost in translation, they're like, you can't have as complicated ideas transmitted, right, by Fabian.
Which, to be fair, I mean, the deep run already says it enough, but if they make main stage, Fabian having to basically communicate his ideas enough to cross language barriers, be very, very impressive. They're able to do that. We did hear a little bit of a snippet of the call from Beast Coast. I believe I heard the call made by Fett to try and go for a bit of more of a minimal plant, which we've seen Beast Coast execute quite successfully on their attacking sides in the past. As I mentioned, they're very plant-focused, so if they can properly identify the map control they need and not go for anything more, but secure what they need in very good time, round could go their way. Could take the lead away from Talon. But it's also important, as that was Talon's tactical timeout. We'll see how they're able to react to it. And I think seeing this castle barricade, maybe they anticipated it, but either way, an extension could be a very solid way to deny Beast Coast control they need.
We saw that from Beast Coast. A lot of castle, a lot of Azami, that combo that completely changed the architecture of the map. You make a rotate here, you block up this doorway there, a Kiba barrier to play off of. Makes it very difficult for the attack to navigate the map because they don't even know what the map looks like. Not to mention there's actually 3 C4s on this lineup as well. And the Valkyrie cameras for some information. Now the bomb site is downstairs. Likely that means Beast Coast will be entering the top floor to go for a top-down push. If that is the case, these C4s could be very deadly on the vertical game.
They certainly could. I also think Intel has been one of Talon's biggest strengths this series. Didn't really talk about it a lot, but saw, or at least I noticed, quite a lot of Z-ping usage in accurate positions on the attacking side. We obviously saw it on the defense as well, even though Talon have yet to actually pull away with the defensive round. They've had a lot of intel on players pushing from east, players pushing into Fountain. So it has been useful, even if it's not been realized. Beast Coast setting up on the east side. Yep, you can see Hot Cold pushing in down below, but that vertical angle's too tight. You're not going to be able to see him.
They missed him. Oh, wow, this is desperate. Look at that. Very aggressive. In for Beast Coast all at once. 3, 2, 1, go. They lose more than they gain. Perhaps bit off a bit more than they could chew. Nice aggression here. Spirits put under the pump. Big kill for Misa. Gunner desperate now, looking for a reply. The wallbang doesn't quite land. He's so low on HP. And he's left all alone. 1v4. This could have been the first chance for Beast Coast to take the lead in this game. But it's looking very unlikely now. A calculated risk, but a risk that has not paid dividends for Beast Coast. Only halfway into the round, they got aggressive, and Talon were more than ready for it. Just 2 rounds from stealing Beast Coast's map pick.
And the timeout works. That call was beautiful. They absolutely anticipated what Beast Coast were going to do. 2 rounds where Beast Coast did not really get that diffuser down. They won the round off kills and on the clear. And then Talon, they bring that castle. And when it's Teller's bathroom and you're going for a minimal plant, you're starting on the east side. They anticipate it, and we see the response from Beast Coast with their own tactical timeout, realizing that that plant win condition might not be as easily achievable as they've been able to get before.
It's crazy because, like, yeah, PSG took their attack timeout last round, and Fett had a chance to talk to the team, and now 1 round has gone by, and he's ready to chat to them again.
It's good proactivity. I mean, you don't want to let it fester. We saw kind of the 2 double match point timeouts from Bliss when those maps ended up basically being gone.
Yeah, you don't want to take, there's no point in taking a tactical timeout too late. The game was done at that point in the Bliss versus BDS match. Fettuccini doesn't want to let this slip to a map point. He knows how important this map is. The desk said that they think Talon needs to win this 2-0. Like, if this goes to Oregon, then it's definitely going to be Beast Coast's map. I don't know how I feel about that. I think that the big question for me comes in mental fortitude. It comes in the fact that this could end up being a marathon, not a sprint. And for Beast Coast, they can't afford to lose their confidence on that first map. I think they really need to push hard here. If it's map point, I think that they'll be in a very grim position.
It will certainly be worrisome, especially going to Skyscraper. I mean, 2, I would say, kind of big ego picks from both teams. Beast Coast picking Border when, obviously, as you know, in the main South Korea stage, Talon banned Border quite a bit, but then at this event, hadn't banned it at all. I think maybe one singular time late in the ban phase. It was pretty clear that Talon, especially under as renowned a coach as Fabian, they probably played Border. They have absolutely probably practiced it and have one hiding up their sleeves. Beast Coast still pick it, and then Talon picks Skyscraper, the map that Beast Coast almost 7-3'd phase on, and probably could have closed out at 8-7 too had they not choked that post-plant 3v3. That's still the only footage we have, a very strong Beast Coast performance, and yet Talon have picked it too.
It's been an exciting fixture for sure. Like I'm so glad that we got to cast this game. It's my first time casting PSG Talon since Fabian took over. It's also my second time casting Beast Coast. We saw them absolutely mince ITB just the other day. And what a treat it is. These are surprisingly well-matched teams, right? The best team out of NA and the best team out of what, Korea? Yeah, apparently that is a decent matchup.
Yeah, somehow. It's also, that's the last thing I'll say, then I'll start talking about the setup, but it was a little over a year ago that in the final day of the Swiss stage, an NA team was upset by an Asia-Pacific team, Japanese, that time in Copenhagen, for a very rare main stage performance.
versus Scars, and Scars have sadly not really achieved much since then.
Sadly not, but maybe Talon will turn that bad luck into good luck.
Okay.
Well, at least Misa. Tarot card's not looking good for him. Spirits with the opening pick, cutting down that Azami early on, but only 3 drones remaining for Beast Coast. They might have that 5v4, but if they want to get this diffuser down, they're going to be lacked for intel in the mid-round, let alone for the late.
Misa's had a lot of early opening picks, which is strange because he's also top fragging the roster. Sometimes a bit of a go hard or go home kind of player. Good map control taken from Beast Coast. They've flushed out all this CCTV break. They've started to put some real pressure onto the top floor above the bomb site. And I do wonder what, after their tactical timeout, the mentality is. Are they still going to be looking for that minimalist plant that you said Fettuccini was talking about before?
That's what I'm curious about, because I think Gunnar might have a feeling there's a gap here. We can obviously see that there are vertical holes in the floor, but JLT's not actively watching it. They've cleared out the site now. Utility going through. Hot and Cold also getting into position. I think Gunnar's going to try to sneak into vent here and get away with something. He is backing off now.
If Gunnar jumps in, he will be revealed by the Alibi's Prisma, though. A very old strategy, not something we see often, but a nice cheeky way for Riot to get a little bit more information. Beast Coast can't be as sneaky as they would like. They're so tempted. Like, they've said, this is a gap for sure. They're just not taking it.
You have to commit now. I mean, it's only 25 seconds left, and Soldier's all ready to capitalize off of it.
He's got the info. He's got the first pick as well. Hot and Cold is down. The Gunner has to force down this plant regardless. JLT is worried about the cover. Gavin's job to do it, and he does. The plant has been confirmed. However, a few bodies have fallen for Beast Coast. Thankfully, Diffuser has snuck down into Harry Potter beneath the stairs. Ryder is from above. He needs to find a pick. He does. Gets a good reply. Soldier has to rotate. Oh! Shot from Soldier! It's all up to Spirits now. From above, the Guru Mine in his foot. Maybe there's a chance at sticking this for PSG. Does he have information? Can he kill the player? He can! Spirits in a 1v1. Ryder has no chances. He has to land this kill or the defuse is done. Spirits has got it in the bag.
Fabian very disappointed with that, and honestly, justifiably so.
That was not good enough.
It was not good enough.
That's what he said.
But it was still good, but not good enough. I like that play from the Valkyrie there. Sure, Gunnar slips on in, but anticipating somebody's going to be covering main door, takes that fight instead to fully catch Hot and Cold off guard. And sure, you get Gunnar inside to get the diffuser, but really what we needed, a little bit more initiative from JLT on that fight. Obviously, the player on the balcony ready for it, but he was very nervous there, very scared, and you need decisiveness in that moment. The call's been given that they're going for the defuse. He's aware of the guy on the balcony. You need to try to start picking up the pace, because if you let Beast Coast get set, especially in that post-plant position, you're going to be taken down. Instead, he just slowly dry peeks the angle, and that's an easy gunfight for Gavin to win.
I wonder if a round like that is the determining factor in this game.
With how close it is, it could very well be.
Because that really could have been a PSG round. It was a bit of a roller coaster, let's be honest. Like, Beast Coast had a 4v2 or 3v2 advantage, but down to a 2v1, I think it was just tiny mistakes. As Fabian said, not good enough from PSG Talon. So close, but not to get it across the line. How many times have we heard that story from teams from Korea or from Japan or from Oceania or Asia? Far too often.
Wasn't there a major that Korea was one round away, one
round away, one 1v1 away from taking down the eventual champions of that major? That was D+ or Dam1 Kia, as they were known at the time, versus FaZe Clan back at the end of 2021 in Gävle, Sweden. Korea has not really achieved anything on the global stage between then and now. FearX knocked out G2. Korea is on the up again. PSG have an opportunity to make their main stage debut. The first time we've seen Korea on the main stage since Dam 1 was in Gävle, Sweden. But they can't let it slip away now.
No, they can't. Royboy letting go of one toxic canister outside on the Armory balcony, anticipating somebody to run up, take that CCTV control. The Beast Coast haven't actually cleared it yet, though they might very well find Armory to be free for the taking momentarily. The smoke gone, Misa put to low HP. Sure, he can stim himself back up. The Beast Coast surrounding the site very quickly. Candela's going out, and the diffuser going in.
Oh, but taken down. Gunner has been finished, almost. Hot and cold from below. Let's get some form of a reply. An awkward standstill now for Beast Coast, but this could be a very good keeper. Barrier, no, sight has been stolen by Diffuser. And Beast Coast inches away from map point here. Bit of a redemption. Could it be for the first time on border? Beast Coast take the lead. 2v5. Ooh, Soldier has been punished by Hot and Cold. Still lurking below. JLT versus the world. The first piece of the puzzle done. A sweet feeling for Beast Coast for the first time. They have the lead on their map.
And match point comes with it. Talon need one to push it to overtime. This is still the one they can lose, the one they can let slip away. It's their opponent's pick. They're expected to lose it. But how nice would it be to push Beast Coast to overtime to be another one of the, now at this point, many teams from Japan, from Korea, to upset a big team? How sweet would that feeling be? We'll have to hope they can push it to overtime to feel that way. Beast Coast with a solid, again, very minimal take there. Able to push the players back from CCTV, but more importantly, take down Royboy. And I think the big story for Talon that round, very liberal with the engagements and their lives in particular. Royboy challenging the balcony, players challenging CCTV. Beast Coast are ready for it. They were playing passive, hoping Talon would make that mistake.
Well, Beast Coast have done wonders to bring it back to this point.
10 seconds left before insertion.
PSG have so much pressure on their shoulders, just knowing how close they were, how close they have been. A round that really should have been theirs 2 rounds ago has let slip, and now they're the ones that have to push to overtime. You know, it's been a hell of a long time since we've had a game like this between Korea and North America. Of course, it could end up fizzling out, but the last time a Korean team took down a North American team was almost 2 years ago at the Berlin Major when Sandbox took down Sonics. And that was only in a best of 1, and it certainly wasn't for a main stage position. This would be a historic matchup for Korea if Talon can do it, but I have a feeling that their momentum is starting to wane.
Especially when the pressure is so high in moments like this. Talon just starting to reach the point I think Bleed have as well, that they're starting to have expectations for themselves, starting to feel that pressure instead of being the underdogs. Cavalier nature as they go into rounds. Who knows, but Beast Coast certainly starting to get a good idea of what they want to do. It is a teller's bathroom defense. They tried to go for that direct take last time, but this very setup stopped them in their tracks, but now they're ready for it as Talon are running it back. How are they going to counter this? We saw Soldier playing in this exact spot last time, and everyone on the east side from Beast Coast, they will have to deal with Soldier at some point. You cannot let Break Room remain in the hands of the defense.
Soldier's got a good spot. He almost gets an angle. As that player is bottom waiting, indeed. And Gunner is not seemingly aware of this angle. Again, the timing is missed. Gunner has snuck into the site and able to start forcing that plant down. Soldier's got an angle! What an angle from Soldier! As a result, PSG have stopped the plant, but it might just be slowing the bleeding rather than stopping it entirely, as Beast Coast still have the numbers in advantage.
But Royboy has the diffuser, and he can play close with his shotgun. Soldier can also cover his run in. Gavini needs to find a way to slip past this, and they're trying to take down the Valkyrie before they move forth.
Oh, Royboy, flash, but he does find a kill. Thanks to the Warden's glasses. A trade back again. Leaves Beast Coast in the advantage. Soldier from above. They should have an idea where he is, but do they know about Ryder, who snuck around the corner? The plant position has been relocated. Far safer now. Ryder reveals his position with a few shots. He doesn't have the information. Ran in the corner, hot and cold, is all but hot today. And Beast Coast weather the storm. The first map is in the bag.
And that round becoming pivotal, that 1v2 from Spirits. Had Talon converted that, this would only be for overtime, and Beast Coast under the pressure. But they win it, Spirits in the clutch, and then the next 2 in a row go the way of the #1 team from North America. And they take their pick, but not without a damn good fight from PSG Talon.
They will very much push their limits there. Beast Coast, a sorry surprise. It took a hell of a long time to get that momentum. But in the final 2 rounds, they strung them together and converted to their map pick as a win. Now Talon on the ropes. They had a lot of confidence at the start of that game, but it started to wane, and I think that failed clutch got into their heads a little bit. Fabian's got some work to do to whip the boys back into shape, but Beast Coast elated right now as we go back to the desk.
Thank you very much, gents. Yes, it's me and Fabian, as so far Alfama is prepping something. We'll talk to you about that later on, but I was kind of sitting upstairs with Demo. We were chatting about this game and seeing how it goes, and we're both saying, this is gonna go all the way, isn't it? And only by a hair did we not get to OT, Jack. Beast Coast, clean map 1.
Yeah, and like Carter said, that clutch was so important for Beast Coast to get over the line, if not with BC in overtime right now. And I think PSG Talon, they came out with a bang. They really started it off, that rush in round 1 that worked so well for them with the blitz. And they really held their own with their attacks. They knew how to have their pace being variable. A couple of rounds where they were very, very fast with the pacing, and then a couple of rounds where they slowed it back down and played a little bit more default. I think they will have been a little bit unfortunate, you know, a little bit annoyed with their defenses, and Beast Coast obviously had to kind of garner that comeback. Thought this round here was absolutely vital, of course. And yeah, for Beast Coast, it was their map pick, of course. They were expected to win it. I think they thought they were going to have an easier time than they ultimately did. But again, I keep saying it in best of 3s. It's just about getting over the line.
And indeed, they did. Only just, but over the line. 14-7 for Hot and Cold over on the Beast Coast side. But honestly, not too bad of a performance at all from PSG Talon on the opposite end. Reminder, PSG Talon is not a team we expected to make it so far into the tournament, and they were fighting to get that spot on the stage. However, Beast Coast are leading 1-0. Alfama awaits us off on Telestration. Mon ami, what do you have to tell us about?
Well, I want to tell you about how Beast Coast have been abusing Demos to get rid of this strong position. Now we're looking at an attack on the top floor, and they want to go from office side. The first step is to get rid of this Legion here, playing on the solo wall. He has a reinforcement, and he has the hatch to drop. He's just there to burn time. First thing they will do is they will open the wall with the H charge, and then instantly take a look at the S charge here. The Legion has to move and now has to drop and is removed really quickly. But what's even more efficient is they're ready to cut him off. This is how they anticipate the move with Demos. You see this active droning on the Legion. Hot and Cold will come with the Demos and actually get rid of him, making sure they get the opening engagement on top of clearing a strong position. Legion runs, gets picked, it's perfect. First element of defense is removed on office. Now the second one is Fountain. Fountain is the core of office. It's one of the hardest things to get rid of. So they're actually droning the Fountain player, it's Azami here, and they want to have a look at how do we problem solve this. Once again, one thing that was not anticipated is how much Demos became a vertical player here, thanks to his pistol. So they track the Azami, open the wall for him, and the floor for him, then they nade him, and on the nade, Gavin picks to get rid of this player. Perfect team play here, 2 problem solving, 2 because of Demos to get in a 4v2 position and be able to execute properly. Demos is so efficient now with the vertical play. Now if you want to look, map 2 is coming after a shock break.
Welcome back, everybody. We continue on with our final matchup of Phase 2. It is all for the marbles here to move on to the main stage on Friday, and you see a coach from Beast Coast. Honestly, very well dressed, but let's prepare for Skyscraper. This is Talon's pick, and in this case, Talon will be starting off on the attack. Jack, please fill us in.
Yeah, Skyscraper is a map that you pick only if you're confident. They've not played it at this event, but they have seen their opponent play it. However, that being said, they do have to start on the attack, which is not normally a good sign on Skyscraper.
Yeah, and also that means then on the opposite, it's very clear for the others, Beast Coast to start in defense, to have actually a good lead, build on a good lead in defense, and then straight after, one thing that was super good to see from them on border is their ability to remove these strong positions. And Sky is all about these strong positions. It's natural crossfires everywhere. So if they can do the same thing, apply the same strategy on border than on Sky, there is no reason for them not to take this.
Now let's keep it short. Our game's ready. Who takes this? Do we have a map 3 or not? Yes, no.
I think we're staying with the 2-0s, 2-0s, 2-0s today.
Jack?
I believe in PSG Talon. Yes, we'll have a map 3, Milos.
Thank you very much, Alphaman Fresh. Our game is ready, and so are our casters. Detmar and Lynx, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And what could be the final map of the day, we'll have to find out. Skyscraper, it is PSG's map pick, but Beast Coast had a great revival at the end of Border, and I feel like the momentum has been building.
I just couldn't help but notice the Jack flip-flop there. He said, gut feeling, it's got to be a PSG Talon 2-0.
Is that your British accent?
Yeah, and he said that's the only way. They've lost map 1. They have not met his necessary condition, and now he's like, PSG Talon 3. I think he's just biased for his old EUL duo, I'm going to be honest.
Could be a possibility, but PSG, the buck stops with them right now. It is their map pick of Skyscraper. Beast Coast are looking red hot and ready to go after Border. Will it be a map 3 for the first time today, or will we have no APAC representatives on the main stage in Manchester? Beast Coast are certainly smelling blood in the water, and they're hunting for more.
It'd be a particular shame after how Manchester has transpired. Bliss and Bleed both 2-0. CAG potentially knocking BDS out yesterday. Now Talon finding themselves one final best of 3 to remain alive. They had the numbers. It'd be a shame for it to end here. On their map pick, what better time to fight back? Bans going and transpiring. Talon keeping with their Solus ban. Will
Fenrir.
Beast Coast ban the Fenrir? Well, I'm taking the odds right now. You've got 5-1, Dev.
It's Fenrir. It's going to be all the same bans as last map. There we go. So, what does that mean? Well, it means we're going to see Mira on the board.
Azami on the board.
Azami is going to be a mainstay. Valkyrie. We saw some really good Valkyrie usage last map. In general today, we've seen a lot of Valk. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. On the attacking side, Ying has managed to slip on through, but we didn't really see any of it on the first map. We saw a little bit of Blitz, we saw a little bit of Glaz, to mixed success. But yeah, starting on the attacking side are PSG Talon, and if anything, that makes this even more challenging.
It does, especially when Beast Coast obviously were very strong in the defensive side against FaZe, and the one time they played Skyscraper this tournament, it was against FaZe. They almost beat them 7-3, almost beat them 8-7 again, but ended up losing 7-8. But their defensive side was really quite impressive, I think, in the fact that they had a really good command of those power positions that Leo talked about. Dragon, Shrine, Terrace, Drum, that kind of middle portion of the map that separates the two primary bomb sites, T and Karaoke, or in this case, Exhibition and Office that we see Beast Coast going to. They played really quite well around this position and trading each other out as the attack would progressively gain control and basically forcing FaZe to progress at incredibly slow speeds. The Azami, by the way, you mentioned it, Dev, was a key part of that reason.
Oh, a lot of work to do for Talon starting on the attacking side. Skyscraper can be such a mess to attack. So many power positions, as you've said, so much ability to fall back to the next point of contention. Looks like the first point of contest for Talon is going to be a bit of a map clear as the bomb site's over in Exhibition Office, and they look to try and take from Geisha and from Tea Room and Karaoke. Not too much presence here as of yet. There was a little bit of a roam going on and a lot of prep with these feet holes open in these walls, but I think PSG Talon are able to get into the building without too much of a hiccup.
No, they should be able to enter the immediate area around T Karaoke, but moving forward, that's where it'll be difficult for them. That's where it was difficult for FaZe Clan against Beast Coast, was making this progress. The electricity right here is going to be very, very strong, not only on the Geisha single panel, also on that double. But Talon starting on this side early means they can actually go with this utility clear very early on, and hopefully very efficiently with those Rotero drones, with the Mavericks, you can see right there opening up a line in that single wall. Gavini's got to fall back. There's an angle now watching most of inside of Drum, which means Spirits and Diffuser now the most aggressively positioned.
It's still a really solid position, though, from Spirits. He's got that shield to play off of a really narrow angle as well. PSG have made some good progress pushing these players back, but as is so customary for Skyscraper, you lose a little bit of ground and you just move to the next power position, right? You just peel back that next layer of the onion, and it's pretty confident for a defensive side. Like, you're not too stressed, especially when you find the opening pick off of an angle like that. Very nice shot from Gunner.
And pretty much going the exact same way in the exact same positions that Beast Coast Exhibition Office would often go against FaZe. Spirits holding the shield, Gunner trying to play aggressive off that mirror window and on that long angle into Drum and Terrace. Gavini also obviously playing minibar, can wrap around and actually hold a crossfire with anybody playing minibar on that exterior angle. But to PSG Talon's credit, they've actually pushed Spirits off. They forced him back to top house. But given the 5v4, this is where that strength in Beast Coast trading structure could still prove to be problematic. Very low time remaining. They've cleared out those extremities, but with such low time, needed something. Soldier might have just widened the gap.
Need a lot more than that, though. Rotation from Soldier as he looks to put some pressure on the main breach. Gavini is in an aggressive position near that, but I believe there's still a mirror window facing towards that office position. Royboy is also going to rotate the diffuser there as well. 20 seconds to play. A good flash, but Gavini's still alive. Oh, he loses his life to Royboy. Maybe a chance now, but time is ticking. Beast Coast dropping like flies. PSG need to convert this. A 4v1. Time is of the essence. All Spirits needs to do is deny this diffuser plan, but he is being hunted down. Royboy can force that diffuser down on the ground. And an nigh impossible retake is now on the agenda for the lone Canadian.
With a keeper barricade in his way too, not much you can really do at that point. You've given away the sound cue, your positioning by extension. Everyone from Talon has fallen back to their post-plant positions. Can't say for certain that the entire round hinged on that gunfight between Gavini and Royboy, but we can certainly say that the immediate control of the site hinged on that gunfight between the Bandit and the Thermite. He had it on head level, he had the pre-fire, but as the rappel swings all the way back, Gavini's spray goes, Royboy's able to dodge it, and pre-fire in turn as he swings in. Look at that.
Honestly, I kind of do think we can say that the round, in a way, hinged on that kill. And I guess the slew of frags that followed from Talon. Strategically, they lost that round. With 20 seconds to play, and they're rotating to a side of the map that they weren't ready for. Beast Coast did let that slip, and you can't really have too much of a go at them. They just lost a lot of fights all at once, and the fact that PSG can achieve that tells you a lot about the fact that they still have a lot of guts. They can still pull it across the line at the end of the round. They have confidence to take those fights, and I've seen a lot of teams that when the goings get tough at the end of the round, they kind of give up. And really, just being able to crank and just send it at the end, it makes a huge difference.
Well, a bit of a tech pause, you can see, or at least one of our observers was taken offline.
Quick little rehost.
Some big Beast Coast fans were unhappy with that previous round.
I wonder, this technical rehost, is this going to benefit Beast Coast because they can now chill out a little bit and
I don't think it's going to have a particularly strong impact, to be honest with you.
Or is it going to maybe have them stew a little bit? I think they're too impatient.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mr. ADHD Gunner himself might start getting a little antsy, but I don't think it should affect them too badly. I think if you're Beast Coast, I think you pretty effectively realize that you strategically outplayed Talon that round. Not, to be fair to Talon, not in any crazy extent. That was just kind of a very well-played Skyscraper defense. They held on control of the two main cutoff positions, Dragon and Terrace, for a long period of time. They then used those positions to extract about 1:45 seconds out of Talon, then fell back with a man advantage. And then what do you lose? Oh, Gavini missed a pre-fire because of the rappel animation, and then players lost the fight on the site, lost 1v1s. I think you realize, even though losing a Skyscraper defense can be brutal, depending on what ends up happening this game, I think with only one round in, I think Beast Coast are probably reckoning, all right, that's unfortunate, but
just
recoverable.
Yeah. I always find it funny how the players can't talk in these technical timeouts. Obviously, in a tactical, that's the whole point. You get a chance to talk. But everyone just having to sit here quietly. There's a real skill to that. Just being able to not get more hyped, not get less hyped, but just stay at that consistent level for quite some time. Everyone has their own techniques.
I was about to say, speaking of techniques, hot and cold, always double fist in the hand warmers. Something I've noticed of him on LAN. Every single time, it's like his idle animation during these tech breaks. He's always doing that. I don't know about that with anybody else. I just saw him doing that just now. I was like, I know that. That's the hot and special.
I've seen a lot of hand warmers at previous events. There's Misa's got one. But this event, I don't know. I feel like it's not particularly cold, not particularly hot in the studio at the moment.
Today's a little cold, but it's
outside, but it's pretty warm in here.
Really? I think it's a little chilly in here.
It was chilly when we had the fan on, but...
Yeah, but I think it's still a little chilly right now.
Maybe.
Gabe actually got himself some hand warmers earlier.
Really?
He's really
going back to the playing days.
Yeah, exactly. No, it has been pretty hot in here. You haven't really needed it. It's been a bit humid, I will say, when it has been hot, so...
Yeah.
Get
back into it. Time to get the energy back, and Fett, of course, always happy to do that. Big fist pumps all around. He's like the annoying uncle.
I'm sorry. This is gonna be you can't make this joke. I, an NA person, can make this joke. I actually cannot believe that right now, the battle of the coaches is 3-time world champion Fabian versus Fettuccine. This is actually a very surreal position. No disrespect to Fett. Fett used to be a player. I casted Fett when he was in Challenger League a couple years ago, teamed with Gotcha. Fun fact, on Orgless at the time. I actually remember that game. They played Spirits. They lost.
Little history, NA history lesson.
Little NA history right there. So it's actually very surreal. I just realized that it's Fettuccine versus Fabian for a major playoff qualification. Would be Fett's first time anywhere even near a playoff stage.
Yeah. Of course, he's been handed quite a lineup of historic players.
Assembled himself?
Yeah. Hot and Cold in particular, like we've said, I did the numbers. He's actually played at 13 international events in the past, at 6 majors, 4 Six Invitationals, and 3 Pro League finals. And any player that's played in multiple Pro League finals, you know they're an OG, right? Because that was 2019 was the last time we had a Pro League.
Yeah, that was pre-regionalization.
Pre the good old regional system, pre-Blast, even pre-Face It, good old days. So. Yeah, very much a different situation we lived in back then. And Hot and Cold, he's seen it all. He's the only one that actually played on the international stage back in that era of Siege. And he's still quite a solid performer even these days. He had a great first map.
I mean, his career's been so long, you know, I started watching, he was already on Dark Zero. I mean, that's skipping over.
I started watching, he was already on, I believe at the time it was Flipside.
Yeah.
Which is one of the first teams that I ever supported.
I've been watching him for 5 years, and that's still a whole 2 to 3 years of history that I'm
Yeah.
That's how long Hot and Cold has been playing. Then, of course, we mentioned earlier, you know, Diffuser, this is his first stage of Pro League, first major as well. Could potentially make main stage. Beast Coast can just close out this second map. First attack went PSG Talon's way. Attacking Exhibition and Office. Beast Coast most certainly outstratted them, but Talon definitely outgunned them at a very key moment in the late round. Beast Coast now rotating over to the T Karaoke bomb site. We've got the Azami back in play. We've got the Valkyrie for the intel. And I think Talon, good read to go for these full clears every time. Give yourselves as much control to work with, especially with that Monty off the board. He's sort of the main operator that facilitates those direct takes.
PSG always seem to be quite slow and measured. It seems to be part of their play style. Very steady team. And the early round often can look a little lacking as a result of it. But on Border, we saw a lot of good opening picks, and it's worth the wait if that's the kind of benefit that you end up getting as a result. And also in that round just gone by, we've seen that even when they don't play very quickly, they can collapse at the end of the round. I like this. A good, very organized, clear of this utility. And with that, Geisha Wall's also open. Robo's going in deep for it. He finds his pick. Gunner, meanwhile, has found Misa, but I think that PSG Talon should be pretty happy with what happened just there. I mean, they essentially took took Drum and Geisha for almost nothing.
No, Royboy just runs in, and I think they needed to make that play. The Vulcan packs were going to waste 20 more seconds before they could clear those Kibas. Diffuser was going to fall back, but now they've got that pick, but Gunner still has that Azami. Beast Coast are still holding the extremities of the bomb site quite well. They've even got the utility and gunner with a second pick. Royboy makes a nice heads-up play, but Beast Coast are holding on beautifully.
They are, but it might not go so easily as Soldier has taken control of Geisha. JLT is going to have an impact though, and Beast Coast are retaking Shrine Control. JLT is going to make a call. It looks like he will need to relocate around Geisha, and that does open the door into Karaoke, into the bomb site. There is one player at the top of the back stairs. That is Hot and Cold. The man, the myth, the legend, the most experienced player in the server right now, and he's not overstaying his welcome. A bit of a pre-fire and a good retake from Gunner, who's firing up today. Great retake from Beast Coast. The plank goes down, but it's an easy defuse. And a very solid round for them to reply after PSG's first.
We can certainly commend Royboy for that play to take control of Drum, but still sometimes how Skyscraper attacks go. They start with that full clear. You mentioned that Talon seemed to be a very slow team, given that a big point Fabian made was teaching them the fundamentals of Rainbow Six, bringing them up to speed on the theoretics with the rest of the world. And usually, when you're teaching a new team, what are you going to do? Are you going to teach them how to play like Furia, who play a very distinctive and modern style? Or are you going to try to teach them something more plant-focused, more full clear type Siege? They've gone with the latter. It's old, it's tested. Many teams still play it in the case of Dark Zero, but that does mean they're going to be slower. They're going to go for those full clears, and on Skyscraper, if you can't get Drum quickly, it's going to be problematic. Royboy took down the Drum player, but still only had 50 seconds left.
Yeah. Every round here that we see from PSG, we see good elements, even when they lose those rounds. And that is what I'm seeing as a huge difference between this game and the two games we saw earlier today. The underdogs had very few good moments, even in the rounds that they won, or even in the rounds that they lost. Like, it was just open and shut case. Whereas on the first map, yes, Beast Coast won at 7-5, but that was an incredibly competitive game and could have easily gone to overtime, or could have easily been a 7-5 in favor of Talon had a clutch and the final round gone a different way. But Talon, they couldn't get that second round in after losing the numbers in the mid round, and Beast Coast just continuing to play their game.
And they'll do so on the repeat of Exhibition and Office. We've dropped the Bandit, but I think the bulk of this strategy is going to remain the same, with the Shield inside a Shrine, the Azami on the other side, likely playing behind that mirror window. You don't really need to change up a whole lot, but Beast Coast even have the same reinforcements on the T-Walls and the Geisha single, understandably so. But Beast Coast aren't trying to change things up too much. Skyscraper defense is kind of like Oregon defense. It works well. It's got its set strategies. You don't need to change it up too much. Maybe have a roamer moving around in the case of Diffuser on that Goyo. Usually when Solus is in play, I believe in the phase game, it's playing a lot of Solus there. And now he's backed up, joining Spirits ahead of the Shield.
They want to peel back after they feel a bit of pressure, but Diffuser's in a bit of an aggressive position. He might not have a chance to.
He can get cut off.
No, there you go. He's managed to sneak away. A bit late there from Talon. He's also got this really nasty angle thanks to the Kiba and the architecture of this staircase and this pillar. Again, Talon very, very slow and methodical here, but they are going to clear this position. The Terror hasn't come in as of yet. In fact, they have foregone this time going for that Flores, but they have forced the players back regardless, even though that shield has not yet been cleared.
I do think dropping the Flores is a bit of a risky decision. Obviously, they can take down those Vulcan packs, then you have to deal with the Azamis. But to their credit at this point, they've progressed forward. They've now cracked the mirror windows. They're making their way much quicker towards site than they did last time. And I think we could probably see that exact same rotation from Royboy, but really form a more overall cohesive execute. Have a couple players push in through maybe Terrace, pinch the minibar guy, Hot and Cold right now, then try to move into site through the breach and through Mini. Good reinforcement from Hot and Cold, and very dangerous opening pick.
Misa went straight in for it. Hot and Cold ready. He baited the reinforcement. He got off it, managed to find the kill as a result. I don't know how he got that read, but it was perfect. There's information now for Talon. They need to finish off Hot and Cold. He's so low. But he does find a kill regardless. The C4 should confirm that, and indeed it does. PSG have not been able to crush this rat in this corner. He's gone for a third. Oh, another one for Hot and Cold. Surely not. This guy can't be touched. Quad kill. JLT finds nothing. The veteran is back in action.
Today's been the day for Hot and Cold. Today has been a good day to be a hot and cold fan. Really strong individual performance on Border. One particular round, their first on attack on that map, won single-handedly basically by Hot and Cold with a 3K, and they're expertly playing the mini bar position. Baits out the reinforcement, bait catching me off guard too with how late that bait came out. He basically completed the animation and reacted once he heard the Maverick actually sprint towards him, gets the kill. But then unfortunately, despite seeing that setup previously, Talon forget that Beast Coast are playing with that wall open. They forget that that wall, I guess, wasn't reinforced. They get too tunnel visioned, so Hot and Cold wraps around, takes him down. Really good stuff, and an early tactical timeout from Fabian, recognizing, as many teams do, that this attacking side is going to be important. Winning as many rounds as you can will be important, and the only one Talon have so far almost went exactly how the one we just watched went.
A much-needed tactical timeout for PSG. This was the replay from Hot and Cold. Dancing around that reinforcement. Almost a double just on that spray alone. The C4 not even necessarily necessary. The Kiva barrier actually assisted him a little bit there. The fact that he gets this one
is ridiculous.
Absolutely criminal that Roy Boy was robbed of that. Edicini's got some serious energy, man.
He's entertaining. I know Jack was like, who is yelling so much? Everyone thought it was Gunner. Turns out it was Red. I like it. I like the coaches that get excited. I like the coaches that hype up their team. Plus, when he's dressed in an all-black shirt and a black blazer, like he's showing up for the club after the match.
It definitely looks like a bit of a mafia boss or something.
I don't know if I was going to go mafia boss, but I see the vibe. I see the vision you're talking about. Masturbating offense defense, by the way, Dev.
Cheeky.
Cheeky indeed. Saw this a couple times during the phase game. Starting to come into the rotation a bit more. I think more teams really trying to give it a more consistent look, especially over barbecue and kitchen. Beast Coast did it as well. During the phase game they played with Diffuser all the way across the map on the Frost this time instead of the Solus is again. Solus banned by Beast Coast. Oh wait, those are the wrong bands, I just realized. Well, they're the right bands, but flipped on the teams.
Yeah. I do wonder, is Talon gonna map control upstairs? It's a solo lurk from Soldier. He does have some support from outside on various repels, and he is being droned ahead. He is the tip of the spear and the shaft as well. He is everything, and he is being flanked. Diffuser able to get him quite handily. Two players on this roam looking to backstab. A good reply from Misa. Might not seemingly be aware that Gunner was also on for a bit of a flank.
Gunner instead is backed off.
Oh, yuck.
He's been so confident in taking those engagements, whether holding sight on the T karaoke defense or in these power positions. He'll take those 1v1s and you give it to them. Gunner really having a bit of a quiet map, I think 4 and 9 or something like that. Definitely negative by the end of that border map. And thankfully, Gavini, Spirits, Hot and Cold all on. Gunner certainly showing up in the defense alongside Hot and Cold, maintaining that original performance. But Talon now in the man deficit. Not really having an answer, unfortunately, for that Beast Coast roam. Now they've all fallen back, and Hot and Cold just holding upstairs. He can use those Evil Eyes that are down on the site. I think Beast Coast, by and large, actually playing for the retake, letting Talon run into the bottom floor, and then maybe using vertical angles and the Evil Eyes actually on the site to deny the plant. I mean, literally everybody's upstairs, save for Gavini House, who's probably just playing a long angle with the Malusi.
Yeah, and like you said, those Evil Eyes are going to be quite instrumental. There is a Brava who's already hacked something, but I'm not sure if that was an Evil Eye or perhaps one of the Banshees. Aggressive push out from Spirits. Misa's the last one left. An attempt from Talon to take the top floor finds very little success. And Beast Coast have really built themselves back into a lot of confidence. What a spray through the wall from Spirits. And momentum has shifted, and there's no doubt where it lies.
Beast Coast are not letting Talon get set up, whether it is for a late round execute or it is just for the roam clear at the beginning. Beast Coast are always challenging these angles, and Talon are getting caught off guard by a tactical timeout. Now nullified, no conversion by Talon. Afterwards, they try to go for that quicker roam clear. They try to speed up the pace, and Beast Coast punished them for it because there was a bit of a lapse in intel. Another example right there as we saw Gunner getting aggressive, but Spirits challenging the ace on the balcony, making sure that Talon cannot get themselves set up for any kind of play they want to go for.
god. I can't tell how much of it is like, helping his team get energized and how much of it is an intimidation tactic.
I enjoy it, so I don't really care if it helps me or not. Fun for me.
It's just fun.
It is.
You gotta have fun playing. And I don't know what the Talon camp's like at the moment. They are gonna get a little bit cheeky with it though. We're seeing the blitz come out. It was Misa who took it on border to quite a lot of success, but Roy Boy here bringing it for the first time. Ever since we had that rehost, Talon have found nothing.
That's what I was actually going to say. Since the rehost, as we had a rehost immediately after round 1. Unfortunately, the round Talon won. Since then, through 3 rounds, they, as a team, only have 5 kills combined. They got close. In that round, that Hot and Cold went huge with that 4K. Hot and Cold goes down, they might have a winnable round, but they didn't. Hot and Cold's able to go huge, and since then, it has been a very poor individual showing for Talon on this attacking side. Taking a while to get set up, East Coast challenging them, and Talon caught off guard. Going to T karaoke, where Talon needed Roy Boy to actually get his only kill since the rehost to even acquire drum control. East Coast again running the similar setup back, and Misa taking a hell of a lot of damage early on, again, by somebody challenging him on that double window.
I'm not sure what the intention is here. I mean, Glaz, Blitz, everyone's seemingly looking to take control of the top of backstairs. But you've got Spirits here lying in wait. He could get the better of the Blitz here, but it comes down to whether he can land the shots. He's got the elevation, but he has been taken down. Well played there from PSG Talon. They've got a lot of map control, and they've got the kill, but this smoke has stalled them out.
And that's what I was going to say. I love this addition of having the Warden hold the stairs because the smoke can then play right here and choke off the push and delay the rush from any attacking team facing black stairs. I love that switch up. Normally the smoke plays here. Beast Coast do it differently, and you can see Talon might have the advantage. They've got to take a little bit to pause.
They actually have info on a player in Geisha entrance as well. Out goes the smoke. Hot and Cold finds Roy Boy. Misa, his position likely revealed, but he finds his kill regardless. Pulling out the goo mine does expose him, but Gavin hasn't gone for the swing yet. Going down below now for Beast Coast, but the plant denial is not to be. Gavin's going for a big flank, but as he shoots the Claymore, he is Claymored by the second anyway. Apparently, you can't be too prepared, says Talon. 2v3, nice little keeper barrier does open the door for Diffuser, but as he has spotted that, it's going to be very challenging to look for this counter defuse. Hot and Cold has to cover. Oh, good shot though from JLT. Nigh impossible post plan to retake. PSG Talon make good on that promise of the rush.
They did play like a team that round. The coordination between the Glaz up top and the Blitz. The smoke trying to choke it off and does choke it off, but only after Spirits unfortunately goes down. Also, small detail, but good positioning having the Blitz go up the stairs instead of down the stairs, obviously. Vice versa. Spirits could probably get an angle on the feet of the Blitz and with a shotgun take him down, but instead by going up, Spirits can't really get an angle on the head, especially with the imprecise weapon of the shotgun.
Hard enough to like aim down.
Yeah.
Pretty lucky though for the Blitz. Like the Blitz head, what is exposed there, so it's, I don't know. Could have gone either way. It was possible to kill the Blitz, but I think the fact that the Glaz was also peeking the smoke helped a lot.
Yeah, the coordination right there, and then also resetting from Talon, recognizing, oh, the wall's actually reinforced, got to open this up really quickly, but let's also make sure we don't expose ourselves to Hot and Cold. Recover the diffuser. Good round from Talon, and not only is it a good round, they've got the 2 rounds they need. Well, could need, depending on how this game goes.
Yeah, you could argue that 2 rounds of attack is enough. I think PSG will be really gunning for this third one though, and I don't know, there's a solid chance that Beast Coast could come back from a 4-2 split. Oh, come back from. Have a solid attacking side and make good on a 4-2 defense and finish it in regulation. But yeah, PSG got to do everything they can to try and nail down this last round. And for the first time, we're seeing this Ying brought out. I don't think we've seen a Ying all day, at least on our streams, Carter. It's so often banned. PSG have shown how good they are with the Blitz and the Glaz, but here's a different explosive operator for that execute that they brought to the table.
Candelas will be very strong to get Talon that final 3rd round on the half. A 3-3 would absolutely be a win. We could litigate a 2-4, Dev.
I still think that a 2-4 is not enough for Talon.
Well, can we at least agree a 3-3 might be enough?
3-3 would be fantastic.
Well, we've gone from not enough to fantastic.
Yeah.
There's really no
narrow margins when it comes to APAC teams, mate.
Narrow margins when it comes to Skyscraper, to be honest with you, too. So I think you're skepticism is well justified there. Beast Coast retrying T Karaoke, as we can see. Talon going back for that full clear, which they struggled with last time. Those Candelas could expedite the matter. But Beast Coast running it back. We've got the Azami. Got Hot and Cold looking for that run out too.
Aggressive.
Exactly. That initiative they want to take, try and challenge anybody on this balcony, is really quite admirable. And now that Talon are going for this full clear again, it's the exact thing that stumped them on this T Karaoke attack last time. But I like this from Misa. Going down below, there is nobody down here, I believe.
We're on the stairs.
He could take this. And the fight with the Azami.
Yeah, they pinged out that Azami's position. Gavin's playing it very well. Oh, he's got this fortress of
Misa
Kiva
can slip by.
Yeah, but
there's nobody on cams.
I don't think that matters too much, unless if Hot and Cold is caught out of position. There's tons of barbed wire. Hot and Cold goes down back onto the stairs, exposes himself. He's full flashed.
No!
He wins the fight regardless. A big kill there for Hot and Cold. PSG need to take advantage of the space, but Hot and Cold has locked him back out again with the gas.
Oh, that could have been the round right there. Misa had the timing too, but Hot and Cold just starting to regain his vision, wins the fight. Misa's going to be kicking himself from that one. A player we don't normally see miss fights like that, but has today. Soldier on the reattempt, failing. Hot and Cold finally falls after too much damage done to Talon.
Far too much. But still winnable, especially with Roy Boy landing that shot. Gunner over-peaking, unnecessary. Close to sight now. Talon, but close to the round ending. 20 seconds remain. Diffuser is in the power position here in Geisha, and Gavin has not been cleared. If Talon wish to repel in, they'll be going straight into the waiting arms of Beast Coast. Time is ticking away. You can't wait forever. Beast Coast are just holding on, and Soldier's gone down. Gavin finally revealed his position, but Roy Boy forcing that diffuser down. The plant denied at the final second. It's enough for Beast Coast to close the half 4-2.
Needs to start now. Dev doesn't think 2-4 will be enough, but I do agree with the second thing he said, that it's a thin margin on Skyscraper that often separates who wins and who loses, who goes to OT and who doesn't, and 4-2 on defenses might just be enough.
This was such a determining moment in the round. If Hot and Cold had lost his life here, Talon likely would have won that. Eventually a good trade. I mean, Roy Boy gave it everything he could. Let's have a look at how this plant was denied in the end. Oh, he actually faked it. I guess he would have died regardless, but yeah, I mean, you never pull off never pull off the plant. You never know.
You know,
you never know.
You do never know. There's actually...
he would have died there. We know that. But also, you never know.
Quick aside, there was a funny moment. The NAL, Los were planting on Bang, and somebody had like a new keyboard, and the sensitivity on their plant key had been adjusted. And so he accidentally, he didn't fully pull off, but his finger let up slightly, but enough for the
plant to stop.
The plant to stop, and they lost the round because of it.
Yikes.
Some things that happen.
Yes.
Especially when we nerds tend to modify our gear very excessively.
Very true. Well, just having a look back in through history, now, like we've said, we've seen Beast Coast just play this map once this year, and that was against FaZe, and they were much better on their defense. They have 50-50 on their defense, 38% on their attack. So if there's anything going for Talon now, it's the fact that Beast Coast are not great on this side. And what's more, PSG are much better on their defense and their attack. 65% defense, 44% on their attack. So there is a chance here that we could see a solid comeback, but they need to start in good form.
They do, and Soldier in a position to really counter how Beast Coast like to full clear this T Karaoke site. They put in Gavini with the buck to open up that wall, then move into the office position. Also have somebody Samurai window as well. So Misa ready for that. Soldier ready for the double wall as well, and Gavini will rotate down below in response. Likely to try to find an angle from the floor beneath. Isn't pressuring anybody yet.
Oh, that's clever. I like this. Look at that. Teamwork. The Grim, the Buck, and the player outside. Everyone looking to cut off Soldier. Very well played from Beast Coast. A lot of time and utility expended, but they confirmed that kill in a very impressive manner.
And something I actually didn't even really think to bring up the first half was the lack of those execute operators really saw. We saw the Ying, I think, 2 times from Talon, especially in that last round, but no Grim. No Grim as far as I can recall, and we've got both from Beast Coast in the very first round, and you can see how useful it is for that roam clear. 2 players meant to hold out Exhibition and Office, couple Candelas, couple Bs, and they've got the 5v4. And that's the Azami taken down. Remember the work that Gunnar was able to do with that operator, holding down Drum? Well, now on the defense, we've got no deployable shields, no remaining Kibas that can be put up. Anybody holding it, whether it's the Legion, for example, in Drum right now, or the Mute who could retake Shrine, they're just going to have to take raw gunfights, and there's so much more of that Candelas and Bs where it came from.
Time is ticking away, though. Only 45 seconds still to play. Beast Coast are still yet to really push towards this Karaoke T side of the map. Gunnar rotates outside, not looking to push up from the back stairs. Still, Drum hasn't even been taken. Geisha is still reinforced, I believe. This has been very... Okay, breach on Geisha, but not a lot of time to make good on it.
No, they still have to push in. What they should try to do is maybe trade down the Rider's position and the Warden as well. Smoke to allow
Nice
push
C4.
up.
Oh, big opener from Misa. Diffuser goes down. Good flash, though, and a good trade. Gavin goes straight on in with a skeleton key. Ryder just riding out his position on the stairs as JLT is shut out Spirits, and Royboy has smoked up the side. It's going to be challenging for Hot and Cold to get in, and he's not able to just force down that diffuser. It's him against the world. Spirits got a team kill amidst the chaos.
Accidentally down Gunnar, it seems, and with the round ending, Gunnar finished off by Spirits post-mortem. Beast Coast had some good utility to make that execute work, but Hot and Cold very far on the back line. Had to take a whole, I think, 7 seconds really to rotate over to the push, then open up the breach, then get in, and then we had Smoke detonating right on that very position.
Style 100, aim 30, SI wins 0.
To be fair, Fat was not exactly known for his aim inside of CL.
And nor for his SI wins.
No, nor for his SI wins. But you can't really blame the guy. Actually, I did technically forget this. This is technically not Fet's first S-tier event. He was Elevate's analyst like 2 years ago at an SI.
Damn. I'm surprised that Fabian's getting a 90 for style.
I'm surprised he's getting a 95 for aim.
Yeah, he himself said that his aim's not great, but you can't deny one thing, and that is the SI wins. 3 SI wins, the only 3 time to ever do it. Twice as a player, and now once as a coach.
15 seconds left.
Ooh. I'm starting to eat my own words here a little bit. I think that maybe it was enough just to get 2 rounds of defense for Talon, because...
Oh, hold on.
Well,
We're only 1 round in.
I had another look at the stats, though, like I said before, and like Beast Coast, really not great on their attacking side of this map. And we saw the first phase of that attack for Beast Coast. Beautiful, Grim, Bark, Wombo combo, dealt with that player in Office really well. And then after that, they sat around and did nothing.
That's true. And I actually think I'm about to not disagree with you, but kind of disagree in a way while still holding true to everything.
Go for it. Give it a crack.
Exactly. Beast Coast are slow in their attacks, but they have such good individual star players that they can often bail themselves out. One good example, in that phase game, they were struggling to roam clear Exhibition Office. Minute 20 seconds left. Divini hops in, gets 2 kills, 5v3. Believe they end up converting the round as well.
Funnily enough, we've seen a little bit of that from PSG. I mean, the very first round of this map was like
True.
on their attack.
Ooh, Misa.
Talk about Gunnar. He's struggling. Early death. Yeah. Misa's going to reinforce over that as well. Good setup from PSG. Good start for them. And Beast Coast with more questions than answers on this attack.
Certainly more questions than answers, especially I think reinforcing that off, as you can see, very smart move. 2 hard breachers for Beast Coast, but one of them is the Maverick. And I don't know if I'd want to go Mav open the double wall with the minibar run out literally to my left next to me. So I think that wall is going to remain reinforced for the entirety of this round, and PSG Talon still have this roam. That's just a Yana clone, don't worry.
Okay. I was stressed. I was worried.
And we're half the round in, so they can fall back. But Soldier, I will say, on a Kiva barricades, and to point something out, Beast Coast run this Kiva barricade on that Shrine window to stop anybody from jumping in, but Talon don't have that one. So retaking this position will be a lot harder because Beast Coast can push up from the left while also holding the angle on that window right there.
Perhaps PSG Talon are not interested in looking to retake Shrine. They can just fall back onto site. And there's still some very strong power positions to take for Beast Coast. Holding onto the side is very achievable. The Goo-mine in the foot of one of these attackers as Gavin is the first one forward, a player on the stairs. He's yet to meet the line of sight, looking deep into the objective. And PSG, with their numbers advantage, are just sitting and waiting for this push to come through. Ooh. dangerous there. Diffuser does get the narrow angle through the desk itself onto Ryder. Numbers are even, but 30 seconds to play. Things look grim.
And they're out of bees. Hot and Cold's got the flashes. That's the only thing to allow this execute to go down.
So Spirits goes in, but the bees have been good. Gotten information on one of those players deep in the side. Diffuser does get the down onto JLT, but a good trade as Misa holds on a big C4 from him. But it's not done deal yet because Soldier and Royboy have to deny this plant.
C4 from below.
Royboy has the nitro, but does he have the info? Yellow ping comes out! Far too late though! Just a millisecond.
He can play from below now.
Hot and Cold can now use that vertical game in the post plant. He has a stun to work with as well. Soldier, no keybers to his name. But this is so clever. This is so cheeky. He can get onto the counter defuse. Hot and Cold must find an angle. The time is ticking. But Hot and Cold is firing. Beast Coast narrowly steal that round. And Fabian is not happy.
Look at how close that plant denial came. A second of indecision from that Cade. And it allows Spirits to get the diffuser down. The moment that button on the phone is pressed with the nitro cell, it's almost instantaneous when Spirits comes off that diffuser and the kill is registered for PSG Talon. But if this will be a map of thin margins, that half a second delay from the Cade getting in position could very well decide it, as Beast Coast, similar to Talon, steal an attack away on Exhibition and Office.
And that's one that PSG Talon will certainly remember. It's, what, the second or third time we've seen a clutch play like that in this game. Otherwise would have set Talon up for success. A much-needed defense round slips away from them.
Look at the time here. Let's see how low it was. Wow. Literally instant.
Straight away, immediately after that plant went down, the nitro detonated. And a round like that just puts a fire underneath Beast Coast and sets them up to keep that momentum going. 2 more rounds is all they need.
And that's technically a Hot and Cold 1v2 that I just realized. Another feather in the cap of today's really strong individual performance from the IGL of Beast Coast. Scavini Gunner having all right performances on Skyscraper, but Hot and Cold most certainly showing up after the rehost. 3 KD for him at the moment, playing those hard support, hard breach operators. The Exhibition Office not retrying by Talon. They'll continue with the rotation, but not go to Master Bedroom Office, instead moving downstairs to Barbecue. Not running the castle either, that we often see the extending operator on the site, just the mirror to hold down power positions. Instead, really reliant on that intel.
Well, Beast Coast, after that clutch, have the energy to get a really quick bit of map control on the top floor. And this kitchen bomb site can be a fickle being indeed on the defense. Quite a challenge, so much so that we even saw Beast Coast go Master Bedroom instead, as you pointed out.
Even for the attack, too, I think sometimes teams can get a little overconfident and they'll move into kitchen without really thinking about the vertical angles held from Geisha. It's a really important part of the map to clear. I will say, might be one behind that stack in Geisha, but Talon a little light on the vertical angles, especially looking over towards delivery. We can obviously see the ones on Barbecue, as you can see, but might be potential for a gap later on in the round. We'll just have to see, of course. There are still some, especially with that hatch opened up. Talon can contest if Beast Coast decide to push from below. They are moving Geisha. Moving to clear Geisha right now, more importantly. They've opened up the single wall, and nobody at the moment, aside from, I believe, Gunner, actually looking to pressure from the other side. Good find on that mirror window, though. Some of the power positions cleared, and I think actually, Hot and Cold are playing down below with the diffuser. Might be on the lookout. Those Geisha vertical.
He's very tempted to just go for this. He's contesting that vertical game.
Yeah, look at how minimal these angles are. Just a couple spots. He can hop in here.
Goes straight in for it. He boosts himself up. Hot and Cold forcing the plant down, and Spirits finds the opening kill. Coverage of delivery, well and truly in Beast Coast's hands. The plant will go down with no contest whatsoever. Talon will just let them slip on through. Gavin
not like that.
furthers the advantage. And another one for him. Ash R4C in his hands. It's a dream for Beast Coast. Royboy in a 1v5, a flawless round.
Like
Beast Coast inches away from their debut on the main stage.
Oh, they didn't make enough vertical angles. I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. I wanted to, and to be fair, Hot and Cold still plays very safe. Plants in an extremely tucked position on that counter. But not only was there no vertical angle, actually watching the window hop in straight on, because there's the default one behind that stack you can create, look down, get sight lines on the window. Nobody's even watching it from the hatch, from any of the angles that were existing. Let Hot and Cold jump in for free, get the diffuser down, and Beast coast with the minimum 2 rounds on attack they needed to at least secure overtime. One tap JLT.
Holy stars. Really good shots that round, and because they were so ready for it. They droned out the site, they looked at the setup, they identified everything they needed to do, and then they just went for it. Hot and Cold, he might be new to this calling role. He's doing a damn good job of it, and he's got a 3.0 KD to boot.
Yeah, the ironic thing about Hot and Cold in this roster is the calling's been quite good. The only thing that happens is sometimes he can get a bit silly on those shield operators, kind of be a bit too far by himself on the Monty and the Blitz, and, well, Monty's banned, and they've not even really picked the Blitz a single time. They're not even concerned about it. So Hot and Cold is fine, sitting on the back line, holding down the side, getting his frags that way. It is working out swimmingly with one diffuser plant and a flawless round later. Beast Coast 1 round away from not only Diffuser Fettuccine's first event, Gunnar Gavini's return to the spotlight, Spirits 2, but the first top 8 finish in Beast Coast history. This roster, the org, everything in between. Just one attack on Skyscraper, which many teams failed to get in all fairness. That last round might have been easy. I bet Fabian's wishing he had that tactical timeout now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he would certainly be wanting a tac timeout right now. But he took it early, and his team is now left to their own devices. Quite a contrast in how Talon have looked on the cameras in these last few rounds. It really seemed to start when Hot and Cold got that 4K from the very position Gavini is in right now. It put a fire underneath Beast Coast, and it really put Talon back into their shells. They haven't shown much since then. They've only found a single round of defense in the last 3. And they have no more second chances. Elimination from the major may well rest in the next minute 45 seconds.
It could, and I have to say, I think I heard Fabian say bad strat at the end of the previous round, and I want to raise a similar question here. We don't see an Azami on this lineup. Remember how strong Beast Coast were? They could hold Drum, they could hold Shrine, no matter what. All they have is one deployable shield from JLT, and it's placed top black. Beast Coast are going for a full clear. They don't really care about this position all that much. If they went for a direct, this would be great, but with no shield up front, once these Vulcan packs get detonated, which they are in short order, Spirits has 2 grenades to destroy them as well, Beast Coast can start pressuring this position, and Talon will have to physically challenge it with gunfights. If Beast Coast are able to get the opening picks here, this could be rough for the defense. This could be the match over.
He's so close to the site, and he's so tempted. He's filled with confidence right now. There's no information on his position. Seemingly ready. Ryder is just poised on the other side. Diffuser just wants to take a step forward. Ryder misses his shots, and now is exposed. Thanks to the Selma detonating, he finds a kill while blind, but traded on back, and the kills come to life for Beast Coast. Still a 3v3, a winnable position for the Koreans, but not with Roy Boy falling like that. Misa has been the saving grace for PSG. He's going to need to do a hell of a lot more than what he has done thus far. Hot and Cold to force the diffuser down on the ground. Confident as ever. Roy Boy picked up, but the plan is down. Misa's found one. Just maybe there's a possibility, but Gunnar puts them back down again. Misa and Roy Boy both inches away from death and far from home. Looks like Beast Coast may be about to send Talon back to Korea. 6-3 is the score. Who dares underestimate these hot shots? Gunnar in a 1 versus 1. He is so far from the site. Roy Boy has to stick this. He might be able to make this work, but down below, Gunnar, all he has to do is deny the plant.
Can he shoot this?
Can he land the angle?
He
It doesn't matter! Roy Boy! What are you doing? Talon have fumbled at the final hurdle! 2 months since inception, Beast Coast will make their major stage debut here in Manchester.
He got scared! He fell off the diffuser! Gunnar didn't have time to get into position! It was gonna be a full gamble on that, and the angle through the floor with the scanner. It was not clean, it was diagonal. I think if Roy Boy sticks that, Gunnar only gets that kill with maybe 0.4 seconds left. That could have been Talon saving the game, and the nerves get the best of them.
There's no two ways to put it. A heart-wrenching loss for Talon to lose it by getting off the diffuser for no reason whatsoever. Beast Coast, a well-earned victory for them. They played it so well. And when push came to shove, Talon could not cope with the pressure, with the main stage looming. But there's no doubt that this Korean roster has stunned everybody. For the first time ever in Stage 1 of 2024, a team outside of FearX or D+ were champions in Korea. PSG went on to make it to the final day of Stage 2 on the verge of qualifying for their first ever main stage. And you can see that Beast Coast have immense respect for them for that as well. But this moment belongs to the players that were underestimated, the players that were forgotten, the players that were dropped from their previous teams only to form Beast Coast and to make it to the main stage in Manchester. Elation on these faces.
I'd be happy too. I mean, you kidding me? First top 8 finish in Beast Coast history? Would you not be happy? Gunnar dropped from the Sonics, Uvini dropped from Dark Zero.
Hot and cold. All of these players
fed along for the ride.
Very much so. Well, Hot and Cold was the man today, and thankfully we have him on the line for an interview.
Thank you very much, Dev. And indeed, I'm with Hot and Cold, the victor here today. First of all, congratulations, Matt. Incredible victory, incredible match for you. I just want to talk to you about your off-season. You know, you came, after leaving SSG, and now you've rebuilt an entire roster. If you just qualified to the main stage of the first major, it must feel incredible. How did you do it?
I mean, just hard work. I mean, we started off slow, obviously, in NAL, but the guys, I mean, we all trust each other. I mean, I think that's the main thing. We have a good coach. He taught us well, taught us to just, focus on the fundamentals, and then, everything else will fall in line. And that's really what we've kind of pushed here. We've just, trust the process, take it one step at a time, and then, trust every call that's made, no matter who makes it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that surprised me the most, actually, is that you guys all have amazing talent, but you also all come from different top NA teams. And yet, whatever you do in attack, you can call fast rushes, you can be slow and methodical, you always have synergy. Are you able to have such a good synergy with such a young team?
Like I said, I think it just comes down to trusting each other. I don't think anyone doubts, anyone's capabilities. I think that's like the main thing with like the super teams. As soon as, you get that small piece of doubt in any player, then it just kind of falls apart. And I think that's kind of, I had a little doubt myself on SSG. I kind of felt doubt from other players. I don't know if that's true or if that was just on, my own brain tricking me. But I mean, I think that's the main thing. Just have trust with each other and just go all in.
Yeah, I think your performance today showed how confident you are. Actually, I want to show you a small clip. It's you and Mira on round 3. Can you run me through what was happening here?
I just felt like I was in the shits right here. I was trying to keep alive. No one was really helping me. I mean, the cup spot is you're just trying to get it done. What do you mean? I heard him last second that he was here. Yeah, I got in a zombie, so Gunnar did help me with that. But I did my best to just stay alive as long as I can and waste their time.
Yeah, it wasn't the only thing, actually. You also pulled a crazy clutch, and yeah, you had an amazing game. But overall, thank you so much for this interview. Do you have any last words for your friends, your family, the fans?
Just want to say thank you very much to my family for always supporting me, my mom, my dad, my brothers. My brother, my first LAN, he fanned my PC so it wouldn't overheat. Just appreciate it, and hopefully I make you guys proud on the stage. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, Matt. All right, now we have plenty of talk to do on the desk. Back to you, Milos.
Thank you very much, Alpha Mine. Thank you, Hot and Cold, for joining us on the interview. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. NB's Beast Coast qualify to the main stage on Friday. Incredible to see from the #1 team in North America, breaking records, and especially their own for their first time ever on a major stage.
This is a team that people didn't think would even make the major out of the North American League. It was like I don't want to call them cast-offs because the quality of the player, but it was players that other teams had discarded and deemed not fit for purpose. There's only one of those teams actually still in this event, by the way, or even, reached that event. So they've put this team together. It's such an experienced team. They all know how to play fundamentally great Siege, and it's shown through their qualification and throughout this whole event so far.
I think it's the biggest lesson learned here is sometimes a player can get dropped, and it's not a question of his quality, it's not a question of how good he is, it's just maybe sometimes he doesn't fit the system, or maybe he has lost a little bit of trust. I think Otentool actually went through it multiple times. When he left Dark Zero, then he had a crazy stage with Mirage, and then when he joined Space Station, he was amazing, and then his performance started dropping a little bit. Now he's on a new team, and he started performing again better. So I think in general, the quality of the players is without any doubt like one of the best team in NA. And what was crazy is they were able to do it with free agents. That's the biggest and funniest story. And they were also able to do and build this roster and qualify to main stage in 3 months of building a team, which I think is amazing again.
Yeah, sometimes you do need that mental reset, and I think that applies not just to Hot and Cold and others on the team, but even to us or other people outside. And then you get back right into it. And like you said, has been probably one of the most cost-effective teams that we have had throughout their run in the stage, and now to the main stage of the Manchester Major, Jack.
Yeah, they're just going to keep running on this fairy tale, right? We'll come into the schedule. Of course, the schedule only is going to get harder from here, but they will just back themselves. And I think even if you look through this bracket, they lost a game to FaZe in a best of 1, and it was a 7-8, right? If they can do that with FaZe, who are considered one of the favorites for the event, they can go out and beat absolutely anybody. So I would firmly have them in my dark horse category.
100%. I think it's very similar to Secret. Very similar. 2 different regions, but both teams actually rebuilt the roster, had a lead time after SI to have a consistent, good roster to take on T1 teams. And here, they're both surprising everyone by qualifying to main stage. Now the real big test will be on the main stage in quarterfinals against some of the best teams in the world. I don't know what to expect now. It's what's getting interesting on Friday, actually.
Now, to kind of wrap it up here for PSG Talon, before we kind of move on to our bracket and update you on everything that you need for Friday, PSG Talon's run was also incredible in its own right, even compared to Beast Coast. From where they were to where they are today, that's incredible, Alpha.
Yeah, I would say they surprised everyone, me included. Maybe not Fabian. I think he had a tremendous impact on this team, to be honest. Yes, of course, the team had talent, but to take them here, to be able to consistently take wins at the Major, I don't think he was expecting to take wins at the Major. He wasn't expecting to be one map away or one match away to qualify to main stage out of all the teams that were at this Major.
There's obviously been a tremendous amount of investment into this team in the off-season, but they can only be proud because I believe they've been ahead of the curve with their expectation of where they would be. I think if they sat down right at the very start when this investment was conceptualized and Fabian was speaking to the team, he would have said, right, the first stage is the kind of free hit, and then we'll see where we go. We want to build, we want to make majors, for the second stage in the season, and maybe then look to make SI off the back of that. They're already ahead of that curve, and because of that, yeah, sure, it's disappointing to lose. They could have been even more competitive today inside of this fixture, but they will be tremendously proud of that.
Gentlemen, it is time to reveal the bracket. Please, drum roll. Our bracket for the Manchester Major is, as it is, Team Secret face-off against BDS, Dark Zero versus M80, Furia v Team Liquid, and finally FaZe Clan versus Beast Coast, all the way to our grand final. Now our schedule for the day, I know, hold your horses, we got surprises aplenty. Our first game begins with BDS versus Secret. What's the follow-up? Well, it's Furia v Liquid. Want more? Good, because we got more coming. Beast Coast play FaZe, and to end the day at 8:30 p.m. British Summer Time is Dark Zero versus M80. There are a lot of surprises with this bracket, gents.
Yeah, there's a lot of surprises, and I will say, obviously, there's a lot of regional games inside of there. But with the way the bracket's fallen, we can't have an all-regional final unless it's NA, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, a little bit of short-term regional games, but the long-term, that's great. And I think there's some great games in there. The FaZe, the Furia Liquid one is probably the favorite game of the day for me.
Each region of the big three, Europe, NA, LATAM, electing the best team in their region to fight off and take the crown. I like it. Furia Liquid especially is going to be a banger. BDS Secret is also going to be a banger. I'm really excited for the quarterfinals.
This is guaranteeing representation in the semifinals. So in some ways, I'm sad to see Secret beat BDS. But hey, it just means we set up for incredible semifinals and a grand final that hopefully will unify all of our regions together. At least two of them. We're hoping one of them is Europe this time. Let's be very honest, but NA has a great shot through it too. At this point, everybody's been losing to Brazil, so revenge has to happen. Furia is looking for yet another crown. Though, gentlemen, thank you so very much for today. It has been an absolute pleasure to go on with you, with Jesse and Laxing, our production team, our staff, casters, all that it has been for what the past 10 days that we've been here in the UK, carrying through all of our matches. It's been incredible, but it's gonna get a million times better. You have no idea what awaits you on Friday, but before we close this entire show, we'll say goodbye, but so will the teams that we bid farewell to today. It's for all of you. We'll see you on Friday. Good night.
Hey guys, Odo from Bliss. Just want to say thank you to all the fans for supporting us. You know, we started the tournament really well, going 2-0 up. We really tried to push there to make main stage, but unfortunately, you know, BDS too strong, Dark Zero too strong, Team Secret too strong. But I feel like, you know, we really played well for our region. We had a bit of burnout, and our map pool wasn't really the best at this event, but we really tried to push through and make main stage. So thank you for all the support, really. And yeah, I guess we'll be back and stronger.
Thanks, guys, for supporting us. But fortunately, we trolled 2-0 again.
We tried.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we tried. We tried our best. We made it farther than we should have, honestly. Furex should be right here instead of us. So I'm proud of my guys. I think we put a lot of effort into the last 3 games, but you know, today Liquid was just better. So GG's, props to them. And yeah, thanks for the support, guys.
Hey guys, just a final word from us at PSG Town. We're really thankful for your support this event. We've seen a lot more than we actually expected. I mean, Korean teams usually don't play this well, so I think we've achieved something special this time. Can't wait to show you guys for the next stage what we've got in our books, and also, well, we'll see you next major. See you then.